and welcome to Top Tier's Mentality Show here at the Brentwood Centre in Essex, live and exclusive on the Stomping Ground. We've got an exciting night of boxing ahead, and taking us through all the action beforehand is Top Tier's promoter Johnny Clark. And Johnny, back on another show, kind of the same build-up as the other ones, loads of changes, loads of change of opponents, change of fights. How has the preparation been?
Yeah, very stressful, but I'm
the most stressful one so far?
Yeah, because, you know, fights that dropped off, they meant a lot to me. I grafted hard to get the heavyweight southern area, and then that dropped off last week. You're like, oh. But I've had some really good ticket sellers on, so when they dropped, the tickets got taken. So it wasn't financially upsetting, that one, but it was more of having the southern area on my show, heavyweight, you know. It's a big fight. Yeah,
it is, and hopefully it can happen in the future.
Yeah.
But you still have got a title fight on the show, another southern area, middleweight title on the line. Mm-hmm. Good to have these title fights on. Yeah,
it means everything. To Kevin, it's his world title. He was on our first show and he lost. Then he won the next one. He had the next one off through injury. He won in 20 seconds with a knockout. He's come back, lost, he come back and beat an unbeaten prospect, and now he's in the title contention, and that's why the show's called Mentality. You know, win, lose or draw, in small hall and boxing, it's a message to everyone watching this, everyone at the show, everyone watching Kevin, that yeah, you might lose. If you're up for it, then you're going to get that chance, because I'm telling you now, the amount of chances I've offered to people to be on this show, and they've turned it down because of the opponent. It's a bit too risky, I'm too early, it's too late. When is it ever going to be right for you? You know, sometimes you're going to have to do it, and Kevin, he's always done it, and now he's in for a title where a lot of them boxers, they might retire before they get that chance.
Definitely, and that is what you're very keen on, the 50-50 tough fights as well.
Yeah, I think when I started boxing, I didn't know about journeyman. I'll be honest with you, I didn't know. When I went to a couple of shows, I thought, he fought the other Let's Go fighter last week. I was like, what? And then I started cottoning on, and I was like, I don't like it. You know, like when you come to a show, you want to know you'll come to a proper show where you're going to sit down and watch it all, rather than watch your friend and go home, because you know what's going to happen on the rest of the card. Tonight's card, unfortunately, we had 11 boxers drop out. You know, I have replacing boxers with 50-50 fights today without the medicals, you know, but it's boxing and we're getting used to it, and we've got a show over the line with 10 quality fights, so it just shows what we do.
Yeah, certainly have. And we've got two matchroom fighters on the card in George Liddard and Jimmy Sains. How good is it to have them on? They're big ticket sellers as well, aren't they?
Yeah, they're kind of stealing the show, you know, but it's brilliant, you know, and they're real nice guys as well, and it's good to have them on and close to people on the show, like your Kevins, your Zach Fee, so they can see them and see how they conducted themselves. They never had a medical issue. There was never an opponent issue. They've done all their media work. They've had plenty of interviews, you know, and they put themselves out there. They've done their tickets. They turned up. Everything was organised, what they handed me. And that's how you do small hall, you know. And they've not been on small hall. They've only been in the big arenas with Eddie Hearn. And now they get into main and co-main event because they kind of skipped this. So it's nice for them to get a taste of what small hall was about.
Yeah, because even though people will see them as, you know, they're on the matchroom big shows, and they have been on some huge undercards, this was probably their first experience of headlining and being the sort of main attraction, isn't it?
Being number one.
Yeah.
Being number 1 and 2. And to be fair, like, I couldn't really split them, but Jimmy was on first, so it was main event, you know. But yeah, they're getting their chance now to see what the future holds, in my opinion, you know, because they're two quality boys and they both can really fight. And I believe, you know, either Eddie will keep them on, but if they want to come back here and headline with a good fight titles, they're always welcome.
Yeah, and we did have a shout out from Eddie Hearn earlier as well.
Cheers, Ed.
And we've also got quite a lot of people returning to the card who have been on previous top tier shows, and some ones who are making their top tier debuts and a pro debut as well.
Yeah, I like to keep it different, and Lily Winch making her debut, I had to split the co-main and main event because Tony Sims the trainer. So what I managed to do is put Liddy there. It's her debut. She's done the weight. She's done everything professionally, and I wanted to give her a night to remember. We done it last time with Brad, but this time I thought she really deserves that, so we give it to her.
Yeah, and it's a huge, you know, she's technically in the co-main position, so that is a great thing for your pro debut, and you know, a lot of pressure, but hopefully she takes it well. And
the best thing, she's been here unlicensed, you know, so she's used to the surroundings. She's used to being here, the nerves. She's seen it all before. That was a tight squeeze, mate. But I'm proud of her for how she's conducted, and we're hoping that she gets a knockout win.
Oh yeah, and also just to explain, the reason that George Liddard and Jimmy have to be split is because they're both trained by the same trainers, so they need the prep time ready for their fights in between. So that's why they've been split up and Lily's in the middle. And what fights on the card do you think are going to be stand out tonight?
One's gone under the radar is Jackson Asagi and Nikolai Campbell. Real good 50-50. Nikolai actually had a 50-50 lined up. He was getting a purse from an American fighter. The American fighter, nicknamed Fat Boy, missed weight. Right? Funny that, isn't it? But he's now had to stay on the card, sell tickets and pay for an opponent. Awful, you know, but that's boxing. But he's done it. And now that fight, I think, it's gone under the radar, but obviously not many tickets involved, so he's on early. But S.A. Smith, George Liddard, I'll tell you now, it's a banger. I'm telling you, it's a good fight. Obviously, the favourite is with the Matchroom Boy, and then you've got the main event in Jimmy Sains. Remy Scholar knocked out Jack Oliphant, a Queensby fighter. This is a Matchroom fighter. He's going to want to do the same because they've got targets on their back. If they know if they beat them, Eddie's going to see it, and he might even call them. So obviously, S.A. Smith, young English farm boy strength, he's coming for it. And Remy, he's done it to Queensbury. Why can't he do it to Matchroom?
Matchroom.
Yeah,
so there is a lot on. There is a lot on the line, isn't there, for most of the fighters on the card?
Yeah, it means everything to them. You know, debuts to people that have come back. They know they want to stay on. They want to impress, and the way to do that is get the win, but mainly just take that fight, and you'll get the call.
Definitely, and there's also a top commentary team in Alex Steeman and Andy Clark as well. But the fighters are ready to make their way to the ring, so I'll hand you over to our MC Rose.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live on the Stomping Ground. Welcome to the Brentwood Centre, Essex, England, United Kingdom, for a night of professional championship boxing mentality, brought to you by Johnny Clark of Top Tier Boxing and their proud sponsors by Insulation, Synergy, and Think Green Partners. Tonight's action is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your area representative, Des Reese, and your inspectors ringside, Alan Spelling, Paul Cupid, Terry Fleming, Anne-Marie Randall, and Gurjit Chana. And now, ladies and gentlemen, time for our first bout of the evening. Scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the bantamweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Steven Jackson.
Thanks to MC Huss. Evening, everyone, and it's Steven Jackson who makes his way to the ring tonight, bringing plenty of experience, some 254 rounds of that already in the bank. He's expected to fulfill a certain role tonight, and that is provide some stern tests, ask a few questions of the young potential star of the future in Zach Fee.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Zach.
Well, as ever, Zach Fee paying homage to his Singapore roots, his dad from that part of the world, his mum English, very proud of that ancestry and background, and once again he's kick-starting the evening here for Johnny Clark and the Rumbles, of which he's been part of their team since he was just a 12-year-old. They're all on an adventure, and they are 4 fights in, an unbeaten stretch, 4-0 so far for Zach Fee. He's getting fight to fight. He's only 19, it's a long way to go, but already he's been impressing plenty in this part of the world, taking on the experienced Steven Jackson. And if a timely reminder was ever needed, the fact that Jackson has only ever won 1 fight, that reminder would be the fact that that 1 fight 3.5 years ago was against Sam Cantwell. And Sam Cantwell being groomed for stardom as the son of boxing star of the past, Mickey Cantwell, and he hasn't boxed since, for one reason or another. So the bumps in the road are always ever present for young boxing prospects, and that is the scenario once again for Zach Fee tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the bantamweight division. This bout is brought to you by Johnny Clark of Top Tier Boxing and their proud sponsors by Insulation, Synergy Directs, and Think Green Partners. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your timekeeper at the bell, Stephen Pucci, and the third person in the ring in charge of the action, A-star referee, Kieran McCann. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the black and silver. His official weight of 8 stones, 9 pounds. He has a record of 52 fights, 1 draw, 1 win, and that win comes in by way of knockout. Hailing from Lancashire, England's United Kingdom, Stephen Jackson. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black and purple. His official weight of 8 stones, 9 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 4 wins, and one of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Sittingbourne, Kent, England's United Kingdom, introducing Zach Fee.
Listen up. You both know the rules. You will obey my commands at all times, all right? When I tell you to break, break clean. Take a step back, throw no punches. Mind your heads in close, and most importantly, lads, protect yourself at all times, all right? Shake hands.
Here we go then. Kick starting the night once again. Zach Fee is up first against Stephen Jackson, having his 53rd fight tonight. He's been the distance with former British champion Ian McGoldrick, Andrew Kane as well, who's fighting for the British title against Ash Lane, upcoming as well. So plenty of experience once again. These are the kind of characters that Zach Fee is going to bump into and face off against on the way up. Andy Clark with me once again. You got a glimpse of him from 5 or 6 feet away last time. What did you make of him? What do you want to see tonight?
He's a good fighter, isn't he? You can see that from the way he's set up, from the way he uses his feet, from the way he does pretty much everything. And you get the feeling that there are real possibilities for him, and that those lower weights, it is possible as well to move quite quickly. I was looking earlier today at who's the Southern Area champion at bantamweight. It's still listed as Jordan Perkins, but he actually retired after losing to Ashley Lane for the English title. Lane, now British and Commonwealth champion. And that English bantamweight title's vacant. It's being boxed for at the start of July. So you don't want to be in a rush, because this is only his second 6-rounder, and he's in with somebody who's expected to take him the rounds. But they'll challenge him sooner rather than later, you would think.
Still young, though. Remember Daniel Dubois when he was 19, being sort of bigged up and almost rushed before he can walk. There's an element of that with Moses Atomo now. You can understand it, but as ever, you need a good, strong team behind you to maybe just dab the brakes and maybe just pull on the reins from time to time as well. But we like what we see so far from Fee. Everything is orthodox, works behind the jabs, got good feet, sensible head on him for a young man as well. Seen him do sometimes some pad work from the southpaw stance, but not as yet. 4 and a bit fights into his career has he done any switch hitting in the ring. But the boxing fundamentals very much seem to be strong in the armory early on.
You can see Jackson's not going to give anything away. You see, you look at his record, and as you mentioned, he's been down the stretch with some really good fighters. He's active and he wants to stay that way, so he's not going to present too many opportunities or too many gaps. And if you're in Fee's corner, you just want to see him be patient, work on whatever it is you've been working on in the gym, and try and just chip away and break him down if you can.
The jab, there has been the odd left hook so far to the body, so he's maybe prized that guard down from Jackson. And a couple of body shots there from Jackson towards the end of the round. Sensible start from Fee. But you're right, Anthony, looking at it with the boot on the other foot from Jackson's perspective, you're right, he wants to stay busy. This is his 7th fight of 2024. He had 21 fights a couple of years ago, back in 2022. I mean, that is 2 a month. That is busy, busy, busy. But you're right, from his perspective, it's getting the balance right between being careful, considered, doing his job, helping, but not presenting too many openings and opportunities. That's a delicate balance for the guy who's in the other corner, or girl these days, lady, to not be too negative, but also not to give away too much.
Exactly, it's an interesting kind of blend, because also to get through a fight against somebody who's good, you can't just cover up and be a well-protected punch bag. You've got to give them something to think about. You've got to give them enough to think about, but without being too expansive that you then give them gaps to exploit. And that's what somebody like Jackson is good at. You'll see the odd flurry. He did it at the end of that previous round, where he just, right up in front of us actually, just dipped his knees, went down to the body, and just let Fee have a little think about that as he wandered back to his corner. It didn't cause him any kind of a problem, but you have to do just enough. Otherwise, you're just tucking up and just seeing whether you can soak it up for 12 or 18 minutes or whatever the duration is. And that's a hard way to earn your money.
Nice body shot again from Jackson. He's quickly quietened. Unusual for, you know, what would be described as a journeyman in Stephen Jackson, but he throws feints. He's got good footwork as well. He has settled into that role, but he brings a little bit of art and technique and some smarts to it as well. You can see why he's only been stopped a couple of times in his career.
You absolutely can, and what's interesting when you look at his record is that he's been in the away corner from the beginning of his pro career, because what often happens is that a fighter will start in the home corner, maybe lose one early on that they weren't supposed to, then maybe have another result which isn't quite what was expected to happen, and they pick up the stool and they head for the away corner, because you don't have to sell tickets and it's just a different kind of existence completely. If you can square your pride with the fact that you're going there essentially to provide opposition, then there's money to be made. But he's been in the away corner from the beginning, and when you look at the capability he has, he's one of these lads, isn't he, where things could have been different if he'd had some backing. Things could have been different because he can fight.
Absolutely. Mentioned that Sam Campbell win, what, 3.5 years ago as evidence of that. So it's up to Zach Fee to at least lodge some uncertainty or discomfort in the mind or body of Stephen Jackson. Working behind the jab again. Last minute of the second round for Fee. Great for his team as well, Fee. I mean, that's the dreamer of any trainer, to kind of be part of and help to mould a champion or a would-be champion right from the very start. And the same for Johnny Clark. You know, this young man's been part of every one of Johnny's shows so far. This is 5 on the bounce, where he's been here at the Brentwood Centre on a top-tier show, but all of them want to be part of the story, and the dream is that the story goes from start to finish, from zero to winning titles.
Big ambition for everybody, I think, if you could take a fighter from nothing basically when they turn pro, because he's not been heavily backed, he doesn't sell bundles of tickets, he's not on TV, he didn't go to the Olympics. You know, if you start from a standing start with them and you can go somewhere with them and win some titles, it takes some doing too, doesn't it? And you deserve a lot of credit as a trainer, promoter, manager, if you manage to identify that early, get on board, get other people to buy in and stick with it.
What a buzz that must be. What a buzz if they can get there. Long way off, of course, for Zach Fee. Just 19, and this is 5th fight. And that's Billy Rumble in his gym. He's been with Billy since he was a 12-year-old. Came and started in the kind of beginners class with Charlie Rumble, then as an amateur, where he did get himself a silver in a national championships a few years back as a youth. Was part of the England pathway set up for a while back in 22 as well, and here he is now as a young pro. Relatively young starting out, Andy, but then you look at the Mexicans like Canelo starting at 15 and away they go. They've had 40 fights by the time they're Fee's age.
It's a consideration though, isn't it? Because you don't want to, as you said earlier, rush anybody, and particularly when they're that age. He landed a nice uppercut there.
Yeah, did he hurt him with that cheeky little uppercut? He just picked up the pace in this 3rd round. You suspect that the corner onto it might have been a designated plan to work through the first couple of rounds and then pick it up, but there's real intensity, energy, a livelier looking Zach Fee at the start of this 3rd round.
And it's good to see, isn't it? It's good to see that temperature just raised, because it's taken Jackson a bit by surprise, and that's sometimes how you can make something happen. Your opponent settles into a rhythm, feels they know what they've got in front of them and they know how to cope to it. Then you just click up that gear and it's enough of a shock to the system that you can get something done.
Lulled into a false sense of security perhaps, but either way there's a left hook getting through as well. As always, there's a bit of thought behind the work too. There was a lead right hand there, which, you know, against the southpaw, perfect planning, perfect execution, perfect technique, thought and process there from Fee.
Just took a big gulp of air actually to our right hand side, standing right above us there, Jackson, and this injection of pace, if he can keep it up in this final minute of the round, then I think he's going to reach the halfway point here, Fee, with some possibilities for the second half of the fight, but he will need to keep this tempo up.
He's rocked back on his heels there by a jab. There's another one comes in from Fee inside the final minute of this 3rd round, and this has been a quality performance in this particular round, though remind you not to be too gung-ho, not to be too lazy. There's a right hand came through from Jackson, who is being forced just to throw some leather now, almost out of necessity. And that's what the application and energy has produced. Results first and foremost, but a response as well from Jackson. Just a bit more hurried, and I think the right hands, there's a left hook to the body. The right hands, either the lead, there was a stab at 3rd round from Zach Fee.
And it was just about, wasn't it, picking up the pace, as you said. He really just put that foot down a bit at the start of the round and looked to get amongst it and set about Jackson a little bit. And I think a couple of those did get through. The uppercut was a particularly neat shot towards the start of the round, and it'll be interesting to see what he can do in the second half, because last time we saw him, he went 6, he won all 6 rounds. It was a pretty good performance. So it's charted territory, he knows what he's getting. If he can just keep that tempo high, really push himself in 4, 5 and 6 and make it as hot for Jackson as he possibly can, that's what you want to see.
And there was that uppercut. Just caught him square, caught him trapped in the corner, and you just saw a dip of the knees, didn't there? Just a little buckle there from Jackson, which is a rarity in his career. So that was a big breakthrough. Can Zach Fee now build on that into this 4th round? He was just having a problem close the distance, wasn't he, in the first couple of rounds? And Jackson was just making it difficult for him to do that. He managed to pin him down, close that gap, and his choice and selection of punches throughout that 3rd round was terrific.
Just picking up a slight ticking off from the referee there, Jackson, about a little bit of holding. And for Jackson, really, he wants to be all the way out or all the way in, doesn't he? If he gets caught in this mid-range, then that's where he's got problems. Close is safe, but he tried to get close there and walked onto a left hand.
Yeah, clubbed him with a left hook, and this is a rarity as well. Jackson clinging on. He's clearly been troubled by the power when those shots have got through. And that was a lovely, perfectly timed counter from Fee on that occasion. As Andy said, Jackson kind of stuck in between where he wanted to be distance-wise, and he was just picked off. Oh, lovely left hook to the body, dipped down into that, and again, he's slightly marooned in no man's land there, Jackson, and every time that's happened in this fourth round, he's been punished for it.
He really has, because he threw the punch, tried to move in behind it, but Fee just backed up enough, and as Jackson was reaching out for him, basically, he wasn't quite there, and he found that left hand into the body. So this is good stuff from Fee. He's kept the pace nice and high.
He's just looking a little bit quicker, isn't he? Hand speed now. Thought for sure, trying to wriggle clear of Jackson, who was holding his right hand. That was on the belt line, another right hand, but again, body work from Fee, starting to get through with some meaty shots. We asked the question at the start of this round if he could build on it, and that has been affirmative. And that was the really impressive part of his performance back in December against Louis Smithson, the only stoppage on his record so far. But it was like this. He kind of built through, just building layers and layers to the performance, and then getting better and better and better, and finally got the stoppage in the third round. Lovely left hook to the body and then an uppercut. And we've seen a bit of both of those shots so far. Back-to-back rounds for Fee, getting better as the fight goes on.
And he'll have plenty in the tank for rounds 5 and 6 as well. He's cut the ring off well, hasn't he? Because Jackson hasn't got up on his toes and tried to leg it, if you like, but at the same time, he's got decent feet, like you said, so he is capable of finding space. Yeah, and he's covered his movement pretty well.
In that fourth round, he wasn't legging it, but he was trying to kind of circumnavigate the ring, wasn't he? And ultimately, he just got cut down and then chopped down with a couple of shots. So even when he tried to give himself a bit of space, it wasn't quite good enough. And he's only, you suspect, going to find things more difficult. He lives the life, Zach Fee, no question about that. Quite upper body strong for a 19-year-old at this weight. Came in, I think, around 121 for this one. So I think as he gets older, next couple of years, he could develop into quite a strong fighter for the weight.
That's a good right hand to the body.
Double jab from Fee, desperate to pin Jackson down at the start of this fifth round. Well, that's a big jab. That was a bit like the first couple of rounds against Billum Smith a couple of weeks ago, and Billum Smith found a way to navigate those difficult early waters. There's a terrific left hook swiped in once again from Fee. He's finding it easier now to get close. He is just threatening to bully Jackson here.
That's exactly the right word, I think. He's cuffing him around, isn't he? Another left hand into the body, then switches up with a left hand to the head, and this is what he needs to do, is just try and just keep this tempo, this punch output as high as he can, and he won't mind that either. Jackson being forced into firing back.
Yeah, happened early on out of absolute necessity. But they were weary shots. And the crowd just sense that the moments that we've seen so far, the building momentum was about to crescendo into something for Fee. Still a minute to go in this fifth, penultimate round.
Again, just found the body there in this final minute. He needs another crescendo, doesn't he? He needs to take it up that level as we get towards the bell. Good left to the body again there. You can hear those, can't you?
And you can see the effect, because Jackson again hanging on, and it's not something you see too often from a fighter like him. First protocol is move your feet and get out of danger, but he's just been hemmed in, pressurized, and made to feel deeply uncomfortable through the last 3 rounds, and it is only getting worse and more pronounced.
I like the way that he's targeted the body too, because people often don't do that, but he would have looked at Jackson's record and known that he was a durable, skillful guy. But the body is on offer for him, isn't it? When you look at the way that he's set up, he tries to use that high guard and does leave that torso quite open, and so that's where he's gone most of the time.
Couple of loose shots getting through from Jackson, who only has 1 more round to go, so he's done well to survive the last 3 rounds of mounting pressure and hassle that have come his way from Zach Fee. There is something very fundamental, professional and old school about this young man. He belies his years.
He does, and there are no obvious weaknesses either. I think that's always a good thing to be able to say about a boxer. He's nice and compact. As you say, for 19, physically, he does look strong, because at that age, plenty of people still look quite boyish. There'll be more strength to come, definitely, but that upper body is solid. It really is, and he's listed as bantamweight at the minute, and that's what we kind of expect him to fight for titles at. But that will need to happen quite soon, I think, or he'll outgrow it.
Touch of the gloves as they embark on the 6th and final round. Just the 2nd time that Zach Fee's been into this territory, but I think because of his style, his regimen, his attitude and application, I think he's the kind of fighter who's actually going to get better the more you add rounds onto his career.
You'd imagine that the next thing they'll do with him is step him up to 8. Maybe they can get something organised for that Southern Area title. He's 5-0. Perkis, as I say, is still listed as champion, but he has retired. He was a Johnny Clark fighter as well. 5 or 6 fights to challenge for an area title at this kind of weight. It can be done.
He's come out orthodox in this round, hasn't he, Jackson? Wonder if that'll change the play at all from Fee, who's again stabbing the jab, again leading with body shots, and again Jackson clinging on. 3rd time notably we've seen it in the fight. That was good from Fee. He stepped back out after he landed the jab. He's not really had to do that this fight, because he's been able to press and pressurize. Crowd just getting into it, hoping maybe we're going to see 1 more of those crescendos with a minute to go. But that was a clever little step back. Bit of thought in his work late on in this fight.
Jackson just pinning that right arm of Fee on the blind side of the referee there. Kieran McCann will know exactly what he's up to there. He just makes it clear to Jackson that he sees all of this, but he's needing those tricks, isn't he, basically, because he knows that every time they get tight, he gets hold, and Fee is strong, and he'll shrug him off if he gives him half a chance.
I remember, I mean, we're all learning, Andy, aren't we? It's not just Zach Fee in there tonight. I remember Kieran McCann, the referee, just started out a few years ago, and you could see he was learning the ropes. You could see he was novice as a referee, and he's really blossomed because of that experience itself in the last year or so, as the the bigger gigs have beckoned and the bigger nights. I think Jackson just stumbled or lost his footing there briefly, and unfortunately for Jackson, the big moments of danger were averted in the final round, and Zach Fee goes another 6, gets another 6 in the bag. But there were 3 really impressive rounds in there, the 3rd, 4th and 5th, where he built steadily, applied the pressure, attacked the body, and just gave us a real glimpse of what he's about and where he's going.
It's another good performance. It'll be 60 points to 54. I've not seen all of his fights, but I'd imagine he may well have not dropped a round yet in his pro career, and getting these rounds under your belt against these kinds of opponents when you're the age he is really valuable. That's 23 pro rounds now, and he's not even 20 years old. It's good to see, because as you said right at the top, that there is no rush, but they will want next time, I think, someone who is coming to win. I think that's what they'll want.
Good night's work though. Jackson gets paid. He'll be able to get out again probably in another week or two's time, and Zach Fee gets some valuable rounds banked and experience, and also giving us an opportunity to see him once again. Let's get confirmation of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Kieran McCann scores the bout 60 to 54, and your winner, Zach Fee!
It's another win. It's another 6 rounds in the bank for Zach Fee. As Andy said, that's just 23 in his career so far, when you consider Stephen Jackson's just completed 260 himself. So long way to go for Zach Fee, but he makes it 5 on the way. All of them here at the Brentwood Leisure Centre, all of them on Johnny Clark shows, and Project Fee is very much up and running, and he whets the appetite about what the next year or two might look like. And as Andy Clark says, will he be knocking on the door of titles sooner or later, stepping him up in class? Let's find out. Let's get a debrief now with Ali.
Had some sound issues, so we're going to do that one again. Zach, so 5 fights, 5 on a top tier show. How did that one feel?
Yeah, it was good. It was, you know, another 60-54, another dominant performance. You know, I feel like I worked on things we did in the gym, you know, closing the gap with my feet, applying a bit more pressure, making the journeyman work a little bit more. And yeah, I thought it was a good performance.
Yeah, it looked like in round 3 you injected a bit of pace in there, you were closing the distance down better. Did you just need the first couple of rounds to suss him out?
Yeah, again, I've only had 5 pro fights, sorry, and you know, I'm using this as experience to learn and grow. So I had the first few rounds to feel him out, have a look what I was dealing with. Then once I was confident, I started to turn the screws and press the pace a little bit more.
Now, there's always talk of title fights around you. You're 5 fights in a year. What is the plan going forwards now?
Again, I think I'm just going to carry on the same trajectory I've been on. You know, improving every single fight, making every single performance a bit better. You know, having feedback from the other fights. You know, from Billy in the gym, Charlie in the gym, everybody around me. Sam Giddy actually said the same thing as well about getting the feet a little bit closer to make them work a little bit more. So, you know, I'm just learning and developing.
Well, it was a great performance. Great to have you back on the Top Tier show. Well done.
Thank you, Ali. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening. Scheduled 6 2-minute rounds in the women's featherweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Agostina Mariza.
Let's move on to our next fight then. Waiting for Elizabeth Ashoba, who is the opponent for Agostina Rojas from Buenos Aires, who hasn't won a fight in the last couple of years. She's not from 6 over the last 19 months, back to 2022. But she did go the distance with a certain Delphine Persoon over 6 rounds once upon a time. And we know that Persoon gave Katie Taylor hell not once but twice, back in 19 and 2020. So she's been sturdy enough in the past, but Ashoba has looked quality, and we're hopefully going to get a chance to see that tonight.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her opponent to the ring, Elizabeth Ashoba.
What a journey it's been so far in the relatively young life of Elizabeth Ashoba, from Nigeria via the Commonwealth Games, where she medalled a couple of years ago, now to Bristol, and now as an unbeaten prospect and pro, making her 8th appearance. She's highly ranked with the WBC. His champion Sky Nicholson is the target for many women around this featherweight. And she is ranked inside the top 10, Andy, so she's got plenty of ability. She will tower over Rojas too.
Absolutely, physically these two are very, very different. I'm looking forward to seeing Ashoba because, as you say, a good showing in the Commonwealth Games, silver medal, lost to Michaela Walsh, who's a really good fighter. Got Tony Borg in the corner there. That's a really experienced setup. They've had some great fighters go through that St. Joseph's gym. They don't mess about, so if she didn't have some ability, they wouldn't be there, would they?
Yeah, what a journey it's been for her, Ashoba, and also Tosin Kajawa, who we're going to see later on. Both of them youngsters in their 20s from Nigeria, who've been brought across and are doing good things. Both 25-year-olds, you can see 7-inch height advantage for Ashoba and the reach to go with it as well. So can she make that pay? She hits pretty hard with the right hand. She's got the 4-inch reach advantage to boot. Everything in Ashoba's favour tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 2-minute rounds in the women's featherweight division. This bout is brought to you by Johnny Clark of Top Tier Boxing and their proud sponsors, Buy Insulation, Synergy Direct, and Think Green Partners. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your timekeeper at the bell, Stephen Pucci, and your third person in the ring in charge of the action, referee Amy Poo. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. She's wearing the red and white. Her official weight of 10 stones bang on. She has a record of 16 fights, 7 losses, 1 draw, and 8 wins. Hailing from Buenos Aires, Argentina, Agostina Mariza. And her opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. She's wearing the purple with yellow trim. Her official weight of 9 stones and 10 pounds. She is currently undefeated with 7 wins, and 4 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Nigeria, introducing Elizabeth Oshoba.
Listen to me at all times. Watch your head, no hitting behind the head. This is the line, no low blows. Okay? When I say break, step back. Yeah? Protect yourself at all times. Touch glove.
Seconds out, round 1.
Here we go then, first of 6 in this featherweight division. The stoppage out in Denmark back in January. And that was for a fringe title that earned her some ranking points with the WBC, and high ranking points at that. So she is making her way. She's long rangey, she's got a good skill set. Look out for the jab and the long right hand as well. And skills that have taken her all across the world as an amateur, Andy, and now she looks a natural fit for the pros.
She really does, just switching stances there. She snapped that jab a few times, and against somebody like Rojas, who's that much shorter, who'll look to stoop and try and come forward herself, that's what you need to do. That division, that featherweight division's a good division as well, isn't it? You look at Sky Nicholson, Raven Chapman, Karis Artingstall, fighters we know over here who are all circling, and she wants to get into that mix as quick as she can, really.
Indeed, indeed. And it'll be interesting to see whether that's at super light or whether, in fact, she just trims a tiny bit. It won't take much to get down to light. How long she could do that's another thing entirely. She's in great shape, long-limbed, as you can see, but 136, I think she weighed coming into this one. And you fancy probably they'll be looking at the Commonwealth title sooner rather than later. It's Kenya's Sarah Achieng who is the super lightweight champion. Whether they can tempt her across remains to be seen. But there are going to be options anyway, whether it's 140 or whether it's possibly 135. She's got the skill set to be making waves, you fancy, sooner rather than later. Just occasionally switches to southpaw. Good start, platform built for Oshoba. And a real help, Andy, as well. You know, a long, long way from home. It's a different country, it's a different culture, different foods, different regimes. That the fact she's got Kajawa, Tosin Kajawa, a 22-year-old, the fact she's got kind of him as a shoulder to lean on. The fact they've got each other, in fact, as boxers from the same part of the world, must be a huge fill-up for them.
Yeah, I don't think you can underestimate that, you know, because it's easy to feel like athletes should just be able to assimilate and fit in because that's their job, and we can be quite kind of glib about it in team sports as well as individual sports. This is what you do, you should just make the adjustments, but it's not always, it's just not always that easy. And I think that, you know, them being here as a pair, I think will definitely help them. But you look at her in there and she is a natural athlete, isn't she, for a start? You would 100% say that about her. And she's trying to put some meat onto these punches.
Yeah, she was given the equivalent of a talking to rocket up the backside in between rounds, because she has come out firing. And I said the right hand often long as the punch. It was a really short one that stopped Michela Braga, the Italian, in Denmark last time up. And that was carrying her power into the final round of 10. And she's come out in blistering fashion here in the second.
It's always good when you can force a stoppage late on, because it suggests that you can carry that heat, that power deep into a fight. So that's something that always catches my eye if I see it on somebody's record. She was well ahead, she was winning the fight, but she forced a stoppage, and that is always a good thing.
Just a blink, look of discomfort on the face of Rojas. He's under a bit of pressure here, just under a minute to go in the second round. A very business-like approach from Ashoba throughout this particular session.
It'll be impressive if she manages to get rid of Rojas. It'll be impressive if she really puts a dent in her, because you look at that record and going the distance against Delphine Persoon, that is not an easy thing to do, because she just throws blizzards and blizzards of punches. But she's under the gun a bit here.
Hurt her a couple of times with that right hand, which is the punch for Ashoba. And we know how Persoon fights. It's full steam ahead, isn't it? High octane, big engine, fights at a fast pace, and Ashoba trying to emulate a bit of that in that second round. That might just have been a breakthrough round. Little shake of the head I can see up to our right from Rojas. There's a glimpse at her, deeply uncomfortable moments throughout that round.
The accuracy has been really good from Ashoba. She's looked to snap that jab, throw that right hand, but step onto the inside as well and whip in that uppercut and lead off with a left hook, a good tight left hook every now and again. So she's happy to try and keep it long or take it up close. And with the way that Rojas, being that much shorter, does that basically, just keeps that tight guard and almost walks in. That uppercut that she caught her with there, that's a really good shot for her, isn't it, basically? It takes some confidence to throw it, to lead off with it, because if you don't land it, you've got a problem. But she's not throwing it far. She's taking her feet in and just sliding it up between that guard. So this is interesting. If she can keep the, as we said with Zach Fee, if she can keep the tempo high here, then I think she might be able to get something done.
Only lost 3 of her 60 amateur fights, did Ashoba. One of those in the Commonwealth Games to Belfast's Michaela Walsh. Underlines what a performance that was from Walsh. And a couple of big right hands at the start of this round, the start of the third for Ashoba again.
Little bit of marking up, swelling maybe around that left thigh there of Rojas, because she's trying to cover up, but when she does, like she is there, you can see that she's still feeling the weight of the punch through that guard, through those gloves, and she's finding it difficult to stay out of the way.
She can't get anything off. She was trying in that corner to try and mount an assault of her own, just to find some kind of offense to stem the flow, but she couldn't. And it's one-way traffic, this. Nice little uppercut, then a stiff jab to follow from Ashoba. It's having things pretty much her own way here. And as Andy said, good spot that. You can see the left eye just starting to swell up, mark up for Rojas.
And just backing up and keeping that distance, Ashoba, because the only way you can really get into trouble against Rojas is if you allow her to get too close to you. Basically, you allow her to walk in, but she's never allowed that. And that right hand again
right
crashes
hand
through.
Yeah, big right hand. It split the guard. She was starting just to do that, press through the guard. Rojas, very unsteady, struggling to get up, and she doesn't beat the count. Right at the end of round 3, it had been coming. It had been in the post, it's fair to say, through the first couple of rounds. And that was a big breakthrough and a bit of a statement, in truth.
It was. It absolutely was, because you look at Rojas, and the fact is, of those 7 defeats, she's been the distance with Lauren Parker, who's a good fighter, generally at a lower weight, so a different kind of proposition. Ramla Ali, who, as we know, is an accomplished fighter, and Delphine Persoon, who has operated at super featherweight and lightweight, and who is a very, very aggressive fighter. But I don't think she's been in with anybody, Rojas, who punches quite like Ashoba does. And she put them together really well. There wasn't much coming back, and she is a fairly static target, so you don't want to get too carried away with it. But at the same time, she has managed to do that, something that nobody else has done, and she looked really nice and sharp.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing to say. It was one-way traffic. She was able to tee off. She was pretty much able, Ashoba, to do whatever she wanted. But look at that shot. That is a cracker. And it had been coming just in the seconds building up to it. She was just starting to pierce the guard. And that is a beauty. That's a knockout punch. Fair play to Rojas. It was a delayed reaction, but that was a knockout shot.
It was a big shot. It was that kind of dip glide, wasn't it? You just drop that left shoulder, step in and throw that right hand in that just very, very kind of shallow arc straight down the middle. She doesn't pull off that right hand, that straight right. She sends it as true as an arrow down the middle. It was a good all-round display. I don't think you could really have asked for much more from her there.
She's going to be a bit of a handful, I think, around her weight, whether it is lightweight or super light, like welter in old money. Yeah, she's going to be a handful. She is going to be a handful, and they can just tighten up, sharpen up the length of that right hand, because we've seen it in 3 fights now. When she shortens the right hand, it's a really damaging shot, and that's probably something Tony Boyd, with all that experience, they'll be working on, because that's going to be a weapon.
Absolutely, and you can completely understand why they've taken her on. You really can, because you look at some of the fighters they've had down there, amateur and pro in recent years. You're looking at the Selby's, you're looking at Cordina, Craig Evans, to name just a handful of them. It's a very, very good gym.
Fair play to Sean Murray, who's the local businessman in the southwest, who was scouring the internet, looking for potential talent and stars from Africa that he could maybe help with their careers. And well, he happened upon Ashoba and Kajawa, who've come across, and my goodness me, they might have a little diamond, a piece of gold in the shape of Elizabeth Ashoba, who sparkled tonight and made an impression on Agustina Rojas. Let's get confirmation of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official time, 1 minute and 46 seconds of round number 3. Your winner by TKO and still undefeated, Elizabeth Ashoba.
Well, Elizabeth Ashoba doing what hadn't been done. Agustina Rojas from Buenos Aires, and moves to 8-0, and that's 5 stoppages along the way. And with her range, those long arms, the spearing jab, the athleticism, ticks a load of boxes, and she's going to be great to watch. There'll be a few who have been served notice tonight, and whether that's across the continents, Commonwealth-wise, or maybe even globally.
Absolutely, absolutely. You've alluded to the weight there a couple of times, and it's kind of fascinating that back in January, that WBC silver was at featherweight, and as you said, she was 136 tonight, 126, the featherweight limit. How's that possible now when you look at, just look at the shape of her? How did she do that in January? I really have no idea.
Yeah, absolutely. But, well, options, one way or another. It's feather, super feather, light welter, loads of opportunities and bags of talent as well. Let's get some reaction now with Ali.
Elizabeth, you moved to 8-0. That's the 2nd stoppage in a row. Just sum up how that performance went.
Really, it wasn't a tough fight, though, yeah. But she's good. She's tough as well. But, you know, I've been training, and so it's just so easy for me. Like, I just want to thank everyone here, my supporters, my sponsors, my manager, my coaches, everyone here in Nigeria. Nigeria, they carry last, yeah.
Look, a bit of a statement in there tonight. Was that the intention going in? Was that the game plan, to get a statement?
Actually, no. Knockouts just come, yeah. You don't plan knockouts. But I know I'm going to stop her, sure. I know it's going to be an easy fight for me. Because I was looking forward to meet the ones at the top. Like, I was number 7 in the world, yeah? I'm looking forward to meet 6, 5, 3, 2, 1, anybody. And I'm using this moment to call out Sky Nicholson. I want to fight her. Like, let's get the fight on. Sky Nicholson, just let's get the fight on. Let her take the fight.
That would be a good fight. Tony, let's bring you in. What have you been working on in the gym to get performances like that?
Everything, really. She's really works really hard in the gym every session. She's normally the last one in, Sorry, aspirin in, first one out, the other way round, like, you know. She comes in the gym, she works, the bags, the pads. She enjoys doing everything she does, sparring, and we're just waiting for a big fight now.
This was made at featherweight. You've been up and down the weights. What is your ideal weight? What weight do you feel strongest at?
I think featherweight, super feather, lightweight. I'm ready to fight anyone. I'm just ready.
It was your first time on Top Tier Show. How did you find it?
It was amazing. Like, it was nice view, everyone around. It was amazing. I love it. It was so nice. Thank you to the sponsors.
It was great to have you on the show. Great performance. Well done.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening. Scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Jackson Osagi.
Well, this is exactly the type of opportunity looking at, and now he has it as a relatively late replacement for Lewis Rose, who was supposed to be in the other corner, and it's Osagi who's answered the call. He's got a loose, relaxed style as well in the ring. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do tonight now that he's got the platform.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Nikolai Campbell.
Making his way to the ring is Nikolai Campbell, the 32-year-old who's been boxing for quite some time. Now, this is just the 14th fight in a career that started nearly a decade or so ago. He's always in immaculate condition, always been a believer in strength and conditioning. And the experience of that Central Area title fight from the autumn of last year, maybe that's going to be the springboard for him now to really kick on with his career. He lost out on that one, though. He had to overcome some physical adversity throughout, and another opportunity now knocks. He brings the experience to the table. Andy, you got to speak to him in the last month or so as well. He talks a good game. He always looks the part. What are you expecting tonight?
I'm expecting a really good fight, actually, because Campbell, as you say, boxed for that area super middleweight title, perforated an eardrum in the first round, and that's a big thing to happen because it takes your balance away. It's very disorientating if it's never happened to you before. So after that really changed everything. But Osagi, I saw in the box up last September against Robbie Chapman, a draw over 4 rounds, brilliant fight. Osagi can really fight and still has plenty of ambition. So this could be anything. This could be great.
The same Chapman who Campbell beat some 4 years ago over 6. You can see they're both 32-year-olds. Slight height advantage for Osagi. They both look in mustard condition as well. There's a 4-inch reach advantage for Campbell coming into this one. He's finely poised.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. This bout is brought to you by Johnny Clark of Top Tier Boxing and their proud sponsors by Insulations, Synergy Directs, and Think Green Partners. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your timekeeper at the bell, Stephen Pucci, and your third man in the ring in charge of the action, A-star referee, Mark Bates. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the white with black trim. His official weight of 12 stones, bang on. He has a record of 5 fights, 1 loss, 2 draws, and 2 wins. Hailing from Birmingham, England, United Kingdom, Jackson Osagie! His opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black with purple trim. His official weight of 12 stones, bang on. He has a record of 13 fights, 2 losses, 11 wins, and 2 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Sheffield, England, United Kingdom, Nikolai Campbell!
Seconds out, round 1.
Here we go then. Scheduled for 6, this one. And looking forward to seeing if Jackson Osagie can rise to the occasion. Now he's been granted the opportunity, or whether the experience and relative pedigree of Nikolai Campbell is going to be the difference, and how much the experience of that area title fight last time up is going to be a motivation, Andy, for Campbell tonight.
I know he feels that he definitely belongs at that kind of level. Like all fighters, he feels like he belongs at a level above that, but although he did lose, and he lost wide against Reece Farnhill because of that injury early in the fight, he does feel like he proved something to himself, that he could cope with that kind of adversity, dig in and have to fight the kind of fight he would never normally fight, which is up close and rugged and personal, because to keep his balance, all he could really do was go to the ropes. But Osagie is a tough fighter. He's got that wide stance, and he will look to let something heavy go every time he gets the opportunity. It was a great fight against Chapman, and a really good night, actually, because what that night did was give chances to fighters who either struggled to get them because they're good but can't sell tickets, which is a bad position to be in, isn't it? Or to away corner fighters. Chapman's an away corner fighter, and those two really gave it to each other right from the first bell.
And this is an opportunity for Osagie. He's a natural counter puncher, essentially. You know, he is trying to tease a few opportunities on the front foot here. Very relaxed, confident in his own style. An interesting kind of development in the play, isn't there? Tactically, they both come out with intentions to get on the front foot. It looked like Campbell was going to do that through the spearing southpaw jab to the body early on. Nearly landed a counter shot there, and now it's Osagie who's trying to get just maybe get a bit of momentum on the front foot.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because if you look at the canvas, if you look at their feet, they're right on top of each other, because they're treading on the top of each other's lead foot, which is normal for a southpaw against an orthodox fighter. So that gives you the impression that they're well within punching range, but then when you switch up and look at their upper body, they're not really, because they both got that wide split stance. So they'll feel like they're within range of each other, but actually they're just pulling their weight onto the back foot, and neither one's really landing, are they?
Nice little slip and slide, courtesy of athletic front foot movement there from Campbell, and he managed to dart to one side and then land a straight left hand. That was clever stuff. at the end of the first round. Lots of thought and process going into it. Battle of minds and wills, wasn't it?
It was. I think this one will definitely warm up. He's not been boxing for that long, Asagi. Started boxing 4 years ago, did a bit of amateur, a bit of white collar, from Nigeria, in Birmingham now. An itinerant existence, which for Nigerians is quite common. He went from Nigeria to Italy 17, 18 years ago, then from Italy to the UK in 2014, but didn't start boxing until relatively recently. And as you mentioned, Campbell's been out this actually really quite a long time, so he hasn't been very active. Boxes out of Sheffield, but moves down here usually for the last few weeks of camp for any fight, because his uncle's got a gym down in Kent somewhere, I think.
Yeah, that's the Gravesham Amateur Boys Club. That's the gym that's produced Chev Clark, isn't it, in recent years as well? So that'll have been a buzz for everyone down there, and Chev Clark being an inspiration, of course, as a good amateur who's went in with some of the best in plenty of those international competitions, and of course now winning titles early on in his professional career as well. So he'll be an inspiration to many, and Campbell wouldn't mind joining that queue.
He's got that right hand cocked and ready to go, Asagi, at all times, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's almost a sort of early 20th century lean back style that is just begging you to lead off. But you know, in doing that, you've got to be accurate, you've got to get your feet and timing absolutely perfect, because you know what's coming back, as Andy said.
There goes that right hand. What's interesting about that kind of setup is that his weight really is on his back foot. And when you do look to lead off, like you say, he'll pull his weight onto that back foot, further onto that back foot, and look to launch that right hand. But if you can make him pull his weight onto his back foot and then go at him again, he's stuck, isn't he? There's nowhere for him to go.
Yeah, he can only go straight backwards. Exactly right. So as much as it can be an advantage, the chances are, particularly as you go up in level, it can be a massive handicap. But it looks like there's lots of power from this Asagi. He looks quite heavy-handed. He missed with a few wild shots, just a few parts back. But you do fancy this power there. He just missed with the hook. He tried a little short right hand there as well, but he's giving it a lash in this round. Just little warning signs that Campbell needs to be absolutely switched on.
The problem he's got too, Asagi, is against the southpaw, that right hand's got to travel a really long way to land, hasn't it? That's good from Campbell. Took his feet in, left into the body. Nothing flashy about it, but it's a solid scoring shot.
Yeah, and a couple of times he's done that. When he gets his footwork right, he just kind of slides across, foot on the outside, and opens up the space for him to land that left hand. So technically, some good stuff. We saw it at the end of the first, and maybe heads just came together there. But the style, the strength, and the intimidation of Asagi just presenting a couple of problems for Campbell. I think Asagi's the kind of guy who'd be easy to unsettle opponents.
Yeah, I think so. I think there probably is something quite unnerving about somebody who is so obviously looking to do one thing that you maybe start to wonder whether it's a double bluff, and it isn't. That really is what he's looking to do.
Yeah, and sometimes an unconventional approach can be really difficult to counter. I remember playing football. We had one team who were just a nemesis, because they'd all go forward and so they wouldn't defend properly. But that meant if an attack broke down, suddenly they'd have 5, 6, 7, 8 players in an attacking position. They were an absolute nightmare to play against.
But they committed to it. They committed to their approach unashamedly, and that's kind of what he does. You see him just hanging on that back foot with that right hand cocked and ready to go, And you look at it and you feel like it's far too obvious, that, surely, isn't it? Far too obvious, but that's what he's wanting you to do, is just come in, make you fall short, and then just let it go like a harpoon straight down the middle.
Looking to lead off with that right hand now as well. Swiping it like a dumbbell on a rope there a couple of times.
Front feet just clashing there. But that's good from Campbell, because he took his feet in, he jabbed his way in, Asagi pulled his weight onto that back foot, and he just kept coming, moved in behind the jab, scored with the left hand to the body, got back out, and that's not a particularly eye-catching way to win a fight, but he can win the fight doing that, can't he? Because, as we said, with those two phases, if you like, or moving in behind the double jab, he'll put Asagi in a position where he's definitely going to be able to hit him.
Yes, and it's worth noting that this one's scheduled for 6. Here we are on the 3rd. Asagi's never been beyond 4, and the way he's been sort of swiping wildly, putting a lot of effort into some of those shots, missing quite wildly and extravagantly on a couple of occasions. I think it's important for Campbell just to stay switched on here, to be professional, maybe in some respects to bide his time. But these rounds are swinging by and not easy to score.
No, but I would probably give the edge to Campbell in all of them, I reckon. A nice bit of work from him about 30 seconds ago. Again, just took his feet in, landed the left hand from up close. Too close, really, for Asagi to have any room to do anything with that right hand. And you've got to really trust that power, haven't you? Particularly in this shorter duration, because you haven't got all that long to set something up, and he is really relying on landing it and doing some proper damage.
Yeah, he's got to be so careful how he commits, I think, and you can see that sort of thought and wariness in his work. But some clever stuff through the last minute from Campbell. I don't know if that's his own face on his socks or whether it's a fallen friend, but he does have a face imprinted on those white socks. Mind you, I used to shout "come on me" on a night out, so I probably can't really complain. But maybe just a little element of control last 30 seconds from Campbell.
I think so. As discussed, Asagi, he makes you wary.
Yeah, it's not an easy night's work. Maybe as the rounds go by and he tires, the night's work will get a little easier for Nikolai Campbell, but we shall see. I think the important thing for Campbell, Andy, is he's not got frustrated, and it could easily have become difficult and frustrating tonight.
Yeah, definitely. I think what you have to do against an opponent like Asagi, and I think it's true of just boxing generally, you've just got to completely commit to what it is that you're doing. So if you're going to move in behind that double jab, move in behind that double jab and really throw that straight left hand into the body or head, whichever area it manages to land on. If you're going to get close, really get close. The head's just clashing on the inside, I think, there.
Yeah, Campbell winced after that exchange. It looked like they came together. He's trying to win that front foot battle. A double jab right at the start of the round. Some of those wild swipes are landing on the gloves. They're not landing as scoring shots from Asagi, who is talking to Campbell.
I think he's slightly frustrated. Ideally, what Asagi wants you to do is stand and trade. He's that kind of fighter, but if you've got half a brain, you're not going to do that against him, and Campbell's not doing that, and Asagi just showing some signs of frustration for exactly that reason.
Yeah, and I tell you what's really noticeable in this round, which is his right foot. He's almost moving it sideways at times to make sure he is outside of the front foot of Asagi, and that's just giving him the little bit of control that he might need.
That's good from Campbell, just dipping his knees and swooping underneath that right hand. Asagi has quite simply got to do more, hasn't he? Because we're into round 4 here. I don't think he's won a round yet. He's landed some leather, but I don't think he's done enough to win a round because he's just not busy enough, is he?
No. And you fancy maybe just tiring a little bit, and the jab and that front foot control is really working for Campbell now. You can almost see him angling his body himself. You can hear the strength and power from Asagi, that's for sure. That big right hook landing completely on the glove. So again, not a scoring shot, but it'll have caught the eyes of Campbell and certainly the attention and ears of the punters here tonight.
He definitely has that power, and it doesn't seem to really matter how he throws it, whether he throws it up from his bootlaces or whether he bowls it in with this big long hook or whether he throws it a little bit straighter. But there's a decent jab from Campbell, and there's not all that much that Asagi can
move to his right and to Asagi's left, then it takes him further and further away from the danger of the right hand, Andy. So he's kind of worked. There's been a technical adjustment, maybe slightly helped by Asagi tiring and some of the steam running out a little bit. He's complaining to the referee. I'm not sure about what, whether it's the glove.
I think they're just generally quite frustrated because basically, as we said, Asagi's the kind of fighter where he wants you to stand and have a fight with him. That's what he wants. And he doesn't appreciate it if you won't cooperate. And basically, Campbell has no intention of cooperating with that, none whatsoever. And quite rightly.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out. Round 5.
Here we go then, into round 5. Uncharted territory for Jackson Asagi. I thought he was complaining at the end of that round, but actually it was the referee just telling him to make sure he punched with the correct part of the glove. He suggesting he was kind of flicking out with the edge of the glove rather than the knuckle part. So that's what that little exchange was about towards the end of the round. Here's a bit of pressure, bit of muscle and energy again from Asagi into Andy uncharted territory in terms of the rounds for him.
It is, and he just let fly with a big left hook there, and he's going to have to use that because, as you say, if he circles off to his right-hand side here, Campbell, then it takes that right hand out of the equation, and he's going to need to try and land that left hand or lead off with that left hand, but he's just knocked down by that one.
Yeah, speaking of left hands, well, there was a left hook, stuttered backwards, lost his footing. There was at least a little bit of a stutter when he got to his feet as well. And the first breakthrough, the first big moment of the fight. And it's come early in the 5th round. We've got just under 2 minutes to go.
It's just a sweet punch, wasn't it? There wasn't loads on it, but as we've mentioned, his weight is very heavily on that back foot. He was backed up onto the back foot. The left hand landed with enough force to just take him. We talk about people coming over the top of their front foot. He went over the back of his back foot, didn't he, and touched down.
And it's exactly what Andy was speaking about earlier on, the fact that he does lean so heavily backwards, leaning back from the waist as well. There's nowhere really to go. He can't dart off sideways, left or right. He does go back in straight lines, and if you can time that, I'll get the tactics and the technique right, then there will be an opportunity for him. An opportunity knocked there for Nikolai Campbell in the 5th round. Can he ram it home?
He doesn't want to get carried away here, though, because everything's going nicely for him. He just moved in behind another double jab there, got him close, dips his hand underneath Azagi's shoulder, throws that left hand in, connected, half connected around about the chest, but it's kind of a shot to nothing, really, if he moves in behind that double jab and throws that left hand, because by the time he's thrown it, he's right on Azagi's shoulder and there's not much he can do about it.
Yeah, and he's trying to show different looks to Asagi and a bit of movement, but actually for the first time in a while he's moving back towards the right hand, which probably isn't a wise decision. A couple of wild swipes there from Asagi over in that far corner a moment ago, and it does look like the threat and the danger presented by that left hook knockdown has just dissipated into the air. Ha! Commentator's curse. There goes a big left hand. Looked like it was just on the inside of the glove, which might just have deflected the power, but that was a good shot and a nice opening created by Campbell, who had a big round.
He did. That was a really good round. And he's got better and better as the fight's gone on, hasn't he? And there's that left hand where exactly he's pulled that weight onto the back foot, and then his balance goes. The punch is heavy enough to take his balance away, and he can't move that right foot out from underneath him, essentially is what happened, wasn't it? So it wasn't a heavy knockdown, but it's a smart piece of boxing.
Yeah, and it all came from a bit of movement where he just slid again across to his right. It just opened up everything for him.
Seconds out, 6 and final round.
Round 6 then. And of course, Nikolai Campbell has already been 10, so he's got that experience and rationing out the energy, dealing with all of that. As the feet just getting a bit close together and tangling at the start of this 6th round. But Campbell's been switched on, hasn't he? You see it in his eyes all night. He's been really sharp mentally, and I think he needed to be. Could have got a bit uncomfortable unnecessarily.
He has been. And he's grown in confidence as the fight has gone on as well. He had a method coming into it, definitely, but he was feeling his way with it a little bit in the first couple of rounds, and there's nothing really wrong with that. But like I said, against someone like Asagi, you really have to commit, because what he absolutely wants is for you to be slightly uncertain, find yourself in the wrong place, and then he can let that right hand go. Just being told off by the referee about use of the forearm there, I think, but Campbell is boxed clever here. He's done a good job.
Yeah, and if I was in his corner, I would ban him from moving left this entire round. The big
just
opening,
do that, basically.
Yeah,
just jab
exactly.
and step off to your right-hand
Slide
side.
across, absolutely. That's how he created the knockdown, and it keeps him out of harm's way from the right hand. I would just say repeat, rinse, repeat. Oh, he caught him there. Now, he was looking down at the tangling of the feet, and he just got distracted there momentarily, and Asagi, fair play, was sharp onto it.
He just has to let his hands go here, Asagi, but again he gets caught by the left hand there.
Yeah, and I think that one just on the inside of the glove again, so it didn't connect properly, didn't maybe do the damage that it could have done.
And then he led off with a right hook, which we haven't really seen him do, Campbell. Gets up on his toes there as Asagi looked to launch an attack. Just over 45 seconds to go. Yeah,
inside the final minute. I don't think now's the time for any histrionics or anything outrageous. Nice sharp straight left. He almost speared it from a downward position up towards the rafters and the lights there, Campbell. So some really eye-catching stuff from him in the last couple of rounds.
And stylistically you can see why what happened in that area title fight in every single way was just such an alien experience for him. He walks onto a right hand there because the eardrum problem meant that he went to the ropes, which is just not something he would ever normally do.
But there's a reminder of what he's been looking for all night, Asagi. Big right hand, and that's the best shot of the night for Asagi. He just wasn't allowed to land it until very, very late on. But a little final reminder for Campbell to be switched on at all times. And finally, a respect from both men, and Campbell did what he had to do. They just had a bit of mastery over Asagi as that fight developed.
He did. He knew that he couldn't afford to get into some kind of firefight with him, that would be unwise, so he didn't do that. But he landed plenty of good, clean shots. It wasn't just some kind of a spoiling performance, it was an intelligent display, and that's another good, strong left hand there that he landed in that final round. And it wouldn't have needed too much more on that one, and we might have seen Asagi lose balance and touch down again, because he did score a knockdown too. Although just there was where he caught with that right, but he was moving off it himself, so kind of took the sting out of it. It's a good performance though. As you said, it could only really go wrong in that final round if he suddenly just lost his mind and decided to stand in the middle of the ring and swing, but you do sometimes see people do that.
We've seen dafter things, Andy, you and I, down the years ringside, haven't we? But ultimately he's really switched on, clocked on, professional, and I think technically and tactically he kind of worked things out as that one progressed, which is exactly what you want to see. Referee had to be switched on with Asagi a couple of times himself. I think they're still in debate about one or two of those calls, but ultimately let's get confirmation of it now with Hunt.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Mark Bates scores the bout 58-55, and your winner, Nikolai Campbell.
3 points in it in the end, but the right winner, Nikolai Campbell, it is, and all smiles at the end of it. It's an uncomfortable night. You probably have a few welts and bruises as the heads got close a couple of times. Nearly embarrassed by a right hand at the end, but ultimately it was kind of mental pressure, and he just had to stay switched on, which he was able to do.
Exactly, 58-55, so with the knockdown that's 4 rounds to 2 for Campbell. So you'd imagine that final round probably went Asagi's way, and the referees found one other for him in there, which I wouldn't argue with strenuously. I thought that Campbell, I probably gave him the first 5 and maybe gave Asagi that last one. He's still kind of having a bit of a grumble Jackson, isn't he, on his way out of the ring, because he just felt like Campbell should have wanted to fight a bit more. But this is boxing. It's not just fighting, is it? It's boxing.
Absolutely right. And we've got more. There's another young prospect coming up, another Nigerian-based over here, Tosin Kajawa, who's coming up next. But before then, let's hear from Ali.
Nikolai, great performance, back to winning ways. Just sum up how you feel.
A little bit disappointed with that performance, to be honest. I really expected to get him out of there because I've been putting in the work in the gym with Jason down at Gravesend Boxing Club, and with my trainer Liam Walsh as well. You know what I mean? I've put a lot into this camp. I've been really dedicated. Like, I've left no stones unturned, so I expected to get him out of there. So I'm just a little bit disappointed with the performance, but I'm just happy to get the win in general. And I want to say massive shout out to my family that's been supportive to me throughout this camp. You know what I mean? Jess, Veronica, Monica, Remy, like, it's been unbelievable. Like, I just can't thank them enough for sticking by me through a hard camp.
Now, you did get the knockdown in the 5th round. Yeah. Did you think at that stage maybe you could continue it and get it stopped then?
Yeah. When I knocked him down, I wanted to get him out of there, but I didn't want to rush it at the same time, because I know that obviously I could get caught with silly shots just like I did then. Like, but I'm built like a lion. I told him that he's gonna have to kill me if he's trying to get me out of there, because that's never happening.
What was said just before the announcement of the scores?
No, when he announced the scores, he said, I said, yo, you definitely didn't believe you won that fight, did you? He said, yeah, apart from the knockdown, I thought I beat you. I thought, yo, you're deluded, bro. Like, you know what I mean? You're deluded. You definitely didn't win that fight. I'm as pretty as a girl. You didn't touch me. He said, apart from the one shot right there. But credit to him, he was a good fighter, you know what I mean? I like him. Funny guy. I mean, I say that, bloody hell. Talk about Johnny booking the same hotel as the guy. Imagine that for promoter.
Well, now you're back to winning ways. What is next? Are you wanting to go straight back into title level?
Straight back in the deep end. You know, I don't want to tiptoe around my career. Like Lee knows this, Johnny knows this, Abdul knows this. You know what I mean? Like I've told him, listen, I don't even mind going out of the country. Like I told you last time. Like I just want the biggest fights, biggest and best fights for myself. You know what I mean? Like you want to be able to test yourself in this sport, and I want to be able to. When people mention my name, they think, yo, you know, that guy, he can fight. To be honest, like he's not just a pretty face.
Well, great to have you on the show. Back to winning ways. Well
yeah,
done.
I'm actually grateful to be on this show. You know what I mean? It's the first time actually being down here. Not only performing on the show. This is the first time I've actually been to Essex and been to one of these shows. It's like, to me, you can't believe it's a small hall show. You know what I mean? I really hope it gets TV funding. You know what I mean? Because the credit to him, it deserves it. It's like, to be honest, it's one of the best shows he's been at. You know what I mean? When you look around, like he pays attention to fine detail. You know what I mean? I'm a great admirer of Johnny. I don't want to take up your time. Someone else might use the fight. Sorry.
Well done. Back to winning ways.
Yeah, much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening. Scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Adam Chieslak.
Well, this guy, Adam Chieslak from Poland, 32-year-old, is a busy guy who's got a great mindset, great attitude, and basically go wherever he can to get paid and have a fight. This is 7th outing so far in 2024. He's been to York Hall, he's been to Denmark, he's been out to France, he's even been to his native Poland as well. So, tough guy, rarely stopped, and he will bring it tonight against the youngster.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Tosin Kajawa.
Well, enter Tosin Kajawa, only 22, but already 10 fights into a professional career. And he's a talented young guy with plenty of skills, though he did ended up getting dragged into a bit of a war last time up. He was put down in the second round back in November, and having looked like he was going to outpoint, outskill, out-talent his Tanzanian opponent, ultimately it was a bit of a gut check, probably an early one that him and his team weren't expecting. You can see he's got the advantages in height and reach, and they are substantial. Several inches in height and some 8 inches in reach as well. So Chieslak will be looking to get under those long arms and to use a bit of his strength and his experience to unsettle Kajawa, which was exactly what happened last time out. It's a real contrast in styles, Andy, we've got coming up.
It is. I'm looking forward to seeing Kajawa because physically he looks impressive. He's got a good record, and again, like a Shober, he's been taken on by Tony Borg and that team in Newport, so he must have something about him. So very much looking forward to seeing what he's got. Chieslak is a tough guy, but he does give you a chance because he does like to try and win. He's got some good away wins, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. If he gets a chance, he will. He did it in France back in May. What can he provide tonight? We're going to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. This bout is brought to you by Johnny Clark of Top Tier Boxing and their proud sponsors, by Insulations, Synergy Direct, and Think Green Partners. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your timekeeper at the bell, Brett Bowles, and the third man in charge of the action in the ring, A-star referee Kieran McCann. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the red and white. His official weight of 12 stones, 2 pounds. He has a record of 26 fights, 1 draw, 8 wins, and 3 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Poland, Adam Cieslak. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black and red. His official weight of 12 stones, 8 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 10 wins, and 5 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Bristol, England, United Kingdom, Tosin Kajawa!
Listen up. You both know the rules. You will obey my commands at all times, all right? When I tell you to break, you break clean, take a step back and throw no punches. Watch your heads in close. Most importantly, lads, protect yourself at all times, all right? Shake hands.
Well, I think Lagos, Nigeria might be laying claim to Tosin Kajawa, but Bristol is no doubt his home for now, and that is where he is laying his head and hopefully making his hay as he embarks on a boxing career that has seen him move to 10-0 so far. And early on he will look to work behind that long jab and keep things at range, but that's exactly the opposite of what Adam Cieslak wants.
Exactly, he's going to need to find a way inside that lead hand, Cieslak. He had a nice little dip and roll there. But he's showing us in the early stages, Kajawa, that it looks like he does have a solid enough jab. But Cieslak, as you can see right from the beginning, we talked about it on the tail of the tape, he does try and get something done. He does look to try and win. And when you're up against him, that makes him a good opponent, a good test, because he brings some ambition, but that also gives you an opportunity. It's not the case here that you're up against someone who's just looking to cover up for 6 rounds. He gives you more than that.
Indeed, and because of that, when you've got a young prospect, the matchmakers have got to give it good thought about whether this is the right test at this stage of the career. Because if there are any openings, any weaknesses, then Cieslak will try and unearth them and try and capitalise on them.
And he's obviously game. I mean, I know you have to be in the away corner, but he's giving away some size here because he's a middleweight, really, Cieslak, isn't he, I think? Super middleweight at an absolute stretch. He's definitely not a light heavyweight, and Kajawa definitely is.
Yeah, the 6 pounds up was 6 pounds between them at the weigh-in yesterday. He did weigh in at light heavy last time up, Cieslak, but as Andy said, prior to that, he's sub 170 pounds regularly. In fact, he was in between super light and welterweight once upon a time. So yeah, there is certainly a discrepancy naturally in body weight and size, different stages of their career, but ultimately it can come down to attitude, mentality, and indeed a punch or punches. And ultimately last time, what looked like it could have been a bit of a cruise and a dominant night for Kajawa. All it took was a right hand and a left hook, and suddenly all the plans went out the window, as Mike Tyson famously once said. And you know, it just became a bit of a fight, and ultimately he had to show something else in that fight, but probably not the kind of thing that Tony Borg and his team were hoping they were going to see at this stage of his career.
It's a strange one, that, for a trainer, isn't it? Because in a way you're pleased because he's been put down early. You'll know that in the back of your mind you're kind of wondering whether that should really have happened against the kind of opponent he was in with. But you can't be perfect every time, can you? And if you can dig in and turn things around, then that's always a good sign.
Absolutely right. There was a lovely chopping right hand from Kajawa that we saw just before the end of the round, and I think that got the attention of Cieslak. And we spoke about it, I think, before, Andy, about we're always, certainly as fans, as pundits and as commentators, we're always hyping up negatively when a fighter gets clocked, and it's the business they're in. You know, we always view it negatively. Oh, he shouldn't be taking shots like that, but it's the business, and it's how you react to it. Obviously, there is the mantra, hit and don't get hit, but the likelihood is that they're going to get their feet wet.
100%, and some nights a fighter, to an extent, chooses to take a few because they realise that the best way to win, A to B, they don't really have the power to bother you. You're okay to walk through a few to finish them off, and then you'll get criticised for taking too many punches, particularly if you turn professional with a big reputation. Buatsi used to get that a bit earlier in his career, that he was taking a few too many on the chin, but the reason he decided to do it in 2 or 3 fights was because he wasn't bothered by the power, and he knew the quickest way to get the job done was just to take one to land 5 or 6, and it's not realistic to think that somebody's going to go through their entire career punch perfect. And you need to know at some point, don't you? You need to know.
And one of the things, and it just reminded me, that short right hand that Kujawa landed at the end of that first round, and he again, there was another clipping shot early in this second round, but Andy's got a new book out now called The Knockout, and the one thing that going through that really struck me, certainly as a commentator, as a fan, to be a little more thoughtful and wary of and mindful of, is the fact that one of those punches might just have unsettled the fighter, and I mean physically, upstairs in the brain, might have unsettled them. And you know, they could be, it might not have been an obvious shot, it might not have been a knockout shot, it might not be one that the commentators were going whoa at and the fans were up on their feet at, but you never know in those little exchanges. Sometimes there's a punch that has an effect, and it's an effect that lingers 2 rounds, 3 rounds, and that was one of the really interesting facets of the book. Doesn't have to be a knockout. Sometimes there can be a punch at a given time in a fight that actually has a lasting effect during that fight, if not beyond.
That's so true, and they can be difficult to see because fighters are so good at disguising it. They're so good at hiding pain. They're so good at making out like nothing has happened, and often it will happen and we won't notice it. And we sat here and done this a lot, and doctors will admit that sometimes it takes them a long time to really see it. But if it has happened, you've been clipped by one and a little bit buzzed, as they would describe it, then your reactions are a that bit slower. You buy feints more because you respond to what your opponent's doing more. You become a little bit more kind of gullible reflex-wise, if that makes sense. And it just has a big effect in loads of different ways and can make you more susceptible to really catching one.
And I think that Kujawa has just subtly, if not hurt, then made a little impression a couple of times on Cieslak. Things have just slowed down, and he's got a little bit of control, which I didn't necessarily expect so early on. Shouldn't be a surprise with the skill set he's got, but I think just a couple of those shots might have got through from the bigger man.
And some people have just got what we describe as heavy hands, haven't they? He doesn't load up that much or throw anything with seemingly massive power here, Kujawa, but it's not really about that. If you can catch somebody with something that they're not completely ready for, or if you can fool them almost by the look of you into thinking that maybe you don't punch that hard, and then all of a sudden you hit them with something that they're not expecting, it's that change of pace more than anything else. It just means that the brace mechanisms aren't quite what they should be, and you end up, as you described in the previous round, you end up getting a little bit hurt by something because you weren't really expecting it. You know, to beat somebody for pace, if you're playing a game of cricket and you're up against a bowler and they beat you for pace, it doesn't need to be express pace, it just needs to be quicker than you thought it would be. And that's often what does the damage. So when we talk about fighters varying up the weight of shot, kind of tapping, and then they'll really sink one in, that's what that's about.
And again, the left hook right at the start off the round just had a bit of an effect, a little bit of a reaction from Cieslak, who has only been stopped the 4 times in those 17 defeats, and none too often as well. Brad Ray did do it back in 2023, which gives you an idea of weight as well. Again, if we're talking about a guy called Brad Ray who can punch, but obviously at lower weights than where Cieslak is operating tonight. He's just getting through a couple of times, Kajawa.
Into round 3, and he's become slightly more expansive as well.
Unlike Ashoba, who we saw earlier, she was into football and table tennis when she was younger and almost kind of fell into boxing because it was kind of happening around her with some people she knew and she thought she'd give it a go. This fella has always wanted to be involved in fighting of some capacity or another. Loved martial arts as a kid, big fan of Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan, and then moved on to boxing. He's always been sporty and combat orientated.
It's always had a strong foothold in Nigeria, boxing. Football's the biggest sport there, as it is in so many countries around the world. But you look at the British Nigerians who've done really well the last few years, obviously led by Joshua, but Richard Riakpo, Lawrence Okoli, Dan Aziz, Danny Egbenike, who we saw in some small hall classics, didn't we? You know, they're all doing, you know, there's a big representation there.
Yeah, and I think Larry Ekindeo was part of his team in the last couple of fights, or at least has been a ringside presence. Larry, who was a kind of welterweight, 116, lost only one fight, maybe 7, 8, 9 and 10 years ago. And I've just been looking back. The other week there was the anniversary of Ike Ibeabuchi against David Tua, which is probably, if you've never seen that, but if you're an anorak like Andy and I, you'll be aware of it. But that is one of the unsung heroes of the heavyweight division. I think from around 97 or thereabouts, or the early 90s. You ever get a rainy day fight? Oh, that's a lovely uppercut, whipped in there. Some of those shots getting through. He's covering as though there was a body shot that went through as well, Cieslak, but it was the uppercut that was the eye-catching shot, and it was almost thrown like a heavyweight. And as I was just saying, that Tua Ibeabuchi fight, one from the 90s, hidden gem of heavyweight classics, Andy, and there was a couple of big light heavyweight shots getting through at the end of that round.
There really were, and in the second half of that round, again, he just upped the pace a bit. That left hand to the body made him take a couple of yards too, and prior to this, and I think we're about to see it now, and there it was. It didn't even land completely clean, but you could see that he felt it. He is feeling these punches of visitor Cieslak. He is feeling them. He's midway through this contest, and I think that Kajawa, if he puts his foot on the gas and really puts those punches together, I think he can get the stoppage here, because this is uncomfortable.
Seconds out.
And the guy in the blue just behind him, just gone out of the ring there. I think that's Daniel Przewslik, who's in action later on against Alex Cole. So that's coming up in a few fights' time. He's a part of the Polish network behind Cieslak, who's finding things a bit tougher as we go by round, and some of those meaty shots, as I said, it started with a short chopping right hand at the end of the first, and although they have been select and choice, those heavy shots have got through from time to time as the rounds have gone on.
Cieslak, though, as he does there, always looking to try and punch, looks to try and move in behind that jab. Good head movement there. He's a proper fighter, Cieslak.
Yeah, it's kind of laudable, and you have so much respect for it. It does, as you said, right before the very start, it does, in its own way, put him right in the fiery furnace and creates opportunities and platforms for his opponents.
I'd really like to see Kajawa in this round, in the second half of it, or maybe from about now, just try and turn up the heat, because he'll know that when he lands, he'll be able to feel it through those gloves. He'll feel those knuckles land and he'll feel his opponent give a bit. He knows that he's got the ability here, the capability of doing him some damage, and I want to see him go after it.
Halfway through the fourth round with this one, scheduled 4-6. The left hook just landed there from Kajawa, maybe slightly on the inside of the glove, which would just nullify some of the power. Well, that was a wicked little shot, wasn't it? Again, he didn't have all the purchase on it, but a terrific little right uppercut, and then a left uppercut goes on, and he's getting his wish. He's starting to go through the repertoire. They may be just waiting round by round for some of the steam to go out of the work of Cieslak, and then he can build through the final minutes.
He's nice and patient, isn't he? That mouth hanging open of Cieslak a little bit, and he is picking it up here towards the end of the round. And again, he'll be seeing even more clearly than we are that some of these punches are registering, but he's still got 2 more to go after this. 6 minutes is a really long time, and it could be that he's pacing this just right.
The uppercut's working really well for him. He's picking those shots beautifully. He's not throwing everything into it. It's not maximum torque on those shots, but landing them with precision. Well, the storm's been brewing. Cieslak so far weathering it. I suspect Tony Borg and the team will be pretty happy in that corner. I think I can see Sean Murray over on the far side as the sponsor who brought Kajawa and Ashoba across from Nigeria to ply their trade here. And looking at it, if you were looking at it purely as a business project and an investment, they'll have been looking through their fingers last time up when he went down in the second round, that's for sure.
It must be a nerve-wracking business when you've invested somebody like that, but you know there are going to be bumps in the road, but they can both really fight, can't they? You can see that they can both fight. The difficulty is building a profile around a fighter who doesn't have that UK background. Basically, being able to sell tickets is important, and that will be very, very difficult for them, so they'll have to catch the eye whenever they do get an opportunity. So it's great for them to be on the card like this, because they definitely have ability, but that by itself in the business of boxing, it's not enough, is it?
No. Sometimes you get sort of fighters who've come from abroad, based themselves here, can really kind of catch on, almost cult status. Remember Choi, Svinpurev, who developed a bit of a kind of cult following in his time, I suppose in his own way. Thomas Asomba has in a small way up in the north, and this fella no doubt will have a few friends over the Bristol way. Well, that uppercut has worked beautifully for him. I'd like to see him really work behind the jab, make it heavier, more constant throughout.
If you've got the ability, but you don't necessarily have the obvious commercial marketability of selling a lot of tickets, then it can still be done. It absolutely can still be done. You need to get a title, because then that becomes your currency. Whatever title it is, then people will have to fight you, because prior to that, they can avoid you, can't they? That's the problem. You become high risk and low reward. And if that's the case, then you have to be patient, and you have to make sure that when your opportunity comes, you take it.
Well, there's no doubt Cieslak's, if not on red alert, has been on kind of amber warning for much of this fight, hasn't he? Heavy shots landing every now and then as we head inside the final minute of this 5th round.
To an extent, you wonder if Kajawa, unless he looks to finish really strong here, is almost taking this round off slightly, just to leave himself with plenty in the tank for the final round. He's done 10 rounds, so there's no way that he'd be nervous about doing 6, but Cieslak's had a better round this round, hasn't he? There hasn't really been that flashpoint just yet, or that kind of half flashpoint we've seen before, or maybe we're about to see one now.
Yeah, there was a gorgeous left hook come uppercut, which he whipped in to the body there. That definitely had an impact. That definitely hurt. He tried it there again towards the end as well. So every now, the only little cameos, unfortunately, of real quality and heavy hitting technique and power from Kajawa. Just the lingering feeling, Andy, that maybe he could build the tempo and inject a bit of pace and energy to it, as we've gone through the last couple of rounds.
Possibly. You definitely feel that he could, don't you, when you look at him up there in the ring. You never know what the instructions are from the corner. They might be keen on the idea of banking some rounds tonight. At light heavy, you don't ever want to mess around, because the higher you go up in weight, really anything can happen, and the longer you stay in there, then potentially there's always the chance that something could go wrong. But it might be that they wanted him to get a few under his belt here, and they'll let him off the leash for this last one. Because he's not boxed for a while, has he? It was the end of last November, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Been out for 7 months. So first outing of the new year. I always think when you look at when they get to the sort of penultimate round, stroke final round, the opponent, in this case Cieslak, could see the finishing line, so the mentality to survive no matter what is strong, and maybe just the urge not to take risks from the prospect, in this case Kajawa. Not to, the corner will be suggesting to him, don't do anything daft. So the likelihood of going the distance just increases, particularly when you get to that kind of penultimate round.
It definitely does, and as you say, the fact that you can see that finishing tape is a big thing, isn't it, if you're operating out the VOA corner, because we've seen it so many times. Somebody seems like they're in trouble and they get that second wind, and that second wind comes from the fact that the end is in sight, basically. But for Kajawa, whether he does or doesn't stop Cieslak tonight is not going to have any massive bearing on his future prospects. I think it's not a bad thing necessarily for people to be able to see what he can do over the course of a few rounds, because it's been a good watch.
Yeah, he's got the skills, no doubt about it. And yeah, those uppercuts in up close have really worked a treat. He's managed to catch Cieslak square quite a few times, and both left and right hands have worked beautifully for him. And he's just flowing now through the final couple of minutes. Looks like he's enjoying himself.
It does, just up on his toes a little bit. A minute to go. Cieslak, as we've been saying, never stops trying to come forward, and there's some signs to it as well. He's always looking to try and move his head. Got a nice right hand off there.
I think it's just a reminder, when you are kind of flowing on the back foot, it's so easy just to kind of paw and flick with the jab, and if you do that, you do create little bits of opportunity for your opponents, and Cieslak kind of latched onto that. Final 30 seconds. Not putting anything behind any of these shots in the final rounds, Kajawa. I think he's either under instructions of very much risk averse, job mainly been done. And he danced and skilled his way through the final 3 minutes to get I think an all-the-way decision.
I don't mean this in any way disrespectfully, but he kind of treated that like a spar, didn't he, really, Kajawa? Cieslak was a good sparring partner for him because he was always looking to try and make him work, but there were a couple more gears in there at least for Kajawa, at least. If he really wanted to put his foot to the floor there, which I would have liked to have seen him do, then I think we could have seen something really quite explosive.
It was supposed to be Patrick Mendy in the other corner. That fight fell through, so it was Cieslak who stepped forward. So he's sparred with the likes of Dan Aziz, Zach Chelly as well, so he's getting the grounding. Easy to forget, he's only 22, so very early days for Tosin Kajawa. Let's get confirmation of it now with Huss.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Kieran McCann scores the bout 60-54. And your winner, Tosin Kajawa.
So, all the way, every round, and we got a good glimpse into the world, the boxing world of Tosin Kajawa, who moves to 11-0, and with, you know, the likes of Buatsi, who beat Dan Aziz for the Commonwealth title, setting their sights elsewhere. He's got Willie Hutchinson, of course, in September on the AJ against Dubois bill as well. Just the possibility that Commonwealth title becomes vacant, and maybe they'll start pressing in towards something like that.
Yeah, that's a good shout. You'd imagine that definitely will become vacant. I'd be amazed if it didn't. So that is something they could maybe look at. As you say, still only 22, which is young. It's really, really young, and I think they'll just look to get him back out again as quick as they can.
So, very early days. I mean, we've seen Zach Fee, 19-year-old, and Elizabeth Ashoba got the job done. Fellow Nigerian, and now Kajawa does likewise. Let's get some reaction, see what they have to say. They're now the team with Ali.
Tosin, you remain undefeated. How'd that one feel, which was your 11th outing as a pro?
First of all, I want to say thank you very much to everyone for coming out to support, you know, and I want to say a big thanks to the promoter for putting me on the show, yeah. I feel so excited, yeah. It's been 7 months out of my injury, yeah, so I feel so excited to be back to get a big win.
Now this was your first fight of 2024. Now you've had that one. What is the plan for the rest of the year?
Just to keep stepping up, you know, because I've lost the rankings in 7 months. I haven't been fighting, so I just want to get back doing my thing and keep going up ranking.
It was a fantastic performance. Great to have you on the show. Well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening. Scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Victor Edaga.
It's Ace doing, and almost always here's the final bell. He's only been stopped once in 50-odd fights in the last 6 years. He's clever, crafty, elusive off the back foot. So James Osborne's going to have to think about this tonight, and he may have to revert to a style from earlier on in his career to prosper and to get some kind of results. So interesting clash of styles. Osborne back foot last time. This time around he might have to revert to the press.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, James Ozzy Osborne.
James Osborne making his ring walk with his family tonight. That support's so important, and they'll have loved what they've seen recently from Ozzy. He is pushing forward and making giant progress fight by fight. It was a huge step up here in this ring back in February when he overcame the experienced Grant Dennis. He showed flow and versatility and craft in his work that night. It was a big career highlight. Might have to be a different style tonight to get something out of Idega. We know plenty about Victor. He's a bit of a puzzle. He's not expected to win tonight, Andy, but Osborne's going to have to work for his openings.
Definitely, he's aggressive, Osborne. He's 32. He's not one of these guys who wants to hang around. He wants real fights. He took Serjan Bomo on his debut, for example, who's a really good fighter, an away corner fighter, but a really good fighter. He wants to win titles. He wants to test himself, and Victor is a proper road warrior. Victor Adair. He boxed last week in Leicester, the week before in Bournemouth, won a couple of weeks before that in Oldham. He's been the distance with some good guys. If Osborne can get him out of there, then that'll be impressive.
There you can see 4 years older at 36, Idega, and just a couple of inches advantage in both height and in reach. But all that experience he can call upon to help him out against Ozzy tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. This bout is brought to you by Johnny Clark of Top Tier Boxing and the proud sponsors by Insulation, Synergy Direct, and Think Green Partners. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your timekeeper at the bell, Brett Bowles, and your third person in the ring in charge of the action, referee Amy Pooh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the black with white trim. His official weight of 12 stones, 4 pounds. He has a record of 99 fights, 3 draws, 3 wins, and one of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Southern England's United Kingdom, Victor Idega. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black trunks. His official weight of 12 stones, 4 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 5 wins, and one of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Wickford, Essex, England, United Kingdom, James Ozzy Osborne.
Gotta love Victor Idega. Arms casually rested on the top ropes as though he's just about to go out for a Sunday stroll, rather than face up against an unbeaten prospect about to try and take his head off. You wouldn't expect anything less, Andy.
No, you wouldn't. As we outlined, he's trodden these boards many, many times before, and he'll be expecting to do it in the next couple of weeks again, most likely after this, so he's not planning on getting stopped tonight. But Osborne, as I say, is the kind of guy who wants to win by stoppage. Southpaw, you look at the back on him, he's really, really strong.
Yeah, we saw that kind of front foot aggressive style when he stopped the really tough Ray Bear last year. Bit more sort of defensively orientated or mindful last couple of fights, where he's shown a bit more of what he's capable of. But I think it might be, as Andy suggests, reverting to type for Osborne. I think the way that Idega fights, he will need to be a bit more aggressive, try and prize a few openings, or force a few openings.
Idega there, though, just throwing a right hand from way out. Takes his feet back into the ropes. Was there a clash of heads there? Maybe something happened, I think, on the inside, but there's no damage to either one of them. Osborne went kind of flying back across the ring from the ropes, his feet well and truly underneath him, but it's been quite messy, this, hasn't it? So far, anyway.
Yeah, well, Osborne's trying to be aggressive, close the gap, and Idaga so far is able to read him, avoid the shot, and then tie him up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, they're going to count it. There was a punch that kind of landed on his body as he was twisting and turning over, but when he turned his back, but momentum was kind of taking him in that way anyway. He's probably a bit unlucky there, Idaga.
It'll be interesting to get another look at that. My initial reaction was that something did land, but it was mainly a follow-up kind of drag or push which saw him go down. So sometimes you see them given, sometimes you don't. He didn't seem too upset.
You don't have to be the champion, the prospect, the up-and-comer to enjoy the moment. But Osborne's got to kind of try and take some of that away from Idaga.
He's just trying to skip in with his feet and get close enough, Osborne, which is what he'll have to do because Idaga is a lot taller than him. And every now and again, he'll really just let rip, won't he, the man in the away corner? He'll throw some big, big bombs. And as we discussed earlier on, there's different ways of getting through this if you're boxing out of the away corner. Just tucking up and looking to be purely defensive isn't really that good a policy. He goes for the opposite, really, which is to look dangerous sometimes. So if you're Osborne, you've got to think about it. You don't want to do anything too rash.
He did manage to land a right hook right towards the end of the round there, Osborne. He's got to keep his focus, hasn't he? A bit like Campbell earlier on. There we see it, Andy. He kind of turned and was going over, and then he cuffed him on the shoulder. And you sort of feel he was going off balance to the canvas anyway.
I can see why the referee gave that, though, because he was half-turning, and the final thing that actually really sent him down, I think a push had sent him off balance, but what really sent him down in the end was that left hand, and he had kind of spun and shown his back, and it was all a bit clumsy, so I don't really have any issue, I don't think. In the context of the fight, it's unlikely to make too much of a difference.
No, I don't think we're going to be talking about it at the end. That was a nice little stabbing left hand to the body, though. I just have issue with, was it anywhere near the scoring zone? I think he was facing the other way and it almost landed on his shoulder back. So I don't even think you can register that as a scoring punch if it was under normal fighting circumstances. But that's neither here nor there, I suspect, as we move into the second round. And that's probably the right method of attack from Osborne, is if he is going to close the gap, once he does that, there's got to be more than one punch being thrown.
Exactly, because it's hard work for him to get onto the inside, to get into range. So once he's there, he's got to let go.
He definitely landed that, didn't he? Big left hand. And he's copped on to exactly what's required here, Osborne. Took him around where there's himself the corner between them, but he's copped on that he's got to throw in bunches here. It's exactly what he's doing, and he got his reward with that big left hand.
That was a really good bit of work because he got close, dips at the knees, nice quick feet, led off with the right, didn't land, but left him in a perfect position to throw the left, which definitely did land, and he almost sat on the bottom rope there, Idaga, and sometimes you see referees give those as knockdowns.
Yeah, it was difficult to see. I think either he was stunned by the punch and dipped his legs. He did that either way, but he's holding on, Idaga, now in that corner, so then there's maybe some telltale evidence. No doubt Osborne's got Idaga's attention now. He is wired and switched on. You can see how wide the eyes are in concentration.
He's got to throw something as Osborne comes forward there, Idaga. Eventually he throws that jab, and you see what it did. It made Osborne take his feet back out and reset, but he cannot allow him just to scurry in on him, which is exactly what has happened here. Good upper body movement there from Idaga to stay out of the way, but he can't just allow Osborne to just skip in at him because he's good at it.
Yeah, and the feints and the upper body movement, they forced a reaction out of Heidegger, didn't they, in that corner? And even although nothing came of it, he kind of almost earned himself an opportunity, Osborne, by exactly those tactics. So this is a change in the play and exactly what's required from Osborne. He's getting some reactions out of Heidegger. And because of those reactions, he might, going forward, earn himself a little opportunity or two.
He's well set up, isn't he, Osborne? He's got nice balance. And that right hand did land into the body, and then he just uncoiled. It took him into the right position to throw that left, and he just lets it go. He's almost square as he throws it, but he's got that kind of upper body strength whereby with the rotation from the hips he can generate the power.
Yeah, I've called his last couple of fights, Osborne, and he is learning fast on the job, and it's probably no surprise. He was a ground worker until last September, so he's working full-time, tying it in with boxing. As you know, Andy, so well, it's so hard to, I mean, it's almost impossible to combine the two, but he went full-time pro last summer, and I think you've really seen the benefit of that over his last couple of fights, and I think because of it, he's learning really fast on the job.
You speak to any fighter and they'll tell you what an enormous difference it makes to be full-time, just because you have the opportunity to properly rest and recover. Basically, you can still train hard alongside a full-time job, and they do, but that kind of holy trinity of training, nutrition and recovery, the recovery aspect of it just gets neglected through no fault of their own.
Well, we all know it. Oh, clipped him on the way in. That was with the first shot, and it was a sharp clipping right hook there from Osborne. He is firing now. He's got a bit of flow and rhythm to his work, a lot of confidence bursting through as well. Body shot gets through. But yeah, I mean, we all know, come back, whether you got a 9 to 5 or your work shifts or whatever, come back from work, and the idea of going to the gym or going out for a run, or, I mean, it's, yeah, hard, difficult. I imagine trying to be the best you can be as a boxer, squeezing all of that in with work as well. I mean, just so difficult.
He's 32, and given that fact, if he's going to really find out how good he can be, then I guess he absolutely had to make that move. But it won't have been easy, because you need some sponsors, or you need some financial backing, or you need to tighten your belt. It will have come at the sacrifice of other things for him, for the people around him. It's a rough old business. It's a really, really tough game, but he definitely can fight. There's something there, isn't there? And I was just looking down the list of champions earlier on this afternoon. Andre Jaskarlu, who boxes out of Stonebridge, he is the Southern Area champion at super middle.
Certainly since last summer is quite notable. So yeah, 32. I suspect John Clark and the team are exactly trying to do that, furnish the opportunity for Osborne. He's still landing with a telling shot or two as the rounds go on. Nice little left hook to the body, like the upper body movement. And we've definitely seen sort of one dimension of Osborne's work, or one of his styles, but there was a lot more to him stylistically in his last couple of fights, where more defensively minded. He was counter punching with flow and rhythm against Grant Dennis. That was a big step up last time up. So yeah, he's making the improvements, but he's cutting his cloth according to what's exactly required against a guy like this in front of him tonight in the shape of Victor Heidegger.
Exactly, it's a different kind of scenario, isn't it? He's got somebody who he's got to hunt down here, basically. That's the job, and it's not that easy, because Heidegger is tall and a little bit ungainly looking at times, but he knows every inch of that ring. He's been in it enough time, so pinning him down and trapping him
Corners, 10 seconds.
is not a straightforward thing to do.
Seconds out, round 4.
Into round 4 then. Osborne just trying to get through with one or so hard shots just to tame Adega, just slow him down a bit. Easier said than done.
His head movement's pretty good, isn't it? He just changes that height, dips his knees, drops his height, keeps that head on the move. So trying to catch him with something as he's on the way in isn't the easiest thing to do in the world, and when you're that much taller than him as well, that makes it that bit harder, because you need to try and jab down and hit him almost on the top of the head or the shoulders if you're going to just knock him off balance and make him start again. The referee just having a quick word about him coming in low with the head. He does come in low with the head because he's shorter, and as we say, he gets
the styles, isn't it? And he can't really have Osborne changing the method of attack. I think this is exactly the right tactics, exactly what's required. The problem is they're both, you know, in both attack, being quite aggressive. That was he touched down there. I'm pretty sure he touched down there, Adega. There was a flurry of 3, 4, 5 shots, and he managed just to clip him. I think it was the right hand that got through. I thought Adega touched down there as he was scurrying away.
It looked to me like he may well have done as well. If he didn't, then he was perilously close. How he quite managed to regain his balance without doing it, I'm not quite sure how he could have. But again, it's another example of how kind of difficult to get a hold of he is. He's got that sort of rubberiness about him, hasn't he, where he looks like he's about to come apart and you feel like he's just really been caught, and then you realise actually he hasn't. It's just got that elasticity to him almost.
Yeah, and that's what I was just about to say, Andy, that in terms of the sort of head movement, they're both in their own way quite adept at avoiding the other. And obviously it's Osborne who's coming forward, but he's still in attack, quite defensively minded. He's thinking about what he's doing, upper body movement, head movement, so he's trying to avoid shots, and obviously Adega's doing the same thing and then smothering him once he gets up close. So for different reasons, they're quite successful defensively, and it is just creating certain flash points where they might come together.
Because he's able to, every now and again, herd him back into a corner, Osborne. But when Adega finds himself there, he has been caught a couple of times. That's where Osborne has landed his best shots, when he's put him in those corners. But for the most part, he operates quite well out of that corner, Adega. He makes you miss, gets hold of you, turns, does something.
There was a withering look from Adega to the referee as he was admonished not to hold. Just a withering look. It was similar to the look from Osborne when he was warned about the heads. I don't think Osborne can change his tactics at all. I think they're absolutely bang on, and Adega's doing it everything he knows to avoid getting hurt, and he's absolutely right to be doing that. Taking a few deep breaths, Mike.
I am kind of fascinated by these away corner guys, though. Over 400 rounds in the bank for Adega. He's 36 now. You wonder how much longer he'll do this for, but then again, you look at this, and this is 6 rounds. It's against a good opponent. He's been made to work hard here. He's still up for it. You can see that, because he wouldn't be here quite simply if he wasn't. And it's easy to look at fighters to think, well, they're doing it for the money and all of that. And of course they are. Of course you are in the away corner. But you have to have a little bit more motivating you than just that. If it's just that, then as soon as it gets really hot in there, what's really stopping you from just deciding to take a seat and sit it out?
Absolutely. It's a burning pride, isn't it? It's a burning pride and an absolute stubborn refusal to be hurt and stopped. Now there, a left hand getting through And although he's showboating, yeah, an argument again that the ropes held him up.
It's kind of amazing, to be honest, how he didn't go down there. How he goes about correcting his balance is actually pretty impressive, because he was at 45 degrees there pretty much, and he somehow managed to get his feet back underneath him. I think he maybe did get a forearm and elbow just tucked on the rope a little bit, which would have given him a split second, but no more than that.
In truth, I don't think in any of these exchanges, there was one early on where his knees dipped and it was difficult to tell whether that was because he was hurt or he was avoiding the follow-up shots, but I think most of the problems have been an issue of recovering balance rather than anything else. I don't think he's necessarily been hurt, Adega, or looked like he was going to be knocked out, but because he's backing off, he's trying to get out of the way, trying to recover his momentum. He has looked like he could have gone over a couple of times, could have been counted as well.
That was a nice left hand on the inside there from Osborne. I think a problem he's had tonight is that he's had to start his attacks from so far out, because he'll kind of take the centre of the ring, he'll back off Adega, have a look at him, move that head, then take his feet in. That it's a long way to go, and by the time he gets there, when he's throwing his punches, he's throwing them from quite a square position like he did there and reaching for them a bit, whereas when he got closer there, just that bit tighter, he could dig his toes in and get a bit more purchase on them. It's not an easy job, this, though. He's winning the fight. He's won every round, but this guy is, I mean, as he showed down the years, Victor, he is hard work.
Yeah, and difficult to look good against, difficult to really pin down, master. And I think Osborne's done nearly, if not as well as he could, really. I think he's definitely employed the right tactics. One or two times where he's looked like he's on the cusp of building momentum, getting through, landing a big shot, a telling moment. But as is often the case, Adega's just able to ride out the moments of danger, find a little bit of safety, and then move on.
He's been patient, hasn't he, Osborne? And I think that kind of comes a little bit with age as well, because he would have looked at Adega as his opponent tonight. He wasn't the original opponent, as we know, and he'll have thought to himself, okay, well, this will be what it will be. I'm not going to obsess about trying to stop this guy just because not many people have managed it. I'm just going to box and we'll see what happens. And he did just manage to just kind of catch his elbow on the rope there, which helped him stay up there, Adega, but still it is impressive the way he manages to somehow get those long legs back underneath him.
And also you were sort of just wondering aloud about the psychology a moment ago. Just looking up at Victor in the other corner, you know, he's pretty much there on his own. He's got someone who can help out if he was cut, but he is there. It's a one-man operation, this, and you know, it's me against the lot of you, effectively, is the mindset. It's and that's where the kind of pride and effort and everything comes to. It's a real stubbornness that's required, an individual stubborn pursuit, and he carries it out absolutely to the letter.
He really does. It's the have gloves will travel, isn't it? As I said, the last few weeks, Oldham, Bournemouth, Leicester, and then a home tie for him, really. In loose geographical terms, travelling to Brentwood from Southwark, which is banging the centre of London. That's where he boxes out of, and he'll be off wherever a decent purse takes him.
Absolutely, he's been busy. This is his fourth fight in around about 4 weeks. He boxed on the 1st of June, Leicester 2 weeks ago. 7 days ago he was down in Bournemouth, and here he is now in Essex a week on. So he has been busy. And by the way, one of those kick-started June was when a young sort of prospect, unbeaten in 7, he wasn't quite ready for what was in front of him, and he won that night. So that's why Osborne had to be switched on tonight. It's not always pretty with Adega, but he does what he does, and it's up to his opponent to try and work it out and stop him doing it. And as regards that job required tonight, I think Osborne's done it pretty well in the circumstances. He was never going to be an oil painting. It was just a case of cut your cloth, what's required, and I think he's done all the right things, Osborne.
Absolutely. Boxed in February. That fight against Grant Dennis was at the start of February the 10th, I think. So it's been a little while. This isn't the fight that they wanted, but obviously he still wanted to fight. Got to stay as busy as you can. Activity is absolutely key. We see so many examples of that, particularly recently at the very top end of the sport, but at all levels of the sport, activity is crucial into the final minute, and Adega's done a good job of that a lot of the time in the last couple of rounds. Osborne will come in, and as he comes in, he'll move forward himself, smother him, lean over the top of him, and then look at the referee.
Atmosphere's just starting to build. It's getting busy here. A couple of ticket sellers still to come, particularly Jimmy Sains from Brentwood. He's going to have a lot of his friends and family and fans here to watch him. Unbeaten puncher and his fellow matchroom mate from the Tony Sims gym, George Liddard, the Billericay bomber. He's in action as well. So we've got some 2 young prospects effectively on loan from Eddie Hearn in action a bit later on, and they'll have sold plenty of tickets, that's for sure. Well, he might be slightly frustrated. I just think I saw a little curse there from James Osborne, but he needn't be. It's always going to be a tough assignment tonight, and I think he applied himself correctly, tactically, appropriately as well, and get him back in action, get a win and move on, Andy.
Exactly, and tonight really for him it was a case of just fighting, really, getting back out and having a fight, because these aren't the fights that he wants. He wants competitive fights, he wants to see how far he can go, he wants to test himself. That's what he's in this for, that's why he's a professional, that's why he's gone full-time as a pro, but it doesn't always work out the way you want it to. Getting the right fights can be tricky, and he worked hard over the 6 rounds there, so it was worth it, but it was never going to be easy, was it?
Nah. A couple of times it looked like he might just land a really telling punch and then build on to something, but he can smile now. He knows the business, the game, and that's part of the story here tonight with Victor Adega. He is very much part of the foundations of this great sport, and he'll probably be at a venue near you in the next week or 2. Let's get confirmation of it once again with Huss.
Referee scorecard. Your ringside referee scores the bout 60-53. And your winner, James Osborne.
Well, it's not one we're going to add to the rainy day fights for sure, but it was a potentially troublesome assignment tonight for James Osborne, and he's won. I'm not sure there's too much he can look back on himself, Andy, to think about what he could have been done. Some little things that he saw in there tonight will stick in his mind for a future opponent going forward.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's all it is, really. You put that one in the rear view, you move on, you try and get a more challenging opponent next time out, and I'm sure that's what he's about to say to Ali.
So Osborne moves to 6-0. They'll be targeting bigger nights, bigger fights, bigger name opponents, and maybe titles further down the line. Let's get the lowdown with Ali.
James, your 4th time on a top-tier show. You're a fan favourite here. Yeah. That was another win under your belt. Just sum up your performance.
Frustrating, really. It's quite awkward. It's been a tough day and all for me. My little girl's been in hospital all day, so I've been at the hospital all day for her. Just had to get the job done, really. But it's awkward and frustrating, really.
Yeah, he is a tricky opponent to look good against. You got the knockdown, maybe arguably a few more. They weren't called as knockdowns, but what was the sort of game plan when you went in there? What did you want to show? Because late change of opponent as well.
I just wanted to get the job done today. It's just been a tough day, to be honest, and just wanted to get it done, and I've got to get back up to the hospital after. That's it.
Well, you got the job done, you got the win. What is next for you? Comms team are talking about titles, maybe Southern area. What is your plan?
Yeah, I just want a title next. I'll leave it up to my manager Lee and promoter John. Get another one, hopefully September, get a title.
Great to have you on the show.
Cheers, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening. Scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Daniel Przewieslik.
Let's move on to the next fight then. This one's scheduled for 6, the super middleweight division, and 35-year-old Paul Daniel Przewieslik making his way to the ring. This is 20th fight. He was in action in May, where he was beaten over 4 rounds. Now that is his first fight off a 14-month break. Little spells of inactivity have maybe blighted him. He's only had 2 fights in 2 years. So is that a rustiness that Alex Cole can capitalise on?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Alex Cole.
Alex Cole making his way to the ring. 9 fights into his professional career, the 31-year-old southpaw, who comes from the town of Faversham, one of their first boxers up, I think, in something like 6 decades. So very popular round those parts, big fish in a small pond, I suppose you could say, and he's recovered well from that stoppage defeat last November with a couple of wins back-to-back. Last time up at York Hall, he was here in this ring back in February as well. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. You can see that he's still looking for his first stoppage win, Alex Cole, but he's 4 years younger, slight advantage in height and 3 inches in reach as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. This bout is brought to you by Johnny Clark of Top Tier Boxing and the proud sponsors by Insulation, Synergy Direct, and Think Green Partners. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your timekeeper at the bell, Brett Bowles, and the third person in the ring in charge of the action, referee Amy Poo. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the white and blue. His official weight of 12 stones, 1 pound. He has a record of 19 fights, 2 draws, 3 wins, and all 3 wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Poland, Daniel Przewieslik. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the white and black. His official weight of 12 stones, 2 pounds. He has a record of 9 fights, 1 loss, 1 draw, and 7 wins. Hailing from Faversham, Kent, England's United Kingdom, introducing Alex Cole.
Listen to my instructions at all times. Watch your head, no low blows. Protect yourself at all times. Touch
popular figure, Alex Cole. Originally from France, now very much ensconced and based in Faversham, Kent, where he runs his own roofing business. Bit easier to get time off work. He's in great shape, and let's see how he gets on tonight.
He was supposed to be fighting Taylor Jordan, which would have been a really good matchup, because we saw Taylor Jordan at the end of April with a good win after being out of the ring for a really long time. He was kind of making a second pro debut, really. But he's ended up with Przewslik instead, who, as Alex said, got stopped by George Liddard, who we'll see in a bit, who's a good fighter on the charge. Early stages.
Yeah, Liddard's can punch, quite athletic, so no disgrace there. That was on a decent bill as well, so he's had a bit of that experience. That was when Diego Pacheco came over here to fight Jack Cullen. And you can see Cole trying to work behind the southpaw jab. We've just not seen that much of Przewslik. He's trying to be busy through the first minute or so. He's a good-looking fighter, Pacheco, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Sometimes it reminds me a bit of a kind of Kelly Pavlik, the way he fights, just a little bit. Really tall and rangy. There are times he looks absolute dynamite, and then other times in the same round he looks quite ordinary. Suddenly he can just explode and look quite a destructive fighter.
He's kept everything nice and neat in this opening round, Cole. He's kept that distance nicely. Przewslik has never been able to really get close enough to let anything go. He tends to peck with that jab a bit, Cole. It'd be nice to see him snap it out more, but that's good work, isn't it? Takes his feet out, tucks up behind the shoulder.
Yeah, he's very much a kind of scoring punch boxer. A little short right hand there from Przewslik. Just a little bit of consternation there for Cole. He nearly walked onto that one, but yeah, it's a very point-scoring style, isn't it?
Almost got caught by a right hand there. His feet crossed a bit as he came in, through the left hand, finished with the left hand, brought it back quite low, stayed where he was, and Przewslik ditched the right hand in. Didn't really make too strong a contact, but just needs to be a little bit careful.
I just think with that style, if you're just picking up points, that's great. But if your opponent knows that maybe they can afford to cop one to land their own, might just give the incentive to try and walk through and forward those lighter shots. So you don't want to be giving that kind of incentive to an opponent.
As you say that, it just looked to me towards the end of that round, and I'm guessing you picked up on the same thing, that he fancies this a bit, I think, Przewslik.
Yeah, I think he should. Always that mental hurdle to be cleared for a boxer coming back from a knockout as well. Seemed to say all the right things, Alex Cole, in truth. Accepted that it was part of the business, one of those things. And he has responded with a couple of wins too, so it does seem like he's outwardly over that, but you never know.
You definitely do never know. It's a difficult thing. I spoke to him about it on the media day, and how fighters choose to try and recover the story they tell themselves can be quite illuminating. They can choose different approaches, and the approach of "it's the business I'm in" is a perfectly good one. I think it's fundamentally sound, because it's just true. But what you say publicly and what you think privately are not always the same thing, and you won't really know whether you're past it until you find yourself in a situation where the leather is flying and whistling past your nose, to be honest.
Bit of a buzz in the crowd now, really bustling. I think it's going to be pretty sold out in here at Brentwood tonight. A couple of the ticket sellers still to come. Plenty of people have come to see Alex Cole. He got a terrific reception as he made his ring walk. Needs to try and make that southpaw jab an asset for him. Especially with Cheslak being out of the ring over the last couple of years. Try and plant some seeds of doubt in him.
That's a nicely timed left hand there from Cole.
A short right hand there from Cheslak. I think he is moving in the kind of direction to stay away from the left hand himself. It's probably a good move.
When he's landed that right hand, it's been just off the back of Cole, either throwing or landing a short left hand of an almost identical nature. It's quite interesting. They get close. Cole will throw that left hand and bring that left hand back low, and Przewslik will throw the right hand. As I say, a very, very similar one, and managed to find a way through for it. It's kind of warming up this final 30 seconds of round two.
Yeah, it's nicely poised, isn't it? I think it might be quite evenly matched here, but we'll see. What's it going to boil down to? Who's going to try and grab this by the scruff of the neck? Wants it a bit more. There's a nice spearing body shot in there from Cole.
And then a decent combination off the back of it too.
Just missed with the right hand there at the end, a counter shot for Przewslik. I suspect in that Polish corner they'd be saying to them, you can win this tonight. He might have come in as the opponent, but as ever, there's an opportunity to readjust, reframe according to how things are unfolding.
I'd like to see him really go for it, Przewslik, because I think it'll bring the best out of him. I think it'll bring the best out of Cole, because there's some good fundamentals there. His feet are decent. He tucks up quite effectively. But it'd be good to see him just punch with a bit more spite. He tends to push his punches out a bit rather than really throw them. Nice left hand straight down the middle there, and if his opponent's going to keep coming at him, then he's going to need to set his feet a little bit more. He won't have too much choice. He's looking slightly more aggressive at the start of the round here.
It looks like the corner have told him that. He's trying to get front foot, trying to be a bit more aggressive. He's certainly busier through the first 30 seconds of round three. And in doing that, as Andy said, might just put him in, he might put himself in danger as well with this approach.
It waits quite on the front foot, Przewslik, isn't it? When you look at that stance, he is quite heavy on that front foot. So when he comes in, it's that little bit more difficult for him to bring it back. His feet crossed there as he stepped forward. He switched into southpaw almost, courtesy of throwing a right hand and bringing the right foot in with it. And for Cole, he could almost wait for him to do that, to initiate that attack. Little half step back and then just really try to hit him on the way in.
He's certainly quicker when he gets off those really fast, short shots, Cole, isn't he? He's certainly racking up the points in those little sequences. And that was better, a bit more spite in the backhand there.
That was a good one too. Looks for the uppercut there.
Yeah, and that might be the shot, as Andy was saying. If Przewslik is coming forward with a bit of weight on that front foot, he might just be vulnerable to that uppercut. That could be the shot to select for Cole. Minute to go. Better rounds for Cole, this one. So far, it doesn't seem the kind of fight that anyone's going to grab control of, but I think the work in this third round from Cole is as close as we've got.
I'd say so. He's been nice and busy, but there's just been a little bit more on those shots. There's a bit of blood coming out of the end of the nose there of Przewslik, I think. Doesn't look like too much of a problem, but that's a nice 1-2 again. Half blocked, but I think the left hand kind of ricocheted through from Cole. And again.
Lands the backhand again, didn't he? And he tried the uppercut again. Might just be a little blood coming from the nose of Przewslik. Better round that. That's exactly what was required for Alex Cole. Now, if you're watching this on recording, then you'll already know. But if you're watching this with us live, good evening to you, hope you're well. Cracker of a fight coming up later on. Juan Francisco Estrada against Bam Rodriguez. That's just about as good as it gets, Andy.
It is. It's one of those ones that just gets you salivating, isn't it? It's... Personally, I think that Rodriguez will have a bit too much. I think he's just a bit too young, a bit too fresh. Estrada's had loads of fights, and there's not like there's been particular signs of deterioration, but he hasn't boxed for quite a long time, and it's the whole activity thing, particularly as you get older. It could go one or two ways, can't it? Because you're so experienced, and if you live a life, which he definitely does, then you can cope with an absence. But then one night you get in there, and what you need just isn't quite there anymore. And against Rodriguez, he's going to need it, isn't he?
Absolutely. Amen to that. As we move into the fourth of this one, scheduled for 6, that's scheduled for 12 later on tonight. There's no question Estrada, the best fighter by some margin, I think, that Bam Rodriguez has faced in his career so far. Really looking forward to that one. Enjoying how this is bubbling up. There's a test being presented to Alex Cole tonight, and that's exactly what you want early on in his career. Got a record of 7 wins, a loss and a draw so far, and he's rebounded from that loss with a couple of back-to-back points wins, both in February and in May. So this is third outing of 2024. 3 fights in 4 months, an element of busyness, which is what any fighter wants to.
Especially off the back of getting stopped, I think it is genuinely a good idea to get back in there as quick as you can when you're in the early stages, particularly. Just try and get that confidence back. Good uppercut on the inside there, and he's done some good stuff in this round so far.
And he's got size as well. You know, he's coming at 170 tonight. He's definitely got the advantages in sort of physique, size, length, though not necessarily the style to make all of that pay. But he is getting more front foot last couple of rounds. Certainly that trickle of blood is more pronounced now, coming from the nose of Przewslik. Just missed with a right hook of his own in that last exchange.
Przewslik definitely still trying to come forward and make things happen here, but I think the last couple of rounds Cole has put him in his box to an extent, because early on I just got the feeling that he was thinking to himself, Przewslik, this guy doesn't really punch hard. I can maybe just crawl all over him, see what happens. I know he's been stopped, maybe I can make him panic a bit, but he hasn't been able to do it, because Cole has, in the last couple of rounds, definitely has just sat down on those punches a little bit more. I'm not sure he ever really sits down on them, but just a bit more anyway.
Well, I think it's just commitment, isn't it, Andy? There's just overall more commitment to the cause. More front foot, a bit more aggressive, trying to press and just a bit busier all round, and that commitment has been bearing fruit for him. Nice left hand again. I think he's landed 3 of those backhands throughout the 4 rounds so far.
Uppercut landed there, and I think he feels he might have hurt him a little bit, because he's going after him slightly there. left hand to finish the round as well.
Yeah, he quickened his step, didn't he? And suddenly he was alert. And after Przewslik, he's had a couple of back-to-back rounds, Cole. And maybe now he's just unsettling Przewslik.
That uppercut's worked for him a few times, hasn't it? Sometimes it lands to the body, sometimes it finds the chin.
No doubt the uppercut is there for him from time to time. Yeah, he's tried it, quite been able to land it.
Seconds out, round 5.
Into the penultimate round then, round 5 off a scheduled 6. Still plenty to come tonight on this top tier show. Paul Gordon against Kevin Revell for the Southern Area title, first defence of that title for Gordon. George Liddard and Jimmy Sains, Tiki selling unbeaten punchers coming up as well, and Lily Winch makes her eagerly awaited professional debut as well. All of that still to come after this one.
And it's pretty much full here. There's still people coming in away to our right-hand side, but I'd say before too long, most seats are going to be taken, which is a good effort. And you mentioned it earlier on, Johnny Clark kind of taking these two guys on loan, and that's the analogy I used when I spoke to him about it. It's a good idea, isn't it? It makes so much of them as this, because one of them's from Brentwood and the other one's from Billericay, so it makes all the sense in the world for literally everyone involved.
And it's a completely different experience, Andy. I mean, those two guys will have boxed on, you know, some of the big matchroom undercards, and maybe they've gone into the arena at a time when there's more people in the crowd than tonight. Maybe not. But the point is, there's a kind of whisper and a hush in those crowds as they're all spaced out. Tonight, there's a buzz already. They're going to see the eyeballs of the fans tonight. They're going to hear them tonight. It's going to be a totally unique experience for those young fighters tonight, something they haven't encountered before. And I only see that positively.
Agreed. And the Polish corner are beginning excited in the last 30 seconds. They felt that a right hand from Przewslik got through, landed on Cole, and that maybe he felt it, and they're just urging him on now to go after this.
Well, he landed another little short right hook as well, just as you were saying that. So what's kind of been required all night from Przewslik, he's belatedly copping onto it. And just as Alex Cole's been sort of building up a little bit of momentum and control in this fight through the third and fourth rounds, maybe just Przewslik putting a halt to that to an extent, or trying to put a buffer in the way. He's letting go though, isn't he, the Pole?
He is, he's working hard here, and you can see that he's making Cole work hard too. He just takes a big puff of breath as he was leaning over Przewslik's shoulder there, Cole. The right hand from Przewslik landed. And this is going to be an interesting final round, you know, last 10 seconds of round 5 here, because there wasn't all that much in the first couple of rounds. Cole definitely won 3 and 4. Fire under them, so I think we could see an interesting sixth and final round here. You're so right with what you said about this experience for Liddard and Sains though, because they're up at the top of the bill. One's literally the top of the bill, the other one's towards the top of the bill, and it's just a completely different thing and completely different kind of pressure.
All of that still to come. Could be a buzzing final 3 minutes in this one, with Przewslik incentivized perhaps with a couple of those right hands that landed in the fifth.
Be good to see Cole really snap that jab in those situations, wouldn't it? He doesn't really do it. He uses it, but he uses it to work his way in or measure the distance for that left hand. He's nice and tall. If he just stood up a little bit straighter and really tried to ram that jab home.
Final couple of minutes then. Here's the right hand again, kind of clipping shot from Przewslik.
Nicely timed left there though from Cole as Przewslik looked to try and close in.
Suspect the referee have Cole edging this one, I suspect. A couple of moments that have just reminded him how hard this game is. Not necessarily been in trouble or unnerved in any way, but just little reminders for him.
For Cole to be in any trouble here, then the referee will have needed to have given the first 2 rounds to Przewslik, which I think probably won't have happened because there wasn't much in either of them. It could well be that Cole has got both of them, which would leave him, by my reckoning, 4-1 up going into this final round, and I'd have him ahead in this one so far, although Przewslik is looking to try and finish strong.
Yeah, not quite had the success with the right hand as he did in the previous round, and I think that backhand, the left hand of Cole, has just been enough of a deterrent just to keep him away. But I think Andy's right. When you're a southpaw, everything's got to start with a jab, isn't it? And that would be the thing. Almost a whole day just working on the jab, another day just on the jab, and make it the starting point. But Przewslik wasn't quite able to build on that 5th round, the momentum that he'd created. And Alex Branson Cole managed to deter him with a few lefts of his own inside the final 3 minutes.
But you look at this for an experience for these two as well, because he does sell some tickets, Alex Cole, but he's in the second half of the bill here, if you like, and look how full it is already. We were talking about it in the last couple of fights. This is not normal for him either to fight in front of this size of crowd. I don't think. I've not been at every single one of his fights.
No, it's not. This is the best crowd I've seen here in ages. Remember, there was a really good noisy partisan crowd when I was here a couple of years ago for Michael McKinson fighting Rocky Kelly. That was a terrific atmosphere that night. But I think this is a bigger crowd and one of the best I've seen here in quite some time. And I think they're going to make themselves heard as the likes of Liddard and Sains make their way in a little bit. And those are still to come. Let's see how this one panned out.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Your ringside referee scores the bout 59-55. And your winner, Alex Cole!
4 points. points in it then, 5-1 ultimately it was in round scored to Alex Cole, who continues his resurgence with a third win on the spin, Andy.
And it's a good fight for him, that too, because Przewczak gave it a go there. 5-1, that fifth round would have been the one that the referee would have scored to Przewczak, and she obviously did find either of the first couple for the Polish fighter, which is fine. I'm not saying she should have. But he's neat and tidy, Cole, isn't he? You just feel like there's more there. There's more there.
Well, he got a big cheer when he came in, and a rousing reception from his fans after that one. He's got the decision, comfortably so. Let's find out if it was a comfortable night's work. He's with Ali.
You didn't get it all your own way, but you got the win. Just sum up your performance in that.
I thought the first 2 rounds are good, and now I got sloppy. I do feel a bit disappointed, but that's up to my coach to decide. But I feel like, well, I got the win, so I guess that's the best thing. I can't be too harsh on myself. That's my coach's job. But yeah, all in all, got the win. He's a tough man.
Yeah, difficult opponent to go up against. But it looked like you came out with different tactics from round 3. Is that what the instructions were from the corner?
They were. We had 3 different opponent changes, so 3 different tactic changes. But that's no excuse. But yeah, from the third round, I was trying to get into a bit more, but I was getting a bit lazy.
Where do you go from here? What is next?
We see what's next. Boxing's a tough sport, and you know, I mean, it depends on which way you can get. Southern area, English, whatever I can get. Really, it's a tough call to decide. That's up to my manager. But yeah, anything really. Another fight.
Final word for the supporters in here. There's a lot of them in here tonight for you.
Thanks to my missus Lilia. She's watching somewhere in a boozer. My coach, and everyone from Fabersham. Thank you.
Well done, Alex. Great performance.
Thank you.
We've got big Oscar Beck. Yes. Two baggers that made it from YouTube, now broadcasting our own show. Big thanks and shout out, of course, to Johnny Clark from Top Tier, putting on this incredible show featuring. We've got a Southern Area title fight next. We've got 2 of Eddie Hearn's prospects. Jimmy Sains has sold the gap out. George Liddard has as well. Oscar Bevis. This is a special moment for us. The B stood here for the Stomping Ground. We got it on the ropes, look. What's going on? My head's gone. Excited? Happy?
I feel like I need to pinch myself a bit. We said for years that me and you would do something. We traipsed around America and we had a good time, and you mentioned the word blagging. He is kind of right. We had a really good time and we said we'd do something together. I thought we might, but I didn't think it would be a couple of months in streaming boxing this good. Flying, didn't we?
Yeah, no, it is special. And obviously, look, when you do a show like this tonight, you've got people like Matty Lawless from Matchroom who came over, instrumental in making this happen. And I think, look, obviously this is the way the business is going moving forward. What better for us to have more stuff on? Jimmy Sains on the card, excited to see him. I think you know this because you've done Matchroom fight camps when they've been in Essex for years, but this geezer can really, really sell.
Yes. The fact that we've got 2 local lads on it who can both fight, they've both got personality, it makes things really interesting, and it's quite good for them because yes, they've been on some of the biggest shows in the biggest arenas and had some really good time slots on DAZN as well. We're coming back here doing things on a smaller scale,
yeah,
still a well-produced scale. It's an experience that they haven't had yet. You can only put them in good stead, and but I'm excited to see them do their proper good fight.
You know what, it says a lot. Eddie as well really liked what Johnny over there was doing, and that's sort of his idea, saying look, let them have a run out on a local show. Probably good to ground them a little bit as well. They're getting very used to the big cards and everything. Come back down, sell the gap out. And we were just speaking to John Ryder backstage. A lot of history has actually happened in the Brentwood Centre.
Well, he mentioned Darren Barker won his British title in the Brentwood Centre, Chris Eubanks Sr., Nigel Benn, big names are fought here. Names that George Liddard and Jimmy Sains could put themselves in that list if they go on to do big things in the future. But this is where boxing's at. I wouldn't even call this small hall, I'd say more medium hall because the production is fantastic, but Josh Warrington started on the small halls and come on to become a world champion. There's loads of different paths you can take, and starting on the small halls is a good place to be.
I'm going to bore the viewers very quickly. I don't know how many we're up to at the minute. We're on about 500-600. They've got to subscribe to the Stomping Ground. If you aren't subscribed to the Stomping Ground, then that you must be. Because not only do you get your live boxing that you've got tonight, but you'll be getting the interviews that come with it. We'll have a cheeky Tony Sims, John Ryder in there, obviously the lads that are on the card. But then you've got the AJ press conference stuff.
There is only one problem though. The interviews are done by us fools.
Yes,
so
true.
We can only apologise.
If you can
for
tolerate that, we're like a double act that you never asked for, yet you've got us nevertheless. I don't know how much longer we've still got on here. I'm waiting for the old queue, but we're still going. And
I promise we do know a lot about boxing.
You know, that is the art of the live broadcast. Well, let's talk about, we've got a Southern area fight next. I believe it's the only 10 rounder on the card. Very quickly, we are now wrapping up. Excited, some good action in here.
Southern area fights are always involved in the British Boxing Board of Control's Fight of the Year award. There's always a Southern area fight in there, for one reason. It's two lads who normally aren't full-time. They're going at it for a big chance it can only be a good fight, I promise.
So Oscar Bevis will throw it back to the MC because the action is ready and underway.
Thanks very much to Charlie and Oscar as we count down to some of the big fights still coming up. And a title fight is going to be next. That's Paul Gordon of Harwich against Kevin Revell. And Kevin Revell's become quite a regular on some of these top tier shows. Got an outstanding win last time up when he was here back in February. That was a huge win for him against the unbeaten Finn Judd, who is an exciting fighter, bringing a lot of attitude and strength to play, and Revell came up with a terrific game plan that night, probably the win of his career. And it's been a career of have a go. Andy, you've spoken to Kevin Revell, you've seen him fight. I mean, if ever a record didn't necessarily represent a fighter, but did represent him in terms of his approach and his attitude, then it is certainly the case with Revell.
It definitely is. He's got what you would describe as a real record, and when you talk to him about boxing, I genuinely really enjoy talking to him, but there's an interview you don't get much out of him because his attitude is just the same. Whatever you say, he'll just say, listen, yeah, this is a hard fight, but this is what I want. I want the hard fights. I'm not here to mess around. I'm not here to pad out a record. I'm here to get in there and find out how good I am. It's really straightforward, and it's refreshing, and he's good to watch. So this is going to be a good fight. We've both seen a lot of area title fights, and they very rarely disappoint you.
Yeah, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic, and I'm looking forward to it. And also we'll find out tonight how much Gordon has learned from the experience of a hard, tough championship fight, winning the title back in March. And that was a real test for him on the night where he went up against another unbeaten prospect in Constantine Williams. It was a grueling fight, it was close, and he only just came out of that 96 points to 94. So that could be a huge springboard, a real platform for him. We're going to find out tonight whether it is or whether he needs to adapt once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening. Scheduled 10 3-minute rounds for the Southern Area Middleweight Championship and English title eliminator. Now please welcome the challenger, Kevin Revell.
Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem damn bad. Gotta keep on chugging. Ran through everything in front of me. Might smoke bad. yeah, my training's going really well. I've been in camp for about 2 weeks now, and we're still 8 weeks out. Going really well at the minute. And he's got to go, hasn't he? Muffin Top's got to go. I'm going to knock him out. Good luck to him. Good luck to him, and we'll see you on the 29th of June.
There is absolutely a no frills, no fancy attitude to boxing from Kevin Revell. He is in it to test, to challenge himself, and he has done that repeatedly throughout his career. Win or lose, he wants to find out. And last time we found out that he was better than ever against a young, confident, unbeaten prospect. He found a way to win, and he looked as good as he ever has done. And with perhaps the training camp of his life, the preparation and the enticing character, of a title ahead of him, I think we're going to see an even better Kevin Revell tonight.
Gordon!
I'm very confident. I've got a great team around me. Yeah, I don't think anything that he can bring I've not dealt with before. I know what I'm going to work on, I know what I'm going to exploit. I know I'm tall at the weight, I'm strong, and I'm entertaining. I'm coming there for a scrap. I want to be in there, I want to get in there, I want to get the job done so you can get out as quick as possible. Okay, my motivation going into this fight is to obviously not lose, to retain my title. I just want to make myself and my family and everyone around me proud. But it just drives me to work harder in the gym, to put in the hours, and yeah, just make sure that I get that win. Train hard, I'm coming.
Well, we're going to find out tonight what a win and a title can do for a young fighter. That might well be the case for 28-year-old Paul Gordon, who had to go through the mill to win this Southern Area title last time out, but so often we see, Andy, down history that can be the making of champions, that can be the real making of fighters.
It absolutely can. When you win that title and you have to walk through a fight to get it, then generally you see a fighter grow, don't you? And it's often evident when their training team next see them return to the gym after a win like that. And it was a hard-fought win, as you say. These area title fights, that's what they give us most of the time. And it makes me really happy, actually, to see this in this kind of setting, in front of this kind of crowd, with this kind of atmosphere, because that's what these fights deserve, isn't it? This is a really old, famous title, the Southern Area middleweight title, and it's an English title eliminator as well. And both of these two want this really, really badly.
How much more confidence does Gordon have coming to the ring tonight with that big win under his belt? It's still relatively early days. There's just the 7th fight of his career. Loads of amateur experience. He won the Haringey Box Cup, which Andy sees regularly, back in 2018. So he's got the pedigree as well. Juggling work as a welder with this boxing game, so hard, as we were discussing earlier on. But he is the man to beat tonight. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. You can see the advantage in height for Gordon. He really is tall and rangy. He's got a good 4 or 5 inches on Revell, who used to like to use mobility. They're the same in reach, interestingly. It doesn't appear that way, but I think Revell's got long arms, and you can just see that as they dangle down towards his side beside us. Revel's found adaptability so far in his career, particularly last time up, and this is beautifully poised, as it should be, for this historic title.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds and is for the Southern Area Middleweight Championship and English Title Eliminator. Brought to you by Johnny Clark of Top Tier Boxing and their proud sponsors by Insulation, Synergy Direct, and Think Green Partners. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your area representative, Des Reese, and the inspectors ringside, Alan Spelling, Paul Cubitt, Terry Fleming, Anne-Marie Randolph, and Gurjit Chana. Your timekeeper at the bell, Stephen Pucci, and the third man in charge of the action in the ring, A-star referee Kieran McCann. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first the challenger, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the white with gray trim. His official weight of 11 stones and 5 pounds. He has a record of 8 fights, 3 losses, 5 wins, and 2 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from South Ockenden, Essex, England, United Kingdom, Kevin! And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you the champion, fighting out of the blue corner. His official weight of 11 stones, 5 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 6 wins, and 1 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Harwich, Essex, England, United Kingdom, the Southern Area Middleweight Champion, P.A. Gordon!
Really looking forward to this one.
Spoke to you both in the dressing rooms, you know what I expect, all right? Keep the fight clean, obey my commands. Most importantly, gentlemen, protect yourself at all times, okay? Touch gloves.
And as if the prize of the Southern Area title isn't enough, a little added spice as this also serves as an eliminator for the English title. Andy Clark will clear the picture up for us there with that regard, but another carrot dangled for these two men tonight.
Absolutely, so that pathway goes on with a win here. You land that belt, if you're the challenger, Revel, you keep hold of it if you're Gordon, and that next rung on the ladder is there for you to take. Brad Pauls is still officially the English champion, but he's got that rematch for the British with Nathan Heaney before too long, which he will be very confident he will win. Of course, if he does, then he will definitely vacate the English. That's how that works. If he doesn't, then I don't see him wanting to drop back down to English level to defend that. He'll want to move on. So I think this will be vacant before too long. There's another eliminator that's been put together between Dan Catlin and Linus Udofia. I think that is going to end up on a Steve Goodwin shot if that fight stays as is. Udofia's already won the English title, so I don't necessarily see him taking that fight, to be honest, but we'll see.
Well, here we go through the first minute then of this one, scheduled for 10. You see the differences in kind of range and maybe style. Kevin Revel really did switch up the aggression and the counter punching. He got the blend absolutely right against Finn Judd last time up, and he may have to do something of the same here again against a tall, rangy fighter like Gordon. Obviously early on they want to have a look, they want to try and suss things out and start to react, but it may well be that Gordon's not the kind of guy you want to give too much time, get allowed to get into...
Jabbed, and then Revel fell short and came over the top of his front foot with a right hand, and Gordon was able to just step off and catch him. So he went first and third there, as coaches would describe it. But you're right, Revel cannot let him settle here. He's got to try and, in as educated a way as he can, bring some pressure
I think you can see from Revell the benefits of a camp. He does look stronger on around the shoulders and the top of his body compared to the last time we've seen him. He really has prepared in depth for this opportunity. Should be stressed quite early on, but he's been in 6-round fights, hasn't he, latterly? It's a big jump up to a 10-rounder tonight. Maybe that's something we bear in mind as this one progresses.
It is a big jump, and as we've been mentioning, that first 10-rounder for Gordon will have been a big thing for him, but he got caught by right hand there as he was pulling out Gordon with his chin a little bit high.
Of that round, and in a close one, those are kind of round deciding shots.
It's a good, wasn't it? Because I think it tells us what kind of a fight we've got here. Gordon is going to want to try and keep this at range, going to want to try and use that jab.
A gym mate of James Osborne, of course, both coming from Riley Wilson's Newlands gym, so they'll have spent some time together, energise each other in the build-up to this big night. Martin Bowers, of course, almost needs no introduction from the famous Peacock gym, is in the corner of Gordon. Rich history coming to the table tonight from that particular corner and gym.
I went to the old Peacock for a Saturday lunchtime show last year. He put on 4 or 5 of the Martin Bowers. Good matches, really good shows. The pro gym has moved out to right next to his house in Epping, in this beautiful corner of the Essex countryside. It's the cleanest gym I've ever been in my life. It's amazing. It's so spotless. Good right hand there from Revell.
Oh, that was clean as well, wasn't it? And again, he sparked into life. So Revell getting through with some of the meaningful punches, and early on it's the right hand the story. There's a big one, huge right hand, follows it up with another one, and Revell starting to make an impact here, and early on too.
He's just getting caught pulling back with his chin up in the air, Gordon. He's pulling back, but he's not pulling back far enough, and again there, the right hand, the over right hand just got through.
So far he's wearing them well, but they are big scoring shots. And now trying to fight fire with fire, Gordon, on the back of those 3 big right hands that got through at the start of the second. Kevin Revell underlining the point that while height and reach can be advantages, they can also be disadvantages as well if you're not defensively savvy or you're not using them appropriately. And so far is that the shorter man does have the same wingspan according to the stats, and he's making his tactics pay.
He just seems to have recovered from that rough spell though, Gordon. He's got that little bit of poise back, but that comment you make about the reach there, it's interesting. I think Revell might be one of these guys who makes the punches reach a bit further than you think they're going to. You look at his height and you probably think...
Early on in the lightweight career of Ahara Davies, wasn't it? I think people were shocked that he could reach them when they didn't think he was going to. Revell getting through with a little 1-2 punch combination. He's having a good round. You're right, Andy's right. The element of composure back in the game from Gordon. That's largely because I think he chose just to meet fire with fire. But this is Revell's round, and it's a big one.
It absolutely is. The big shots have come from him. It's not that Gordon hasn't had success, but Revell's just had plenty more. And Gordon, when Revell comes forward, Revell really has to commit, and he does commit. But he pulls back his straight lines, Gordon. He needs to get off the line, doesn't he, basically, as Revell kind of launches himself at him.
He landed a cheeky little body shot in that exchange, Gordon. Little crumbs of comfort for him. Nothing wrong with his attitude. Plenty wrong with his defences in that second round.
But we're only 2 rounds in, and this has already got hot, hasn't it? Perfect.
What I love about boxing is that in between rounds, these corners have got a chance to reset. Martin Bowers and Paul Gordon, they've got a chance to change the navigation of this fight. Whether it's tactically, approach, mindset, whatever, they've now got a chance to raise the stakes, put some chips in and do something a bit different. And then maybe Revell's got to react accordingly. So it's a constantly moving jigsaw puzzle, isn't it?
It is, and there's nothing like it in that regard, because you have that one-on-one time. The only other thing I can think of in sport that's anything like it is a golfer and the caddy, where they get to consult before key moments. But in boxing, again, because it's just that bit different to other sports, but he's got that 40 seconds of training by the time they're sat down, then they need to get them back up again at the end of the round. 40 seconds really to get that message across, and you've got to make it simple. They have to be able to understand it, and sometimes when they're in that fog, you've got to find a way to make them take it in. It's a difficult thing.
Nice little right hand there, round the side from Gordon. Might have landed on the glove. You saw a bit of the spray up into the air, into the lights. Certainly, I think you can see in Gordon's approach or his reactions that the benefit of that 10-round hard fight will not be wasted on him. And if it becomes a grueling affair, then he won't be found wanting. Better response from him. It looks like he's getting off first in some of these exchanges through the first minute.
And Ravel has committed to that right hand 2 or 3 times now, but he's just been a little bit too far out. That's good from Gordon. Took his feet in, just slid in, whacked that right into the body, and then just took his feet back out again. And that's decent too. Leads off with a jab upstairs, right hand underneath.
Their commitment to the attack from Ravel is exactly what's required. If you miss with one punch, if you've got others to follow, then you might just get a bit of success. And that's what happened. He led with the right hand, missed, followed it up with a left. It was almost like a southpaw left or a jab, and he landed with that. But back comes Gordon, both enjoying success in that little skirmish.
This is warming up into a really good fight already, and for Ravel, this kind of situation here where he's got centre ring and Gordon's in front of him towards the ropes. If he attacks from that point and he pushes him back into the ropes, he pulls back high, Gordon, but the ropes will stop him, and that's where he can really catch him.
Nice strong jab there from Ravel. He just blinked at that, Gordon. And one of the real features of Ravel's win last time up against Finn Judd was that his decision making, when to push, when to pull, when to go, when not. His decision making was absolutely spot on.
When he steps in and just feels something on the end of the glove there, you can almost see the confidence just really rise in Ravel. Bit of blood from the end of the nose there from Ravel.
Yeah, testament to some of the shots that got through. But again, he was busier. I think he was a bit more effective. It's been a good start for him. And unlike some of the early Ravel fights that I saw, where it looked like he wanted to be natural counterpuncher, last twice he's been more proactive, and is, as I said, decision-making about what to do and when has been absolutely bang on. And he looks like he's on point again tonight, early on.
Thought that was a better round from Gordon, that third, than the second, because the second was difficult in places, but every now and again he would just get caught in the same way, and it is always the same, because he gets pushed onto the back foot, he pulls back in a straight line, and he pulls back with his chin high. That's what's happening, isn't it, when Ravel steps on him? And whilst he keeps doing that, Ravel will keep having success and will keep feeling like he's going to get him. If he can just get off that line, just step off to the side, then he can change things here a bit, I think.
He's got to find a way to make it uncomfortable for Ravel. That body shot might just be a start. He's looking to get on the front foot. And then again, left hook was slightly low, said the referee, but he came back off that 3-punch combo with a left hook to the body. So this is a sustained application of tactics from Gordon. Good start to the round for him.
And again, he just slid in with the feet. Jabbed and then let go with the right hand as he did there, but his neatest work has been the right hand to the body off the back of the jab. Like that.
Strong jab, dipped in right hand. Lovely technique that from Gordon.
When he does that, he succeeds with it almost every time, because he lands that jab, he takes the feet in, dips his knees a little bit, and then just slaps that right hand into the body. It's really effective.
And he's also forcing Revell onto the back foot, and in truth, Revell has been impressive first 3 rounds coming forward. Slight change in the play then, midway through this 4th round. Another left hook to the body, dug in there. That's 3 or so body shots have got through from Gordon in this round.
He managed to half block that one, Revell, but again, it's that jab and then down to the body, because it's getting results. He's having joy with it.
He found a bit of rhythm, but with thought and technique, Gordon. And that little smudge of blood again appearing below the nose from the nostrils of Revell.
That was better from Gordon. The right hand came in and he just dipped off to his right hand side, looks for the uppercut there, then the right hand up top, and this has been a good round for him. He's found his range, hasn't he, basically?
Yeah, bang on, Andy. He's found range, rhythm. He's hardly missed with a punch when he's thrown him. There's been economy and efficiency. What a good, smart technique and thought coming from Gordon this round. Some classy stuff, in truth. And he might have needed it. I had him 3 down. I think he needed this round.
It's by distance his best round of the fight. I think, yeah, the third I thought was close, but he definitely lost the first 2. He's won that round. And the way he's done it too could be quite significant.
Momentum. Boxing always about momentum. Was that a significant momentum shift then? As we said before, each round there's a chance to reshape the narrative, and now it's up to Revell to try and do likewise.
I was just looking down the list of some of the fighters who won this title. It was first given out 90 years ago. Billy Joe Saunders has won it, Darren Barker, Howard Eastman, James Cook, Kevin Finnegan, Bonnie Sterling. Just a few of the names, but those most recent 2 went on to become world champions, of course. I mean, it's a big thing, the area title, isn't it?
Absolutely. They won't even be thinking about the English now, or British or European or world titles. That'll seem oh so far away. Right now, it's just the here and now. And right here, right now, we've got a simmering, bubbling contest that was moving seemingly one way in favour of Kevin Revell, and that 4th round has just changed the play.
Again, that's good body work, and then looks to use the jab, and then a cuffing right hand from Gordon, who tucks up and protects himself much better that time. Just pivoted around that front foot, stepped off to his left. I wonder whether in the corner Martin Bowers just said to him 3 rounds in, listen, you have to make this your fight. Never mind what he's doing. Never mind worrying about his right hand and him coming in from distance. You need to step in and punch yourself and make him worry about you, because that's what he's done since.
Well, it seems significant that getting off first, but trying to get on the front foot has been the key to this. Revell's trying to change that, just missed slightly with the right hand. I think it grazed the side of the face with the inside of the glove, but Revell is trying to get on that front foot, trying to press gently forward to try and wrest back command.
He's sticking to it, isn't he? He knows what the plan is here. He will have known that this was going to be hard. He's prepared for that. He's happy with that. Neat little left hand there from Revell.
But again, Gordon is landing. Not every single punch, but most of them become really accurate. And Revell's going to have to find a response. The 1-2, the right hand getting through from Gordon.
Trying to chop down with the right hand there, Gordon, as Ravel just dipped to his left and caught him high on the head there.
Keeps landing it, and then in return, payback from Ravel. Lands exactly the same combination. This is becoming a really good fight.
Just setting his feet and throwing the left hand off the back of the 1-2, Gordon. In the last couple of rounds, when Ravel has looked to come at him, he's looked to step in and meet him, rather than just pull those feet out and try and get out of range.
Oh, there's the right hand getting through. We saw that in the first round, didn't we? Almost lazy from Gordon, going back with his hands down, chin in the air, and Ravel made him pay again. Good response from Ravel right to the end of the round. But up until that late surge, it was another good couple of minutes from Paul Gordon, who's getting himself right back into this one.
It was, and this is close, isn't it? We're at the halfway stage now. First 2 to Gordon, first 2 to Ravel, 4 and 5 to Gordon, 3. More difficult to score, probably the most difficult to score of the 5, so it's really in the balance. The momentum at the minute is with Gordon, but Ravel, he'll have expected this, won't he? He's booked in for this, hasn't he? A hard fight. He knew that that was what this was going to be, and he knows that he is still having success doing it the way he's doing it. And he's got to trust in the method, doesn't he?
And hope the gas tank is well served from that hard training camp. There's a good chance he's going to have to go into uncharted territory. As it stands, into a 6th round again, as he has been the last couple of times. And what Gordon is building is momentum and confidence, not to mention to go with it. Chops down the right hand again, finding the timing for that. It's amazing how this is just changed and morphed and turned this fight. Last couple of rounds, where suddenly Gordon is looking at a really tidy fighter. He's disciplined, composed, his range and distance just seems so effortless and easy finding the target.
Didn't quite find the right hand that time off the back of the jab, but wasn't too far away. That lead hand is just keeping Ravel occupied, isn't it? Doubling up on it there. Nothing really on either of them, but there was on that left of the body.
And always, yeah, always there's a body shot, isn't there? And you just wonder down the stretch if that's going to pay some kind of dividend. There he goes, stabbing lead right hand to the body, Gordon again. And back comes Ravel, cheered on as he does so.
Landed a right hand, a kind of up jab there, got through. Just after he landed that right hand, he had Gordon kind of in the corner, and he needed to step across and really keep him there, because those opportunities where he's got Gordon on the retreat with that chin up high, they're scarce, much more scarce than they were earlier on.
The one thing about Gordon, he doesn't look like he's going to change pace, Andy, but it is one sort of pace that it doesn't look like he's going to be easy to budge from. I wonder if maybe that's something Ravel can look at.
He's quite languid, isn't he? And he's got that sort of rhythm to him, and if you let him establish that rhythm, good long right hand from him there.
Yeah, he just took a step back. Ravel missed with the left hook. He's missed wildly with that a couple of times, and most times when he has missed, he's been punished, and he absolutely was punished. Just looking a little flustered, Ravel, for the first time, and that's because he was defenseless, having missed his own shot. Again, he's clipped with a counter. There's another right hand. Missed with that one. He's starting to flow and flourish now, this Gordon.
He is. He's boxing really, really well. There's plenty of blood coming through the end of that nose now, because this is accurate, fairly spiteful work too. He doesn't really load up, but there's enough on these, because the biting point, which people reckon to be about 80% of full extension, that's where you want to hit somebody, that's where you want to feel them on the end of the glove. That is exactly where it needs to be. This has been a real hard round for Ravel.
Yeah, blood is smeared across his lip now, and he'll be grateful for the minute's respite. Little welt under his left eye as well, just a bit of swelling there. That was a hard round, tough round, and it was another build round, if not a breakthrough, for Paul Gordon, who's, well, nearly on fire right now.
He is, and the wind is in his sails, the force is definitely with him. And it's difficult to see, to be honest with you, exactly what Ravel can do about this, other than just put in an absolutely gargantuan effort, try and back himself to take this and hope that he could break Gordon, essentially.
Absolutely. And now you're thinking about the 10-round distance. Now you're thinking about new uncharted territory for Kevin Ravel, where he's just about to embark upon into a 7th round for the first time in his career. So here we go. What he should be reminded, and remind himself though, Andy, it could be a level fight. On my card it's 3-3, and no matter what you think about momentum and this and that and who's got the upper hand, it might still be up for grabs. Well, it is up for grabs, but it might be absolutely dead level on the cards.
No, it's absolutely close in terms of the round scores, I would say, but it's gone one way in the last 3 rounds. That doesn't mean that he can't stem that tide and then turn it. We've seen it done, but it will require something special from him. And this is where you find out, isn't it? This is where you find out what you've got. I don't think he'll be lacking in the minerals department here, Ravel. I really don't, but it's not just about that. Technique and ability play a huge part in boxing, like they do in any sport, and the more technically proficient of these two is Gordon.
Nose dripping with blood again. He just dabbed at it there, Ravel. Oh, he's backed off, and he was clipped with another right hand. That was a sharp 1-2 once again. And he is not just building momentum, but he is buzzing with confidence now, Gordon. Whips in a left hook as well. Some hurtful shots getting through from Gordon, who tries the 1-2 again.
The distance on that 1-2 away to our left-hand side was absolutely perfect. The left and right landed in rapid succession, but Ravel gets through with a couple there himself.
Yeah, those were clever shots from Ravel, who is showing those minerals that Andy mentioned. And just the kind of shots he needs, you fancy, to work his way back into it. Just remind Gordon that he's in a fight.
He's digging in here, Ravel. Absolutely he is. And he's just got to keep working, and hope that he could just win that battle of wills, but he felt the big left hook there.
Yeah, he did, he got through. Crowd are with him, Andy, aren't they? You heard the surge in the roar when that left hook got through. They're with him, Ravel. And he is finding a way back into this round and this fight. There's another little chopping right hand from Ravel. Again, missing wildly with the left hook. That's kind of been his nemesis tonight, that left hook. Led to all the misfortune and pain in the previous round.
30 seconds remaining in a round, and Gordon just trying to get after him. And Gordon's done enough, I think, in the first 2 minutes of the round to take this one, unless Ravel does something big towards the end. But I think Ravel has done enough maybe to really give himself some belief back for the final 3.
I think that's a fair call. I think that is a fair call, Andy. Ravel trying everything though, but he's clipped by a right hand again, forced to back off at the end of the round. And all that hard work in the final minute slightly undone.
Area title fights are tremendous, so aren't they? Because this is a really good fight through 7. It's a fantastic fight.
It's essentially what we're seeing before our very eyes, Andy, is all about confidence and belief, isn't it? And they're trying to undermine the self-belief in their opponent, their confidence in their chance of winning, their confidence in what it is that they're doing, whether it's working or not. And it's just that constant probing and denying and undermining the confidence and the self-belief in each other. That's why it's so mesmerizing, isn't it? the possibility, the potential for change, for difference in each and every round as the narrative unfolds. It is just spellbinding, time after time after time. And here again, we've seen that unfold before our eyes tonight. And Kevin Ruel was looking classy, getting things, making things his way early on in the fight, and then from the fourth round onwards, it's been Gordon who's been able to do that by his own skills, by his own application, by his own timing and self-belief. Kevin Ruel trying to get back into it.
But that last round we just saw, I do think that Gordon won it, but to an extent there, maybe Ruel did just stem that tide a bit, and now he's got the task of trying to turn it back. When you get that kind of to and fro, those swings of the pendulum, that's what makes for a really, really good fight. There's that jab from Gordon, which has worked effectively for him. He's been circling Ruel, just keeping it at a bit of distance in this round so far.
Lands a body shot of his own, following up as well. The combinations, exactly what he should be doing. He's missed a couple of times with maybe the lead shot, but the follow-up has landed for Ruel.
He needed to go again there, Ruel, didn't he? He stepped in, he landed a couple, not particularly strong, but he needed to try and go again. I think they're both feeling this a bit, understandably.
No surprise. It's been a great test for them both. They've both been challenged. Lovely little whipping left hook to the body from Gordon, answered by Ruel, who's trying to come forward. He's giving it absolutely everything in this round.
He is. We could see him just heave a big breath in there, kind of gather himself and just come forward again. And there's not been an awful lot in this round, but the more effective stuff has come from Gordon, you would say.
But Ruel is on the front foot. He's landed shots of his own. Little right hook there. He gets through with the right hand again. That was the punch giving Gordon so much bother. And he backs off Gordon. Again, Ruel on top of him.
He's got to stay on him here, Ruel. A good finish here, and he can take this one. He needs to stay on him here. He can't be gung-ho, but he has to stay on him.
There's no doubt that the story of this fight has kind of front foot supremacy, hasn't it? Ruel trying to do that once again. He's gritting his teeth. It's not been pretty this round, but he's absolutely gritted his teeth and gone for it. Well, a tough round to score that.
That's a close round, that, isn't it? That is a close round
to score. It might just be the round that gets Ruel back on level terms. It could be that close.
It could be, and you could have 4-4 through 8 here. You could have 5-3 Gordon. I don't see Ruel ahead at this point, given what we've seen, but he could be level. But that's a massive effort from him in the last 2 rounds, because it wasn't going his way, was it? It was looking a bit ominous, to be honest with you, and he's really dug in, and he's kept that faith that we talked about, that you keep working and the other guy will start to feel it. I'm knackered, but he's more knackered than me. It's all of that, isn't it?
And all the more remarkable, given this is new territory for Ruel. You know, a title fight, first time in his career. Gordon's been there. Into 7 and 8 rounds for this first time in his life, and still looking strong, or at least dragging a performance out of himself. Andy, I know you thought the third was close, and that was really close. I gave both of those rounds to Ruel, so I've got it 4 apiece as we move into the 9th. Either way, it's up for grabs.
Exactly. The way I'm looking at it, I could see 4-4, I could see Gordon ahead, I can't see Ruel ahead, personally.
I think that's fair. Either way, it's up for grabs in these final couple of rounds you fancy. Certainly throughout, you'd probably say since the 4th round, the quality in this fight has all come from Gordon. He's dominated the exchanges with quality. Now, mind.
That was a good right hand from Gordon. He's a technically better boxer of the two. I don't think there's any question about that. Ruel is an effort fighter, looking for the uppercut on the inside, not totally sure if it landed.
He'd be a good poker player, Gordon, wouldn't he? Same face throughout, similar pace throughout. Not been easy to budge at all from his position. Try as Ravel might, but he is trying. My goodness me, he is trying.
Slightly laboured look about that right hand, but you can't exactly blame him for that, Ravel. And Gordon, in this round, like the last one, so far has picked the better punches because, as we say, he is the technically better boxer. But at this stage, in the last round, Ravel just, from somewhere, just got something done, and it was maybe enough to take it.
And two right hands in that exchange again from Ravel as well. Nice little uppercut from him too. And it shouldn't matter. You shouldn't get rewarded for putting one foot in front of the other and coming forward. It simply shouldn't happen, but it does seem to.
No, I agree with that. It can legitimately make a difference when the referee, who's the only scorer of this fight, it's his card that counts. It can make a difference if you cannot separate the fighters on effective punching. Then you can go to other things, but I always think you should be able to separate them on the effectiveness of their punching, whether it's on the front foot, on the back foot, however they throw them, however it looks. That's what you're looking at, always.
And the difficulty, particularly through these 8th and 9th rounds, is there's been little sways in the momentum, the passage. Was he hurt by a body shot there, Ravel, or was he just dipping? Comes back with a right hook under the left elbow himself, Ravel. But these last two rounds, 8th and 9th, because there's been little subtle changes in momentum and balance of play, really hard rounds to score.
I'd go Gordon that round. I felt that he did the better work of the two. He was neat at times, he was tidying up at times, he found a home for enough punches. But as you say, Ravel's on the front foot all the way through, all the way through.
I'm going to plead the 5th on that one. I just don't know. I fancy, I think that stylistically, Ravel might just get rewarded for his effort in the 8th and 9th rounds, because he really has given it everything. And I just sort of, I sense maybe Ravel will get rewarded for his effort in the 8th and 9th. Whether that's right or wrong is a different argument entirely, but he's up for grabs, he's up for debate. Don't disagree with Andy's take at all. That was tough to score, but it still might yet be decided on this.
Here we go.
Crowd have loved it. You might have heard them over our shoulder. A good selection of fans cheering on their charges. Blood has been smeared across the top lip of Kevin Ravel for about half of this fight. Smudges on his shorts as well. Note to self, don't be wearing a white shirt when you come to commentate ringside. I should know better by now. But it's been a cracker, worth every little droplet.
It has, it's been terrific, really terrific. They've just got to pour it all out, these two. But if you're Gordon, you've got to try and keep that technique together, keep it tight, keep it compact. Ravel with the right to the body.
And then a big exchange where it was Gordon forced to back off, and it's Ravel who's letting his hands go. Not always tidy, but at this stage of the fight, it really can't be, doesn't need to be. And this is down the stretch where it comes down to different things. It's not about technique and the hours working on a jab, working on that heavy bag or the speed bag. These are the moments when it's about something very, very different.
Ravel landed a right hand, midway point of the round.
Maybe Ravel just doing better so far, midway through this final round. But again, it's close. Looked like Gordon just defended that right hand to the body with the left elbow, but he's forced to back off again.
But it's Ravel who's bringing the heat here, isn't it? Gordon's a little bit defensive, a little bit negative in this final round. I don't see any way that Martin Bowers has said to Gordon heading into this 10th and final round, listen, you're ahead, you just need to stay on your feet. I can't believe they'll have told him that. He's not doing enough, is he?
Big right hand got through from Ravel again. He's just forcing himself through the pain barrier, willing himself forward, giving it absolutely every ounce, every gram of strength that he has in his body. And still half a minute to go. Little blow and puff of the cheeks there from Ravel. Still he comes forward. Still Gordon can't keep him off him.
Left hand gets through from Gordon, but Ravel just closes that distance and just lets his hands go. He's worked so hard in his final round. He's winning this round, Ravel.
And it's a paw to the air from Gordon, who thinks he's done enough. Ravel wearily goes back to his corner. He's not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a draw.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was a draw either. Let's just have a quick look at what we think about it. The first 3 rounds, you gave all 3 to Ravel. I could see that. I thought the third was close, so that was one I would say wasn't easy to score. 4, 5 and 6.
Gordon.
7 as well, I would say. I would say Gordon.
Yeah, I give 7 Gordon as well.
8th is close. 8th and 9th are close. I went Gordon 9th. I went Ravel 10th. I've got a draw, I think, on my card, actually, but I don't really see a Ravel win myself. I could see a Gordon win. Who knows? It's up to Kieran McCann, isn't it?
Luckily,
he's had a great look at it.
Luckily, I'll tell you, they've tallied it up pretty pronto, so... well. No building up the tension and the drama. We're going to get the result. Let's do that now.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Kieran McCann scores the bout 97 to 93. And your winner, and still the Southern Area Middleweight Champion, Pierre
97, 93, maybe just a smidge wider than we thought, but it was a captivating fight, a terrific fight. Ravel couldn't have done any more to give himself a chance, and he did give himself a chance down the stretch. Maybe on balance, the better quality overall from Gordon, who remains the champion.
Yes, exactly. He was the technically better fighter of the two. I think the referee has given him all of those close rounds. I think he's probably given Ravel rounds 1, 2 and 10 and given Gordon 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. I think that's how you get that score, and I can see that. I think he's been a little bit hard done by there in terms of the scores, Ravel, but I think the right man got it.
And there's the belt, and there's a photo for the mantelpiece, and it's a collection that is evolving for Paul Gordon, who probably learned plenty more about himself in the ring again tonight. That is 2 really tough, hard fights, and he has emerged on top in both. He has found a way to win, and clearly has a skill set to work on. And that is a good habit that he is developing, to come out on top in hard fights. That is a really, really good habit.
Yeah, those are fights that really bring something to you, don't they? Because they're 10-round fights, proper hard fights, a 96, 94, a 97, 93. Those are 20 serious rounds to have under your belt.
It wasn't easy. It rarely is as you get to title level, but he remains the champion, Paul Gordon. He remains unbeaten. Let's hear what he has to say. He's with Ali.
Paul, and still the Southern Area Middleweight Champion. That was a close fight. Area fights are always entertaining. Just sum it up for us.
Difficult. He was a strong lad. He come a couple of times, put the pressure on me. It was just about having the defence and making sure that I could get out of there. But no, he was a good lad. I knew it was going to be a hard fight. He's a good boxer.
Yeah, it looked like a tough fight. It was close. What do you think made the difference in there tonight?
My jab. I had a good jab, but I kept catching them with it. And that opened up the combos sometimes, and I think I was just a little bit more active than it was.
A successful first defence of your title. Where do you go from here? Are you going to fight for it again or looking to move on?
I'll let my team handle that. I don't care. I just turn up and box.
Final word to the supporters who are here cheering you on tonight.
Thanks, everyone. I couldn't do it without you. And thank you to my sponsors and everyone else that helped makes it possible, my team.
Well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening. Scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, S.A. Smith.
It's been a long journey, literally and figuratively, for S.A. Smith. Sam Smith from Cornwall. Enough of a journey in itself, but unbeaten so far in 4 fights, and surely waiting for this kind of opportunity. Well, opportunity knocks and presents itself tonight for Smith. And the big question is he good enough and ready enough to capitalise on that? We look forward to finding out.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, George Liddard.
Living my dream. The sacrifices I make, I know that someday, you know, they're going to benefit me, benefit my family, and benefit those around me. So, I've got to keep sacrificing, keep working hard, and get to the top. You know, I think I've got a very mixed style. I can do a bit of everything. You know, I can fight on the front foot, I can fight on the back foot. Doesn't matter where, I can do what I need to do to get the win. I couldn't work any harder or do any more than what I'm doing. So how can I not trust in myself and believe that no one's going to be able to beat me? When it comes on fight night and I'm standing in front of them, I know I've done more than they've done. That's where my confidence comes from. Listen, at the end of the day, when I get in there, it doesn't matter who's in front of me, I'm there to win, I'm there to put on a display. So, coming 29th of June, put on a statement.
George Liddard.
Terrific atmosphere building here in Brentwood. It's a very, very different kind of experience tonight for the unbeaten prospect George Liddard, who has been on the undercard, further down on the undercard of some of those big matchroom bills under the lights, behind the likes of Anthony Joshua. He's been to Vegas, but tonight at a much more frenzied, busy, small hold show, he can literally see the eyeballs of fans tonight, and that is going to be a unique experience for this young prospect who's got a fantastic fan-friendly style. He's exciting, athletic, energetic. You're going to love him. Tail off the tape. S.A. Smith unbeaten in 4. From Bodmin Moor, a farmer at the age of 30, who faces the hard life of the country, and now it's the tough road inside the boxing ring. He's 8 years older, though has a few inches advantage in height, though interestingly it's the Billericay bomber Liddard who has slight advantage in reach and freshness at the age of 22. He's unbeaten in 7 with 4 stoppages so far. Looking forward to seeing him again.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. This bout is brought to you by Johnny Clark of Top Tier Boxing and their proud sponsors, by Insulation, Synergy Directs, and Think Green Partners. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your timekeeper at the bell, Stephen Pucci, and the third man in the ring in charge of the action, A-star referee, Mark Bates. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the black and white with gold trim. His official weight of 11 stones and 11 pounds. He has a record of 4 fights, 1 loss, 3 wins, and 1 of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Bodmin Moor, Cornwall, England's United Kingdom, introducing Smith! And his opponents across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He is wearing the black with silver trim. His official weight of 11 stones and 11 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 7 wins, and 4 of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Billericay, Essex, England's United Kingdom, Liddard!
Gentlemen, when I tell you to break, you take a step back immediately. Get your punches up, obey my commands and protect yourselves at all times. So look, gents, touch gloves.
Really looking forward to this. What an atmosphere. Absolutely crackling and buzzing, and my goodness me, apparently Jimmy Sains has got a stack of fans in here tonight, so really looking forward to that a bit later on. It's his matchroom gym mate George Liddard, who's up, unbeaten prospect, who's looked lively so far, gaining lots of international experience. Andy Clark, looking forward to seeing what he brings tonight.
Me too, I like what I've seen so far. Look at that for a start.
Well, what a start. First right hand, big surge. I said to Andy that Sam Smith would just need to get through these first couple of rounds because they could be torrid for him. Liddard starts at a pace and he fights with an intensity, and we've seen that right from the off. It was the right hand that did the damage, wobbled Smith early on. He's rocked back by the jab. We've only gone less than a minute.
That's a lovely jab. Just plants it out there, no real tell to it. What I like about Liddard is he's got this kind of swarming, swaggering style. He looks to get on top of you, and when he gets there, which he is at the minute, you're in trouble.
Smith just can't match the pace and intensity. He can't see where the punches are coming from. And now he's twisted and turned, totally at odds with time and space. And there's fists flying at him from every angle.
He's actually doing kind of well here, Smith. I'm not totally convinced he'll see the end of the round necessarily, but he'll have been buzzed. He'll have been hurt by that initial combination, which came in the first 10-15 seconds. But he's just beginning to settle down a bit now. The minute after that was a real rough one, but he's got through it. He's just got to try and stay tight, try and stay compact. Don't give anything away. Get through this, take a seat, and breathe.
Yeah, he was a bit like this in his first couple of fights, and he got better as the fights went on, but this is a different kind of prospect literally in front of him tonight, and there are heavy shots coming through. Lovely change in the angle of attack from Liddard. And every shot seems to carry some weight and meaning from Liddard. I love the way he dips the head and the shoulders, changes the angle of attack, maybe draws a lead as well to give himself options. Liddard always creating, even when he's not necessarily attacking.
He looks like he might have that ability to slip punches as he's coming forward, which is a really difficult thing to do, and just digs his toes in for a left hook there. Just signs that Smith is maybe getting used to what is landing on him now. It could be a shot, can't it, early? And it definitely was with that knockdown so early on, but you can become slightly anaesthetised to it.
And this would kind of fit with his career, almost blown away in that round against a hot young prospect, but he's never had to weather a storm like this before, Smith. But he has been getting better bit by bit in his career. He got a draw over 8 with River Wilson Bent, who once upon a time fought Tyler Denny. And you were mentioning Linus Adolphia earlier on. I think he was the last man to beat Tyler Denny. What a run he's gone on. So his record isn't shabby, but at the moment he's just about sticking in there, Smith.
It was a horrendous start, wasn't it? I mean, he kind of touched down. It's not like he got knocked onto his back or anything, but it was a pretty crunching combination.
And he's got Des Charnock in his corner. He's been with him since his amateur days. A bit of amateur experience boxing out of Launceston Boxing Club. Comes from a fighting family. His brother Wes was an unbeaten prospect about 8-9 years ago. Career curtailed by injury, and this is a fight that might be curtailed by Liddard, the way he's tearing after Smith tonight. Clubs him with a right hand to the body, then lands one to the head. Intelligent stuff, going downstairs, then up. He's changing the attack all the while, Liddard. He's full of the business tonight.
The one high to the head looked like it could be a problem. His legs just stiffened for a split second. I wondered whether it had collected around the temple, but he's managed to wear it okay, Smith.
He is tough, Smith. He's always looked that way. We've got limited evidence to gauge him with, but he's always looked tough and hardy from what we've seen through his career so far. But he is up, gulping at rarefied air now, relatively, in career terms.
But he's giving it an unbelievable go here.
Remarkable recovery of sorts in that first round, and again early in the second. You're right, Andy. Sometimes effort and resilience is to be marvelled at inside the boxing ring.
That's a decent left hand there from Smith. Liddard's just struggled to find his range in this round compared to the first.
He's also thrown a lot of leather. He's a young guy, full of the business, but that was a hell of a pace through the first round and a half as he catches him again with the right hand. That's been the Achilles heel for Smith. One thing we know about those fighters coming out of Tony Sims' gym, Andy, is they tend to be fit and strong.
Absolutely. Both Sims brothers in that corner. John Ryder as well. He's playing an active part these days after hanging them up not that long ago. But this is a great fight for Liddard, isn't it? Because he's got someone in front of him here who is just giving him a fight. Liddard's on top, but Smith is just swinging away, and he has to be careful because there's plenty of intent and ambition here from Smith. It could mean that this fight doesn't go the distance, but this kind of firefight in front of a packed house, yes, please.
I said you'd like his style, Liddard. In fact, I think I said you'd love it. And he's going to sell tickets, bundles of them, the way he fights. Terrific effort from Smith to weather the storm, to try as he might. You see he's wearing the bumps and bruises. Already there's a bruising around the right eye, isn't there, Andy?
Yeah, around both of the eyes, actually, I think. Just on the corner of the left and then under the eyebrow on his right eye, I think there's a bit of swelling. But that is a frenetic first 6 minutes. That's the only word for it, because neither one of them stepped off at any point, Smith included, because his approach to defence seems to be to attack. I think he feels like his best chance of surviving this is to throw with Liddard I don't know how wise that's going to prove to be over the 6 rounds or however many rounds we get, but for us and for everybody who's paid for a ticket, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Round 3.
Well, Smith has had his chin checked, engine tested, ticker and courage absolutely rocked, but standing up so far. Can he find a way into this fight in the 3rd round?
Liddard's just got to make sure he keeps trying to set things up, keep moving his head on the way in, plan that jab. He's got a lovely stiff jab when he uses it. Don't just look for big singles or big doubles. Just work your way onto the inside, chip away if you have to, wait for that opening and then take it.
And maybe just time those moments when Smith is winging away, when he is going to have a go, just look for the counters, little step back, create little openings and opportunities, because they might be there. Smith is so courageous and so willing. He might just help Liddard out here. It's amazing how he's marked up without being cut, Smith. Slightly weary look with that right hand. Right leg just slightly dipped away from him.
Midway through the round, and again, this has been a hell of a pace. As he throws that right hand, he almost walks straight onto a left from Liddard, but he's not bothered, Smith, is he? He's not bothered.
No, but he's getting those opportunities, Liddard. Exactly what I was hinting at, that the counter punches actually might turn out to be, in the short term, the way forward, and those counter left hooks have worked for him in this round. Still Smith comes forward. Heroic stuff.
This is exactly what you need if you're Liddard, though. This is his 8th professional fight. It's all gone his way so far. He's looked good. Absolutely, he's looked good. But in Smith, he's got someone who is really taking it to him. He's not giving him any quarter. It's giving him very little respect, to be honest. There's a solid right hand.
Punched the gum shield out. It was so solid.
And he believes he can win. He's not winning, but he believes he can win.
Absolutely. Amazing stuff, this, from Smith. And ultimately now it's up to Liddard to kind of punch that belief, the fight, out of him. Can he, though?
Those legs look a bit unsteady as he took a step away to his right-hand side there.
Yeah, I mentioned it about a minute and a half ago, and he threw a right hand and he just kind of slightly stuttered, and not a stagger, but his right leg just gave way. Does look like he's tiring a bit, Smith. No surprise.
Bit of a cut underneath that right eye, where one of those swellings is maybe burst open slightly.
Gum shield's come out again, but there goes the bell, so they can do that in between rounds. He is marked up with the scars of battle. I said there wasn't blood. There is now. Bruising under the right cheek has developed into a cut. And he looks across to the fans that have come to see him, gives them a wink. Sam Smith, he was heroic so far tonight. For how long can he continue to be so? And let's stress, he is fighting, he's trying everything he knows, everything that he has, everything that he can. So there's no hint yet that the referee can step in. This is competitive stuff.
It is, but I was just, funnily enough, just thinking the exact same thing as you. I was just looking at the corner and thinking, if he has another round where he's getting more beaten up, if it gets worse for him, basically, let's say this round doesn't go well, it'll be 4 rounds down, 5 points down, and then if you're the corner, you have to think whether it's really good for him to leave him in for another 2, no matter how much he might want to do it. We're not there yet.
and can do it, yeah, which at the moment he absolutely can. But marked up heavily, stubborn resistance, an application from Sam Smith. Where's another right hand? It's been his nemesis all night. Still he's throwing punches, still he's trying to come forward.
There's that little head movement from Liddard, and then catches the shots as he comes in.
Another right hand sneaking through. Yeah, he's got a terrific style, Liddard. I don't know, and I mean this genuinely, I don't know how hard he punches, but he punches very accurately from good positions, and that is always going to be effective.
And he's on you, isn't he? He's on you all the time. He's always creeping in, looking to take that space. He's happy here.
And when I say I don't know how hard he punches, I'm not saying he's not a hard puncher. Just you don't know if he's, you know. Tony Sims was good friends with a guy called Nigel Benn, who used to come forward with a very, very similar style, and we knew he could bang.
Nice long right hand there from Liddard. He's not gone crazy this round.
No, I think he's realised from the third on that there will be little opportunities to counter as well. So it's intelligent pressure. I think he's really enjoying himself as well, Andy. He's close to smiling or smirking in there a few times. He's having it mostly his own way, so he's entitled to feel that way. But he is relishing this moment in front of a really intimate, boisterous, lively, big crowd.
Almost got through with the uppercut there, just rolled under a couple of punches, then looked for it, didn't quite land it.
And still Smith is piling forward, throwing shots. He's missing quite wildly there, but what an effort from him again. This is what opportunity creates. This is a big moment in his boxing life, and he's not going to leave anything in there, is he?
No, he really isn't. He really isn't. And this is the stage of the fight, really, where as a neutral, I want to see him get to the end now without taking too much more. George Liddard, as you say, is enjoying every second of this. It's a great opponent for him. It's a really good fight for him. It's a great occasion. He'll be loving this. He would want this to go on for as many rounds as possible. But as a neutral, as someone like yourself who loves this sport and really cares about these guys, the last thing I want to see here, to be honest with you, is to see this man to our right-hand side get knocked out.
And the fact that there was less obvious danger, less significant flashpoints in that previous penultimate round, gives you, us, him hope that he might actually be able to ride this bumpy storm out.
And that's not me saying I don't like knockouts or I don't approve of knockouts. I love a knockout as much as anybody, but I just don't want to see it happen to Smith tonight.
I think we hear you, Andy, as we head into the final round. He never stopped trying, throwing punches. Hardly landing, not being effective, Smith, for sure. But my goodness me, if you could bottle that up and sell it as some kind of energy drink, you'd make a mint. Good jab there from Smith, double jab, just keeping Liddard occupied. I suppose the question now is there anything else Liddard can do after an energetic performance?
That's a good point, because he's looked good. I love that jab. Just threw it again there. The way his shoulders move, it could be either hand that he's about to let go. There's no tell with it at all. It just plants on your opponent. There we go again there.
With his style, Andy, I suppose it's all, the key is the distance and where he's operating from. Because he earns his way in by A lovely head movement and the angles of the shoulders. So he can get himself close, but it's been at the right distance to then be effective.
He's looking for the body here in this round a little bit more. Again, another right into the body, and this is good work. He's looking to break his man down. He got off to such a terrific start. He put a lot into that first round, as you pointed out, and correctly, because when you get an opening, you should go for it. But it's almost like he's kind of reset from round 4-ish onwards and thought, all right, headshots, they're getting through, but maybe they're not the way, so he's investing in a bit more body.
There's some lovely little old school nuances from Liddard, isn't there? The way he moves, the way he shapes his body to throw shots. Really relaxed, comfortable way in the ring, up close. Wings a right hand over. They've pretty much gone head to chest in this round for the last couple of minutes. Maybe there's some safety in that range for Smith. He's got 30 seconds to go.
He's maybe one of these guys, Smith, who just the way he carries himself, his gait, if you like, makes him look a bit clumsy and unsteady when actually that's just how he moves.
Closing seconds, the clapper's gone. We're inside the final few seconds of this one. It looked unlikely. It looked almost impossible that we'd hear the final bell several minutes ago. There's a chance, Andy, that will indeed be the case.
Exactly. Looking up at him to my right-hand side here, Smith, he's just nodding his head at some of his supporters.
I think he's fine. Nodding to the music, nodding to his supporters. And I think the key for him is, Andy, there's been less obvious danger in the last couple of rounds for him.
There has. Tony Sims, I think, will just be saying to Liddard, just get out there, let your hands go, see what you can do in this final round. Enjoy it. You know, you have to enjoy these occasions as well. It's a hard life being a professional athlete of any description, but particularly a fighter. And, you know, you soak this up. This is what you do this for. This kind of a crowd, this kind of an atmosphere.
And the same for Sam Smith. These two, unless Smith finds a big shot in the last 3 minutes, the likelihood is these two are moving in opposite directions career-wise. Liddard onto the undercards of the big shows. No doubt, like everyone else, maybe trying to put the hand up for the big bills coming up over the course of the next few months and for the rest of the year. For Smith, the likelihood is it's kind of back to the regional circuit. This has been a real rare 40 for him into the limelight on these big small hole shows that Johnny Clark's putting together. Chopping right hand there from Liddard. If you were going to be uber critical, Andy, anything that maybe Liddard could have done through the last sort of 2.5, 3 rounds differently?
I think he maybe got a little bit head happy after that first round for a while. He probably thought the stoppage was nigh, which I did too, and it didn't turn out to be the case. And maybe for a spell just didn't set things up as well. Maybe didn't move his head as well on the way in. Didn't use that jab as much as I would have liked him to. But I think the last couple of rounds, he's really not quite gone back to basics exactly, but he's been very, very busy again. He's landed a lot, he's thrown a lot, he's been very efficient. I can't find too much fault with this, to be honest. Smith is the standard that he is, but he's very, very, very tough. And there's always been something coming back.
Absolutely. I think ultimately you just have to look at this and praise the courage, durability and willingness of Smith pretty much throughout. He's made it as competitive. He's made it way more competitive than perhaps it should have been. Oh, just got clipped by a right hand there.
And he's finishing strong here, Liddard. But he does have that movement, Smith, of somebody who looks like he's unsteady and hurt and about to go when actually he's not. The gum shield's come out again. I think the referee will get through to the end now before he lets that get picked up.
And there goes the final bell. Who'd have thought it? 15, 16, 17 minutes ago, my goodness me. And what an effort. What courage and resilience from S.A. Smith. Probably never, well, I think he's relished the moment, to be honest. I was going to say, probably never been happier to go back to the farm and being up to his waist in cow and sheep poo, but actually I think he's loved every minute of it, Andy.
I think he has. I think he absolutely has. It didn't get off to a great start, obviously, but since then he's just dug in. He's dug in all the way. And you put up a performance like that, and no one expected him to win tonight. It would have been a major, major shock, but you give this kind of value for money and show that kind of heart on this kind of stage, and promoters will want you. Because what they want for their prospects is somebody who is going to get in there, believe that they can do something, not just cover up, who's going to bring you a fight. And that's what he brought tonight. I really enjoyed that, right from the start.
Terrific. I knew he'd bring it, Liddard. I turned to Andy and said, if Smith can, if he can just get through the first 2 rounds, he might be okay. And ultimately, he just, and only just, got out of the first. Heroic he was. And those eyes might be closed in the morning. He's going to be black and blue, that's for sure, but he'll have a few tales to tell, heroic tales to his friends and loved ones. Let's get confirmation of it now with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee's scorecard. Referee Mark Bates scores the bout 60-53. And your winner, George Liddard!
Well, it was all the way on the scorecards, no surprise there, and it ultimately in terms of the action, but I suppose sometimes it doesn't tell the full story or say on the cover exactly what lies beneath the pages. Might just be the story of that fight reveals that kind of underlying story. There was a few layers to it, Andy.
There was. It'll look very straightforward when you see it on box rack, but what it won't tell you is the phenomenal shift that Smith put in there. And those are 6 brilliant rounds for Liddard at this stage of his career. He's 8 fights in now. But the depth around that super middleweight division, as always, is considerable. There isn't any rush. But 6 rounds towards the top of a card, pretty much full arena, great atmosphere, real sense of occasion about it. That will have done him a lot of good.
And I think an experience that you almost can't buy. A very unique experience tonight, being able to see the crowd, buzzing, big crowd in this arena, and that'll be a really wonderful experience for this young man early on in his career. Let's see how he felt about it. He's with Ali.
George, win number 8. It looked like it was going to be over pretty quickly, but he managed to hold on to the final bell. Just talk us through your performance.
I wouldn't mind if that one finished pretty quickly. That was a good war, though. I embrace it. I work so hard. You know, when we get in these fights, you learn things. And yeah, listen, undefeated opponent. He came to win. He's a bigger opponent. He's not boxed at middleweight. So I stepped up to fight him. And look, I'm not afraid of no challenges. 8-0, baby.
Certainly was. How did it feel being on the top tier show away from the matchroom setup?
Yeah, look, it was a different opportunity that arose, and you know, I'm one of them. I jump at opportunities. I thought it was a great opportunity to fight in front of my people. Thank you, everyone that came out. It really means the world to me. So, you know, the last fight in Leeds, fight before that in Vegas, a little homecoming at Brentwood didn't sound too bad.
What's next for you? When are we going to see you out again?
Look, I want a Southern Area title next. I see, you know, Paul Gordon, good champion, defended it tonight. I'd love a crack at that if he's up for taking it on. So, all you know, respect to him. We're boxing the amateurs with fellow opponents. So look, I'll definitely have a crack at that. And if not, we want to push on for titles this year, definitely. The next big thing in the middleweight division. Let's have it.
Oh, brilliant performance. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled 6 2-minute rounds in the women's super lightweight division. And now please welcome to the ring, Angelica Oles.
Down the stretch then on this top tier show, penultimate fight, and this one between the women. We've seen plenty of Angelica Oles, the Polish fighter, on these shores. She's used to fighting the young prospects and indeed the world champions or former world champions, and she usually acquits herself particularly well. She actually went in with Candy Wyatt a month ago, the former world champion, who was stopped by Natasha Jonas, you may recall. And Oles herself was a little bit unlucky back in February to get stopped in the last round against Harley Whitwell, who put up a good performance. Whitwell, unbeaten, is actually ringside tonight, so she'll be keeping an eye on Lily Winch, who's going to make her pro debut next.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her opponent to the ring, Lily Winch.
I think I shocked a lot of people in my first fight. Now I'm having my professional debut. So this is my life. This is all I do. Yeah, I'm excited and appreciate the opportunity. She was never really held me back from anything, my mum. She's always kind of pushed me on to do what I want to do, just make sure like I look after myself and I thrive in whatever I do. Like when I go in there, get in the ring, in my head it's like I've done everything. My mum went through a lot, so to like do something that could like potentially change her life, give her what she wants, that drives me every day. All about the preparation, no call, no cut. I'm confident in myself. I think I work quite well under pressure, but we'll see what happens on the night. Yeah, I'm really excited to be on top tier show. Show everyone that I'm top tier.
Well, this is a special night for Lily Winch. The bill sandwiched in between two big local ticket sellers. That is some honour for her, and she is smiling as she makes her way to the ring. You only get one pro debut, and this is an opportunity to revel in and to shine. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. Obviously the details on Winch are limited, 21 years old. This is her first fight, but amateur experience, good amateur experience. She also had a bit of extracurricular on the unlicensed circuit as well, doing the 4 2-minute rounds. So that little bit of additional pedigree will help her tonight, and she's thrown straight in against a fighter, Andy, that we know plenty about.
She has, and what a way to make your pro debut. Look at this. This is exactly what you want, isn't it? As you say, started in white collar, had 4 of those, won them all, then moved into the amateurs, and people expect her to make a mark. Nina Hughes ringside over the opposite side. They've done a lot of sparring, and I know that she feels that Lily Winch could go places.
She's got an attractive come forward style as well, so she will look to press that action and also capitalize on the opportunity tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 2-minute rounds in the women's super lightweight division. This bout is brought to you by Johnny Clark of Top Tier Boxing and the proud sponsors by Insulation, Synergy Direct, and Think Green Partners. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your timekeeper at the bell, Brett Bowles, and your third person in the ring in charge of the action, referee Amy Poo. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. She's wearing the red and white. Her official weight of 9 stones, 10 pounds. She has a record of 14 fights, 2 wins, and one of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Poland, Angelika Olev. And her opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. She's wearing the gray with white trim. Her official weight of 9 stones, 10 pounds. And tonight, she's making her professional debut. Hailing from Enfield, London, England's United Kingdom, Liddard!
Right, let's settle down and see what this Lily Winch is all about. First little sneak preview of her. And any footage that is available underlines that she likes to get on the front foot. Probably a few nerves, not excited nerves and butterflies jangling around inside of her, Andy.
There's bound to be, particularly when you make a ring walk like that. You want to try and take it all in, but you want to be completely focused on the job in hand. This is at super lightweight. She told me that she'll be trimming down to featherweight, maybe even super bantam, and I'd say that's definitely doable. Oles, as you say, we saw against Harley Whitwell, stopped in the 6th and final round, a kind of volume stoppage, I think it was, from memory. But she's tough.
Yeah, very much so. She was a little bit unlucky that night, maybe to get stopped later. She was bleeding, she was under pressure, but she wasn't about to go down or actually get stopped on her feet or anything like that. But anyway, she's tough, reliable. We know what we're going to get, but as the cheers and cries of Lily go up around this Brentwood arena, this win certainly brings the skill set and the freshness and the ambition to tonight. Tell you what, Andy, a few fights back, you look at Elizabeth Ashoba, once upon a time fighting at featherweight, and you're talking about Lily Winch fighting at that weight as well. I mean, talk about chalk and cheese in terms of size and dimensions. It makes it really emphasizes how extraordinary it is that Ashoba might go anywhere near that again.
It is, and I've been told that the expectation is that she will. I was sent a message by some guys I know who do a podcast down in South Wales, Puncher's Chance podcast, good lads, and she took that fight at a week's notice, Ashoba, and lost a stone to make featherweight. Amazing.
Wow. Well, Lily Winch is going to be dropping down that kind of neck of the woods, maybe even lower. Super Bantam Andy was suggesting, but those are all discussions for another day. She'll be delighted to get that first pro round under her belt and little glimpses of what she's going to be capable of. I think importantly, the composure and control was the first thing that struck you. You could have forgiven her to be all guns blazing, coming out, firing shots and a bit hell for leather, but actually very, very relaxed in the circumstances.
Exactly. She looks like she's been doing this a long time. She's just got that discipline. As you say, composure, that's exactly the right word to describe it, because in this kind of atmosphere it would be really easy to get carried away, but not a bit of that. She knows she's got 6 rounds here, and I think she wants to make sure she puts in a good performance and makes it a night to remember. It will be a night to remember whatever happens, but you want to box well on your debut.
Interesting, the straight into a 6-rounder as well. A statement of intent, that, isn't it? I mean, she's done 4-2s previously, so she does have that kind of experience to back up on. Oh, lovely right hand, dip down, threatened with a jab, just to ask a question, created and carved the opportunity for the right hand. That was a lovely shot. And another right hand. One was a counter, the other one off a 1-2, spearing through the guard. So the technique working well for Winch early in the second.
Just finding that distance nicely as well. Oles is trying to keep it on the borderline if she can, and then when she's up close, just dips her head behind that fairly tight guard. But that's good work again there from Winch, really is.
And you mentioned that sparring with Nina Hughes, who's ringside tonight, sparring with a world champion. Can't beat it. She's also sparred Sky Nicholson, newly a world champion as well. I mean, that is priceless stuff. Gives you an idea of the kind of unpaid work behind the scenes that she's done. And she might not be getting paid overtime here, because she's going after Oles. Landed another right hand. Little flurry of punches has got the fans on their feet.
That was a good passage for her, wasn't it? It started with a good, strong right hand, and then she caught Oles with probably 4 or 5 solid, clean shots there.
Oles doesn't, as a rule, get blown out of there. Oles, she's durable and tough. So that was quite a breakthrough in that round for Lily Winch.
That's a really well-delivered shot. She just kind of touched with a jab a couple of times, gauged the distance, and then just let that one go. Didn't chase it in, her feet were underneath her.
I say she doesn't get stopped early. Actually, the Irish woman Shauna O'Keefe did stop her in 3 back in March out in Galway. And Shauna O'Keefe, by the way, is who beat Lily Winch in the semis of the Box Cup last year as well. So a little bit of tie-in history there. O'Keefe now an unbeaten prospect as a pro, and Lily Winch trying to do the same. Oh, lovely right hand, that to the body. I'm mightily impressed by how composed and relaxed she is. I must admit, I was expecting more helter-skelter here tonight, Andy, from the footage that I've seen, but she's wonderfully composed and comfortable.
She is. She's just got that good poise and balance about her, mentally and physically, basically. Oles doesn't really have anywhere to go, and for the most part, she can't do a lot more really than try and stay out of the way and keep that guard high, because she is throwing back, but it's not really having too much of an impact.
Again, leading with the right hand to the body, just trying to soften up, lower the guard of Oles. Slowly but surely chipping away with precise punches, Winch. Left hand dropped low there from Oles, didn't he? I don't know if she was hurt by one of those body shots, but she's under a bit of pressure here in the third round.
She's turned the screw here, Winch. She's had a good tempo right from the beginning, but she's been really busy in this round, and with 20 seconds to go, you can see that Oles is feeling it, and she'll be thankful for 2-minute rounds here.
I don't know if we're there yet, but I think we're getting to the point where maybe just sustained attack pressure, maybe just a little bit more intensity and busyness. Might just at least ask a question of the referee. It was a good round, quality round that from Winch. And doesn't she know it? Loving it. Now, if you followed the sort of story of Lily Winch through the amateurs, or her career up to this point, you might have known her as Lily Finch. That's actually her birth name, but she's taken a mother's maiden name now, which coincidentally is Winch sounds like, but there you go. So if you're wondering why the name changed, that's the reason. She's now fighting under her mother's maiden name. And there's Mark Dennis. He's in a corner, boxing out of the Dennis and Dyer Boxing Club. And my goodness me, they've got a lovely project to work with going forward, Andy.
They really do. And the depth in women's pro boxing is increasing all the time, particularly around the kinds of weight that she wants to be at, whether it's around featherweight or maybe a bit higher than that. But when she tells me that it's going to be featherweight, super bantamweight, I believe her, because the female body's just more adept at getting up and down in weight. I've spoken to S&C guys about it, and it's just a fact. You mentioned Amanda Serrano to me earlier on, and she proves it. She's boxed at super fly and super lightweight.
Yeah,
in consecutive fights
within the space of months. I mean, absolutely extraordinary what Serrano's done, and what a Shoba might do as well earlier on the card. So absolutely lovely left hook to the body there from Winch. She really does whip that in beautifully. She's got the shots, and it's just the methodology and the way she's gone about it tonight has been so impressive. To be honest, when you fancy she'd get carded if she went down the pub. But she's boxing with a real maturity here tonight on her debut.
And there's that long right hand.
Nice little right hand spearing the guard again there from Winch. There it goes again for her. Now a sustained attack. Is that the kind of thing to put Oles under trouble, in a bit of bother?
She does cover up pretty effectively, Oles, when she stoops over, gets those gloves up, pins in the elbows. There's not an awful lot of body to attack there. I'd say that belt line is quite high, so there's not an awful amount of space there for Winch to target.
And the other great thing about the women's sport full stop flourishing right now, Andy, is that it's reflected in the crowds. You know, we look back 2 or 3 rows over the far side, and there's loads of young women who've turned out to support Lily Winch tonight, and you only have to look at the figures. I mean, apparently I was reading some of I think one of the biggest basketball TV figures of last year or earlier this year was a women's basketball game, way ahead of the NBA men's. So, and it's no surprise when you think about it. No,
it's not, and it's this massive untapped potential audience that you've got, and let's be honest, when you've got a crowd that isn't entirely made up of men, it has a better vibe. It's not as intimidating, and it'll encourage more people who maybe hadn't thought particularly about going to live boxing to go to live boxing, because that's exactly what's happened with football. I used to cover football. I covered football for 10 years, and if you're not used to it, it would be intimidating. But then you make your way to an event where it's less intimidating, and all of a sudden it just opens up this whole new world to you.
Times they are changing, and better for it. And the talent pool deepening and widening all the time in women's boxing. And with that will come opportunity for sure for boxers like Lily Winch. And the beauty is, while we're still developing the sport, while the talent pool is deepening and widening, it does mean in the short term there are opportunities for boxers like Lily Winch to maybe move faster than they would do in the men's side of things, and almost certainly like they will do for future boxers who come maybe 5, 10, 15 years down the line in the women's divisions.
Absolutely, and you look at the amount of undisputed champions we've had in female pro boxing, and that's something that people have been calling for a good amount of time, and hopefully it stays that way, that everybody's prepared to fight everybody, and it doesn't really matter what promoter or network you're with. That's been really, really good.
Winch into the 5th then. And this is something a bit new for her outside of sparring, as the chance of Lily go up again. Only 21, let's not forget, on this first big night in her fledgling career. Credit Ola, she's winging away when she gets the chance. It's the high guard defence, high shorts, high guard. Present as little target as possible. Give it a go when you get a squeak. And there's a little bit of blood now coming from the nose of Oles. Testament to how hard it's been, largely through the 5 rounds.
Just the one to go though. She's almost there, isn't she, Oles? And you look at that corner, 3 Polish fighters we've had on the card tonight. The other 2, the male fighters, are helping out in the corner with her, and they've given good value. All of them really have.
Quick chance, Andy. I touched on it very briefly earlier on. You'd written a book, The Knockout. Tell us about that. Sell it to me.
Basically, it's exactly what it says on the tin, but it's got a little bit more depth to it than you might imagine just from that title. It's about why the knockout is this incredibly dramatic moment in sport that cannot be replicated in any other sport other than boxing. That ability to flip things on its head in a split second. And the impact it has on everyone involved. What does it feel like to knock someone out? What does it feel like to get knocked out? What do they remember about it? How do you get over it? Referees, trainers, us watching it. Should we enjoy it anymore? That kind of thing. I loved it. I loved every second of it.
Yeah, interesting book, and it will get you thinking, and perhaps not in ways that you would have expected given the subject matter. So that's The Knockout by Andy Clark, available right now. Go and enjoy that, folks, as we're enjoying the pro debut of Lily Winch. 5 and a bit rounds in. Been lots of moments of class, I think. She's been relaxed and composed. There's been quality laced throughout the performance, Andy. I've really enjoyed it.
Me too. You mentioned it right at the beginning, how composed she's been. She just looks at home in there, and that's always a great start, isn't it? She's had it her own way. She's made sure that it's gone her way, because she's just put Oles under pressure right from the beginning and has never let up at any point. She's given her no rest at all. And I'd imagine she'll just look to get back out after this as quick as she can again. But she should make sure she really takes a few souvenirs, takes a few photos, and really remembers this, because as pro debuts go, this is pretty mega, isn't it? You look at this crowd.
Bang on, absolutely bang on. Not everybody gets to come straight from the Olympics and top a bill or whatever. So, yeah, it's been a great opportunity. And she has capitalised on that by strutting her stuff and showing us a little bit about what the future might hold for Lily Winch. Oles swinging away, shown plenty of dig and heart belatedly. She's been tough throughout, in truth to her. She's had to take some heavy shots. The pole Nose blooded again, and a warm embrace. She's been in with world champions in her career. I wonder if one day she'll be able to say that she was in with another one.
That was a hard night, but she got through it, got through the 6-2s, and that's no mean feat, because if she'd been less durable, less determined, then under the kind of fire she was under at times, you could take a seat and sit it out, and you see people do it, and I never particularly blame them when they do, but she stood up to all of that.
Well, I've just written 3 words on my notes for posterity: relaxed, composed, class.
I think that's fair. I think that's a very fair choice.
Long way to go. Long way. Surely there'll be bumps in the road, in and out of the ring, but as pro debuts go, as professional starts go, ain't half bad. I suspect that corner will be absolutely chuffed and delighted. No surprise from the vibes that they were giving out in the build-up, in truth. No surprise that we got to see probably a large slice of what they see in the gym day in, day out. And Andy's right, I'd be keeping the wraps, keep the gloves, get the shorts framed. And just the final dotting the I's and crossing the T's as they get our gloves off. And to get our hand raised for the first time. Let's celebrate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Your ringside referee scores the bout 60-54. And your winner, Liddard wins!
Yeah, some real class and quality there from Lily Winch. The pro career, Andy, is up and running.
Absolutely, and in good style as well. I spoke to her at the media day, and she did have that kind of confidence about her, a real confidence, where she didn't say all that much. She was totally happy to chat, get into the backstory, but she just seemed at ease with the whole situation, was obviously really looking forward to it, and we've seen a good display from her there, with plenty more to come. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And you mentioned it earlier on, it's possible to move really quick in women's pro boxing, and another reason is that she's just done 6-2s there at a good pace. The championship distance is only 8 more minutes rather, than what she's boxed there, so the jumps in lots of different ways aren't as big.
Well, there's going to be options on the table, that's for sure. She's already had world-class sparring, and now it's just about getting the right fights at the right time, making the right career choices, her and her team. But they'll be absolutely chuffed. And I think the fans who came, plenty of them came to support her tonight. They're going to be back. They've all got their Winch t-shirts over on the far side as well, so they've got the mementos. And she's started creating memories with and for them on this big night. The photos, part of the mementos, have been snapped and logged. She had the presser interview with none other than top commentator Andy Clark. Now it's the first professional post-fight debriefing with Ali.
Really a successful professional debut, co-main on this show tonight. It didn't look like it, but was there any nerves going in there tonight?
Yeah, there was a few, especially during the day when me and my mum were waiting at home. Waiting all day is a bit long, but I got here, got the feel for it. started to get a little bit nervous as I walked out. But I see all my friends and family, everyone who's come to support me, and it makes me realise why I do it. So they just kind of went when I was up there.
Just sum up your performance. How different did it feel now you're in the pro ranks?
My last white collar fight was quite scrappy. So I've been there, I've been close, I've been long, been rangy, so it didn't feel any different really. I've had great sparring. Nina Hughes, Lauren Parker was here somewhere, Maisie Rose. We went out to Denmark to spar Dina Fulsland. So I've been with the top girls. So it doesn't make a difference to me.
How quickly are you going to move in your pro career now? How many fights are you looking to have for this year?
I want to stay active. I want to have as many as I can, but I don't want to push the process. I want to take it. I'm learning on the job. So this is my 10th fight in altogether tonight, my first professional. So I'm happy to take my time, but I want to stay active.
Final word to all your supporters who are here tonight.
I just want to say thank you. Everyone spent their hard-earned money, and I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our main event of the evening. Scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Remy Scholar.
Remy Scholar is a tough nut from France, experienced relatively compared to his opponent Jimmy Sains tonight, and although he's lost more than he's won, he tends to go the distance. He's only been stopped the once, and that was last year. He's got plenty of distance fights under his belt as well. He's been 6 rounds 9 times, he's also been 8 rounds, so he's got a lot of experience to call on to try and stave off the enthusiasm of youth that is coming his way tonight in the shape of Jimmy Sains.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Jimmy Sains.
Take every fight very seriously. Every fight could be your last fight, so you've got to train as if it is your last fight.
See how you do under pressure. I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better.
Yeah, train very hard. I've put everything into this fight. I've left no stone unturned, so I'm confident in myself because I know that I've put the hard work in. So now it's do the fun bit, which is to get in the ring and box. But obviously, I'm going to put it in myself. I'm going to get the win. That's what I'm going to say, yeah.
if you have got 2 ring walk tunes, you've just got to be good. A pre-ring walk tune for Jimmy Sains, milking the moment. He's a Brentwood boy, Andy. You can understand why. There are hundreds of people who've come here to see him tonight.
Absolutely, I love that. He kept us waiting plenty of time there, but it was terrific. And people talk about brands now and going global right from the start of their career. The first thing you should try and do, is it's a major achievement, is sell out your local arena. 100 people, 500 people, 1,000 people, whatever it is. Because if you can do that, they're the ones who'll stay with you all the way through. He's got a great fan base here.
He sold 600 on his debut, and he's gone and done it again, Jimmy Sains. The 100% knockout artist, 4 out of 4 so far. The Brentwood boy, he was 13 years younger than his French opponent tonight, Remy Scholar, who's got the slight disadvantage of age as well as height, and 3 inches less in reach as well. The cards are stacked, as they say, but boxing is not a 100% respecter of the cards.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. This bout is brought to you by Johnny Clark of Top Tier Boxing and the proud sponsors by Insulation, Synergy Direct, and Think Green Partners. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your area representative, Des Reese, and the inspectors ringside, Alan Spelling, Paul Cupid, Terry Fleming, Anne-Marie Randall, and Gurjit Chana. In the ring, A-star referee, Mark Bates. So, the officials and fighters are ready. To all those viewing on the Stomping Ground, and to all in attendance here at the Brentwood Centre, Essex, England, United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see some thunder! Introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the white with yellow trim. His official weight of 11 stones and 6 pounds. He has a record of 15 fights, 4 wins, and one of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from France, Remy Scholar! And his opponents across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the white and green. His official weight of 11 stones and 10 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 4 wins, and all 4 wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Haroldwood, London, England, United Kingdom. Introducing Jimmy
Keep your punches up, obey my commands, and protect yourselves at all times. Good luck to you both. Touch gloves.
Well, I don't think we're the only ones looking forward to seeing Jimmy Sains in action tonight. 4 wins, 4 knockouts, got a fan-friendly style as well. I imagine any sparring between him and George Liddard would be pretty tasty as well in that gym if they let them at the leash or off the leash together, but likes to come forward, works behind a heavy jab. Looking forward to seeing him in the flesh, Andy.
He's been a rated fighter for a good while. I remember seeing him in the senior elites, quarter-finals and semi-finals a couple of years ago. He won both days and lost in the final, then lost in the final the year after as well, so it didn't quite happen for him, but people have been talking about him at Repton for a while, so when he turned pro with Matchroom and with Tony Sims, it was no big surprise.
Look at that jab. Up, down, up. It really is a thudding punch, and it's a weapon in its own right. It should be the building block, the starting point for any pro prospect you fancy, but He definitely works behind that, and it's a meaty weapon in his armory. There's a kind of hushed expectation, isn't there? Here, the crowd almost expect, they almost know, they're waiting for that explosive moment.
As you said, Scholar's record isn't the best, but he is a decent enough fighter. Big win against Jack Oliphant back in April. That wasn't really supposed to happen, and you can see that he's in good shape. Physically, when you look at Sains, he's got quite a big frame on him, hasn't he? And maybe a bit more to go on it, actually.
Yeah, you compare him to Liddard. Good few sort of inches taller and seemingly a bit longer, and different kind of physical specimens. He's just clipped there with a little right hand. They can be quite dangerous, those shots. Really affect the balance, but you seem to ride that moment. That jab could be really destructive. The jab is terrific. He's not quite worked the distance yet off that jab, but you fancy it's coming.
Exactly, he's doubled up on it more often than not, and then looked for that right hand, but there hasn't quite been enough room for it.
Good first round this from Sains. They're putting his punches together, slowly just working the distance behind that good strong jab.
I think the right hand did a bit of damage there.
Yeah, the crowd were onto it, same as Sains was. Excellent first round, all of it behind that really educated, powerful jab.
That right at the end of the round there just curled in around the back of the guard. Maybe caught him on the jaw or the ear, around about there.
Yeah, some quality stuff. Comes from a sporting family. His dad's been a cricketer for a long time with Hornchurch. He actually played West Ham youth with Rio Ferdinand once upon a time, and his younger brother Bobby, I think, is now just signed on with Ipswich Town as well. He's part of their academy, so he certainly runs deep through the genes in that family.
10 seconds.
And you can see plenty of boxing skill early on in this young man's career.
Seconds out.
When I saw him that weekend in the senior elites, it was the University of East London, and Jamie Redknapp came to watch him. I was wondering who he was there to watch, and then as soon as his fight finished, he left. So I figured it out.
He carries on the way he's going. He might have rock stars and footballers coming back again and again, but a long way to go. Got to build on that good start just in this fight tonight. And I think Scholar's realised that he can't allow Sains the space and distance to do what he wants behind the jab, so he's trying as best he can to get forward and get his own shots off first.
He's trying to keep the pressure on Sains, Scholar, isn't he? You look at the way that he's trying to cover off the movement with his feet. He's not really the one who's looking to try and give any ground. He catches the 1-2 there, blocks it mainly with the gloves, but Sains is very willing to work here, of course, but Scholar's right in front of him all the time.
Yeah, just got to be careful with the hands down now and then when he throws those shots. And you see that when he threw the left hook, right hand dropped down. There's a couple of little minor things that he'll be able to look back on to work on. the way he works off that jab then, and then he delivers body shots off it as well. Really terrific stuff. Sure, Andy's the right hand, nice right hand again. He's the kind of fighter you could just sit back and watch and forget you're supposed to be commentating.
Yeah, he is really, really easy to watch, isn't he? You look at the head movement off the back of the punches. That almost figure of 8 he manages to do, where he dips his knees and just sways one way, then sways the other. He's not really been hit clean by Scholar at any point, I wouldn't say. He's not really put a dent in Scholar either, other than maybe towards the end of that previous round, but this is all money in the bank. 6 rounds is a long time.
Yeah, I mean, if you keep jabbing like that, you're gonna be well on your way. These 3 jabs in a row, and the last of them really rocked the head of Scholar back, and you could see the frustration, but also the discomfort writ large across the face of Scholar. You keep jabbing heavy like that, you're going to break opponents down, no question about it. He did have to overcome a bit of adversity as an amateur, Andy, as well. He's boxing since he was 6, but he lost 5 fights in a row when he was around 14, and he just took a 6-month break. He just had to get away from it all, but it gave him just a little bit of breathing space. We're talking about a 14-year-old kid, but that breathing space to come back, and he just came back with renewed enthusiasm and motivation. Right, what do I need to do now to be better? And that's incredible when you think about that from a young man.
Well, that's a turning point, isn't it, really? Because a lot of people will drift away from the sport in those circumstances. A lot of people do. It gets on top of you. You're maybe not really enjoying it too much anymore. You take a break and you realise that actually you're enjoying your life a bit more without it, or you can miss it and badly want it back. And if it's the latter, then you know that it really is for you.
And here we are, just under a decade later in the pro ranks, working through his 5th professional fight. What can Scholar do about the persistent problems that he's presented with?
Not very much, I don't think, is the short answer, because there's nothing wrong with Scholar, really, when you look at the way that he's set up. And as we say, he's come in good condition. He's looking to try and get something done, but Sains is just better than him in every department, really. And so all he can do, really, is what he's doing.
Overhand, right hand again off the double jab from Sains. Oh, whipped in a lovely left hook to the body.
The pace is high here, isn't it? The punch output is high.
It's consistent as well. It's solid and consistent. There's another right hand to the body. He's worked that angle right from the very start. I just feel if you jab as heavy and consistently, as persistently as this guy does, you will get the breakthrough. And then it comes, just a little short step back, short right hand, loop to his corner, shakes his head. I don't think it's in any way can he get up. Nods to the corner, they threw in the towel, and between them, I think they came to the right decision.
That's impressive, because Scholar, he looked like he was soaking it up okay until he wasn't. And that will have been because he was hiding it well. But as you kept pointing out, and you were right to do so, that heavy, heavy jab was just knocking him back on his heels every single time he looked to try and do anything. And there's the physical impact of it, but also mentally, it's just demoralising. You can't really get anything off, and you know that all that awaits you is another 3.5 rounds of that, and you decide enough's enough.
There is a creeping, inescapable inevitability about that jab of his. It is one of the most impressive things I've seen from a prospect in quite some time. I was ringside in 2015, one of the most memorable experiences of my boxing life for Golovkin against Lemieux in Madison Square Garden. Lucky enough to be 6-7 feet away from the ring canvas that night, and I have never seen a more hurtful, thudding, powerful jab as Gennady Golovkin in his pomp showed that night against David Lemieux. Now, this kid's got a long way to go, and I'm not comparing in any way, but there is something painfully and powerfully impressive about the way he jabs, and you cannot escape that. If he continues working behind that jab, you cannot get away from it.
No, and it's the most basic weapon in boxing, isn't it? But one that's quite often neglected. There's just so much to be said for it, because you can pump it out, you can get some real weight on it, you can hurt people with it, it can be a weapon, not just a punch you use for lack of anything better to do. And if you throw it right, it will very often hit something. It won't always land clean, but you'll hit something, won't you? And it's invaluable, absolutely invaluable. And it's great to see somebody do it, because often, like I say, you see people neglect it.
Absolute fundamental starting point. That's so impressive. Only the second time Remy Scholler's been stopped, but never as emphatically and destructively as that. What a performance. Let's get confirmation of it now with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official time, 1 minute and 49 seconds of round number 3. Your winner by knockout, Jimmy Sains!
Well, a good portion of these fans came tonight to see the local boy in his local arena, sold the joint out along with several others on the bill. And as you want to do when you're the bill topper, you want to shine. Andy, he shone.
He did, he really did. And as you said, it's the way he went about it. Sometimes you'll see somebody clean someone out with a single punch, or they'll come apart the opponent and they'll close in, put a combination together, and somebody will end up stretched out on their back. And he was compact. You could tell that he came with some ambition and that he rated his chances of giving Sains a bit of a go. And he just broke him down. He just broke him, didn't he? He just broke him to the point where he just didn't want any more. He was on his knees right in front of us, looking at the corner, and he was just shaking his head, wasn't he? He was just thinking, no thanks, not for me.
Fair play. What a jab. What a jab. A thing of destructive beauty. Let's get a debrief now. Jimmy Sains, the local hero. He's with Ali.
Jimmy, 5 professional fights, 5 knockouts. You must have been expecting that one.
I wasn't really expecting it, no, to be honest. I thought after the first 2 rounds, I thought, he's taken a few jabs, this could be a long night. But Tony was saying in the corner, make sure I take my time, keep working with a jab, and then after we was planning for the 4th, 5th and 6th to put the pressure on, but it come early before that, yeah.
It certainly did. And headlining your first show, how did that feel?
I mean, the support here I had tonight was amazing. Do you know what I mean? That definitely adds 15-20% on the back of you. Do you know what I mean? When that crowd, when I first come out, the buzz was absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, and I can't thank everyone enough coming out. It means so much.
And people don't have to wait long to see you out again. I think you're out next week, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm out next Saturday as well. It's not ideal, but I'm professional. I'm always in the gym, so I'm looking forward. It's in Stratford as well, London. Hopefully I can have good support there as well.
Has to be final word to all the supporters in here. There was a lot of them. They raised the roof for you.
Yeah, I know. It's great support. I can't thank everyone enough. I don't know if I'll ever get the opportunity again to be headlining in Brentwood, but I'll definitely make the most of this one, yeah.
Fantastic performance. Well done.
Thank you.
Is this live or just on there?
Johnny, what a show. We've had it all really tonight.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. It's been different from the others. I think it was a bit of a slow start with some of the fights, but we've had a few 50-50s drop out, and I think you see the level creep up. And then obviously when we got to like the Kevin Ravel, I was a bit gutted for him. I think he's got it in him to win that belt, if I'm being honest, but P.A. Gordon used his strengths, and you know that was his reach. He done really well.
Yeah, and we saw the last 3 fights. The amount of support they had in here was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was brilliant to see, because Jules Liddard had a real good fight. You know, S.A. Smith, he's too tough for his own good, you know. I might have thrown a towel if I was in the corner, but that was unbelievable. And then I thought, oh, he'll go off, it might calm down a bit. But then all of a sudden, Lily Winch's fans come out of nowhere, loads of screaming females. I never heard it so loud in there from the females. It was brilliant to hear. And then obviously the main event, he's the one who sold the most tickets and it showed, you know.
Yeah, it was fantastic. And that makes it worth it, doesn't it? You had a lot of stress before this show, but to see fights like that, it just makes it worthwhile.
Yeah, every show is a similar story, to be fair now. But when you finally get to sit down and enjoy the night, it gets a lot better. And then the messages I've had, the text messages, the phone calls, and everyone's saying what a great night, what a great setup, everyone's smashing it, the fights are good, and yeah, it makes it all worthwhile. Yeah,
it certainly does. And you're already announcing fights for the next show on September 7th.
Yeah, we've got the IBO European with Elliot Wow, and then we've got the IBF European with a rematch with Crocker and Stelios Papadopoulos. So 2 great fights, maybe a southern area on there as well, and I'd love to have one of these boys back tonight and maybe fight for the southern area that was won on the show.
What was your favourite fight tonight?
Favourite fight? It was Kevin Ravel, because what he went through to get here, but I felt sick the whole time watching it. I have to be honest, I actually felt horrible watching it, nervous. So I imagine how his family felt, you know, and the first time I've actually felt that out of fight. But the S.A. Smith was a little war, wasn't it? A 6-round war, so yeah, one of them two, yeah.
Perfect. Well, it was a great night here in Brentwood, as always. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you September 7th for the next show.